Hi, everyone. How's it going? Happy Wednesday. I almost said Thursday. My name is Lacey Jane. This is Criminally Confident. And if you are new here, boy, do I have the case for you. We began it last week. Yesterday, we had some internet issues, but we are jumping right back into it today, where we actually have the defendant on the stand telling her side of the story. Very rarely do we get that in a criminal trial. So this is very exciting. This is Georgia versus Suzanne Mericle. She is a prestigious dentist, well known on St. Simon's Island in Georgia. So if you are interested in that, you are in the right place. For anyone that is watching, I want to say thank you so much. Please remember to hit the thumbs up button and drop a comment in the chat if you wouldn't mind. I kind of messed with the algorithm by not going live yesterday. I had my internet out and it was not fixed until 8 p.m. So I greatly appreciate you doing that. And just double check that you are subscribed and we'll be all good. With that being said, let's get into it. And I will pull this up on my screen for you. I also forgot to say, if you are watching, even on replay, make sure to say hi. Did I already say that? I don't know. It's been a day. It's been a day. So since we missed a few days, we are going to start with the key moments that I think that we missed out on without the fluff inside of it. If there's anything in particular or specifically that you wish to see that I'm not showing, please make sure to comment. But other than that, I think we have it teed up pretty well so that you guys can hear the defendant's testimony today. All right, here we go.
It was in December because I was going to throw them out, and the trash he told me flush it down the
defendant.
Who told that? David? Okay. So was anybody else in the house tonight?
Oh, nobody was in our house.
Okay. Keep an honest question, so it's just you and David?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm racking my brain to see. I'm replaying everything you told me to see if I have any more questions, if you want to know what I'm working on. Do you have any more questions right now?
I haven't seen your house. Are there any cameras or anything inside the house or anything like that? Okay. And then I just want to make sure that like I have a timeline of kind of like some events you talked about. So you and David met in 2019. Wasn't a good time because your daughter was graduating and such.
And we went out probably
Hello, Baba. How are you?
4 or 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the next couple of years, we saw each other occasionally.
Okay. And then you got back together in April 2024.
Mm-hmm.
And then y'all bought a house together in October
2024.
And then in January of this year, you found out about the lady in Romania.
Well, I found out.
Hi, little dude. How are you?
In November, December, when we were going
Thank you for
Guys, please make sure to like the
to the
stream.
furniture store, and he wanted me to put the address in my phone.
And that was November, December 2024.
You know what? I think it was
This sounds bad.
maybe the end of, maybe it was in, I can't, maybe it was Christmas. I think it was around December.
Okay, and then
I was just holding his phone and I just saw the text and I asked him who that was.
And then in January 2025, the police come to St. Simon's Island because someone called about.
Well, in January is when the police called. And someone called the police. They came to my Seagate place and said someone heard him screaming. And then they left, and then David left. No, just wait a minute. No, yes, that's what happened. Yes, that's what happened. Wait a minute, hold on. That's the night my friend.
Stop playing with the water bottle.
No. think that was, the police came was in December, because they came, and then my friend, a couple of they came over and followed me to my other condo. I unlocked the door because David could get into the Seagate when there was a code.
Okay. And then that was in January. And then you said a few weeks ago, I don't think I got that date, there was an incident here, but you got arrested for DUI when you left.
Yes.
Okay. One thing you mentioned.
I paused it at 127.24. I'm going to hit play and mute and unmute it at 127.50.
It goes so daggone slow.
I think she has our video, so who has access to the ring camera? The ring camera on the door?
We don't have it set up yet.
It's not set up, though, it doesn't record as.
It's supposed to sit on the table.
Mhm. Oh, there's one like on the door.
Yeah, I don't think it's not set up.
Okay.
That one, there's one that's on the table that
Yeah.
he was trying to work on to set up.
Okay. I just saw the one.
Can you tell me anything?
Yeah, I'll go find out. I will go find out. Give me 1 minute and I'll find out. They should have let me know by now. Oh, and just give me 1 minute, okay?
Do you need another water or anything? Do you use the restroom or anything like that? Okay.
I'm going to briefly pause it at 128.47. Investigator Mefford, the defendant's asked a couple of times if Mr. Barron is deceased, and you indicate to her that you don't know yet and you're going to call and find out.
Yep.
You did know that Mr. Barron was deceased at this point, right?
Yes.
Why was it that you chose to withhold that information from the defendant at this point?
So when I first got on scene, I did my walkthrough and she was very emotional on the porch. And then, like I told you, I wrote the search warrant in my vehicle. While I'm writing the search warrant, I can also hear the emotions going on there. And I knew that once I broke that news to her, the motions, the up and down emotions, I probably wouldn't be able to get any more facts about what had happened this night.
And so when you walk out of the room right now, you'd indicated to the defendant that you were going to go make a call to check on Mr. Barron. What were you actually doing when you left the room?
So 3 things were happening, really. Me, Danielle, and some other investigators that were there, supervisor, were talking about what we've heard, what other questions need to be asked. I also talked with Sergeant Durham, who was on the crime scene, to compare notes about what he is seeing versus what I've been told. And at some point, I don't think it's this break, there may be another break where I did basically communicate with somebody from the district attorney's office about future criminal proceedings. If it was the case, I don't think it was this break, though. This is just, yeah. I'll slow down.
So while you have been interviewing the defendant, was Sergeant Durham on scene processing the crime scene?
Yes.
And so when you say comparing notes, were you comparing like what he was observing on the crime scene versus what you were being told by the defendant?
Yes.
And is that typical in an interview that you're doing, especially on a death investigation, that you would do something like that?
Yes.
Why is that helpful for your investigation and your interview?
Because the physical evidence needs to align with testimonial evidence to know that you're being given a truthful and accurate picture of what is taking place.
And at this point, before you'd walked out of the room, had you had a chance to speak with Sergeant Durham yet?
I believe there were a few text messages he was sending, but we did not have a chance to actually have a conversation.
Not like a phone conversation?
No.
Okay. So I'm going to fast forward until you enter the room again. Right now, again, it's at 128.47. During this break, does the defendant ask to use the restroom at any point?
I believe she does in this break.
At some point, does Investigator Cuneo come and get her and take her to the restroom?
Yes.
I think we just saw her exit the room. Is she out using the restroom at this point? I can back up. I'll briefly hit play at 147.57.
And number 2, my son gets so upset, I can't go to the bathroom.
I can't let you leave the room right now.
Can you give me the lady or come to the bathroom with me?
They'll be back. Okay.
She's like, oh, come on.
He's 61 years
She'll
old,
use the restroom now.
Yes.
being
I'm going
interrogated.
to keep fast forwarding.
Lady's got to pee.
Okay, I'm going to resume the video at 157.08.
Thanks for small.
So I do have a lot more questions. Still waiting. Hospital.
But is he alive?
I'm not sure. I don't know. But I've been on the phone with people at your house now, okay? And I take everything you told me in consideration, trying to convey to them. So I'm going to be bluntly about this one, okay? it's not adding up, right? From what you're telling me,
So tell me what I'm confusing about.
why there's no shell casings where you say there are, and the gunshots aren't lining up where you say either. And so let's talk about this. Help me understand this one more time. We just explain this again, okay? So he's up, let's start with going up the stairs. Okay, start there.
So we're downstairs on the kitchen, by the kitchen. Okay, he has his gun. That's when he takes it out of the casing, asks me if my hands have the top. If my hand can go around his gun. He told me to take his cover off the gun, take a fancy, so I did that. There was no gun, nothing got fired or anything. Okay, I pulled that thing back. He told me to pull it back.
Yes.
Okay, that's when 2 or 3 of them fell out on the floor.
Stop pulling back one time?
Now I pulled it back like 1 or 2 times.
Okay.
Okay, and he told me like I was gonna shoot like that if I could hold it. And the casings fell on the ground. He told me I said to pick them up, and I was going to throw them in the trash can. He said put them in the toilet, and I put them in the toilet. And I think I put it in the master bedroom of that one. We walked back over there, and then that he'd already threatened me. But when he threatened me, he didn't put it. He just touched it to my lips. He didn't put it in my mouth. And then he went up the stairs, and I said I have a gun too, because he said don't go to sleep tonight.
Yeah.
And then I went and got my gun. Okay, he was up the stairs. Then I noticed that he had my phone, so I went up the stairs, and I said, when I went up to the stairs, I got right to the first floor, and then I heard, and it sounded loud, and I don't know if it was a shot or he slammed the door, but when I got up there, the door was locked, and he was in, and I said, do you have my phone? He said, yes. And I said, open the door. Now I was banging on the door, and he did open it, and I said, I'm going to shoot the lock if you don't open it. And that's when I put my gun right in the corner of the door, like where the lock is right there. I think I'll do it a little bit. And I either put it up and shot, or I know I shot one down because I saw it and it scared me when I did it. I don't know why I did it, but that is, I didn't touch anything of mine. I shot the gun, the gun, I shot it, but I didn't touch, I didn't pick, not that I can remember. It was so.
So did you shoot anything else then?
No, I didn't shoot anything.
Did you touch his gun?
I'd already touched it. I didn't touch it again.
You didn't touch it after you shot him?
I just, okay. What you said, shot him when I shot the door, you mean?
No, when you shot David.
I know, when I shot the door.
But did you touch your gun after you saw the
His gun?
Yes.
His gun was right there on the floor with my phone.
I don't know what that
And I got my purse, and I didn't pick it up or anything.
You didn't pick it up?
I'd already picked it up downstairs.
Okay. So after David was bleeding, you touched it?
I got down on the ground. I may have pushed it out of the way. But I got down, and then I was like, I crawled up on his side, and I was trying to lift him up.
How was he facing that time?
He was, the only time I saw him, he was flat down, and his face was looking at the window. That's why he didn't move.
So it still doesn't count. Like my biggest concern here is why I have other bullet holes.
Where's the bullet holes at? I don't
have shell casings either. Like they were picked up and moved.
I mean,
are you sure? So let me ask you this: are you sure that the casings you flushed weren't the shell casings? And when you think they were real bullets, did you flush the shell casings?
Wait, but when I do that,
yes.
When a bullet
after you shot your gun, did you flush the shell casings?
No. After I shot my gun, I heard him go, oh, or something, made a noise. And I said, oh my God, David. I'm beating on the door. And then I ran downstairs and I got that hammer and I came up and beat so I got a hole.
So let's talk about the house in general. Is there any damage to the house anywhere that you know about?
There was the only damage should be where I shot that, the door.
Other damage that's what I'm asking you. Trying to make sense of what I've been told about what you're telling me. And I'm trying to make sense of it too.
I don't think, did he shoot his gun?
I don't think so. You can't tell me he did.
You're
not telling me he did.
I don't think he shot his gun.
But your gun was shot a few times.
I shot my gun.
And all the shell casings have been moved, so I don't know what's going on.
So I didn't touch anything. I shot the gun.
Okay.
And I can't even remember. I stood like God. I stood like that. And I said, David, give me my phone. And I'm gonna shoot the door lock. And I'm trying to remember.
Too much.
If I shot it like say that's the door lock.
Oh my
I
goodness,
walked
sorry,
right
guys.
up to the door. I think I put it up here. I can't remember if I shot it here, but I shot it right above the door. I know that.
Okay.
I don't know if I shot it. I think I just shot it once.
And then you made a comment earlier that you're familiar with guns?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how are you familiar with guns?
I took some lessons from Bill Morgan
Bill Morgan, where's he at?
in Brunswick, Georgia.
Oh, Brunswick? Okay, does he have a class down there at school, or what kind of business does he have?
They have a shooting range,
Mhm.
and he gives lessons there.
Okay,
So I
okay.
take him, I only practice on a target with my block.
How many classes have you taken with him?
Probably about 4, 5.
Four?
I know better. I know if you don't shoot at the door. I know that.
Yeah.
I know.
You're crazy.
I would never,
So why did you shoot at the door then?
because he wouldn't give me my gun, he wouldn't give me my phone back.
Would he give you your phone back?
He had my phone.
Okay. How'd you get your Glock?
How'd I get it?
Yeah, how'd you purchase it?
I bought it
Where?
from that Telluride.
Oh, you bought it yourself then?
I have a Glock, 9 millimeters, and a Ruger, 9 millimeter.
What, in the house?
Mhm.
Okay. What other guns are in the house?
Huh?
What other guns are in your house here?
The only guns that are in the house, my Ruger's on St. Simon's. I don't think my Ruger's here. Did we find out?
No, they're just, so listen to me, okay? I need you to be completely honest about saying, stuff is not adding up.
I'm
And
trying
because when stuff doesn't add up, it gives me more questions, okay? Because if things happen the way they were, what you're telling me, before he died,
Oh, he died!
if he did die, sit down. If he did, because you're telling me, sit down.
Sit down.
No,
Sit down,
before he was
lady.
shot, I'm sorry, let me speak out. Before he was shot, if stuff plays this way, before he was shot, there would not be blood on some of the stuff that there's blood on. But you're telling me certain things happened, and the things you're telling me happened, there's blood on these things that indicate they
Different
happened
stuff
after he
for
was shot.
different folks.
So I need you to be
Hey.
perfectly honest with me about the stage of events and things that happened.
Um,
He's just like,
when I went there,
what is she like waiting for?
I'm trying to remember when
Really?
I
Because
put
it
my
seems like
hand
you fell
in the
asleep.
hole and opened, twisted the door. And I couldn't push the door open because his body was right there. And my phone, I think he was walking to the door to give me my phone because he was on the floor. But then his gun was right there.
Right away.
It's right, like when I walked in, his gun was like right by his leg.
Mhm.
And the holder, the gun holder was right there
Where?
on the floor. It was on the floor. It was on the floor. It was on the floor.
Okay.
And then I came in, and he was just laying there.
What'd you move? What'd you touch?
I touched everything. Probably. I mean, I know I did. I started screaming. And I just moved like all over, and I went to him.
So, you shot the door, and you think that is the shot that shot David, time you shot the door.
He went, yeah,
And why did you shoot the door?
to break the lock.
To break the lock, to get in? And why did you want in?
Just wanted to get my phone.
Okay, and, so,
It was everywhere.
mhm. And,
And I even touched his phone in the back of his pocket. I was like, because his face was here,
Yeah.
and I was here, and his legs were here. And
All without an attorney
gun
present.
was right, like these were his legs. His gun was there. And my phone was there. And then I reached. He was laying flat back, and I touched his phone. I was all over him. I was hugging him. I was all over him.
okay,
I didn't even think about anything I was touching or anything. But my gun, the Glock.
yes. So let me replay this one more time. You tell me if I understand basically what happened, okay?
Okay.
Y'all had an argument. He went upstairs. locked himself upstairs. I'm skipping some of the details. I'm just focusing on your actions. Locked himself upstairs. You went upstairs trying to get in the room. You came back downstairs to get a gun.
No, I only went upstairs one time.
So you went up the stairs with your gun.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Okay, remember I said he was going up, so he had his gun out. After I said he walked upstairs with his briefcase on his shoulders, his gun and the holder in one hand, his gun was in one hand, and he had one more thing in his hand, and I can't remember.
If you're just now watching, this is the defendant police interview.
You had a gun in one hand?
He had his briefcase. I remember he put the gun in the holster on the kitchen table.
Yes.
He put the briefcase on his shoulder. He had his gun in the holster. He may have had my cell phone then. I don't know. I didn't see it with it. And then he told me, he said, I'm gonna take this gun and I'll shove it down your throat or whatever. And he says, do not close your eyes or something tonight. I can't even remember. And I said, David, I have a gun too. And that is when I went to go and get my gun. Then I guess when I came back, he was gone. He was walking up the stairs. He was up the stairs. He was already up the stairs. He was already up the stairs. I started coming up the stairs and I heard a loud noise and I didn't know if it was, it sounded, I wouldn't say it sounded like a gun time, but I thought he slammed the door and locked the door. I walked up the stairs. I went straight to the door and I was banging on it for him to open the door. And he said, and he opened it. I said, give me my phone. And I think he had my journal, he said too. And I don't care if there's nothing in there, but like furniture and just, it's nothing personal.
All right.
And I think it was.
Here we go.
So I see
It's bad.
we've got green. I know it's kind of bright. Is the green,
text
the defendant, and the
messages.
blue would be Mr. Barron? So like if I were to scroll blue.
Yes, you can. Yes.
Yes, okay. So starting at the top of page 1 on states 241, I'm going to zoom a little bit more so it's as easy as possible. Could you read what the defendant texted?
So from the defendant to the decedent, it just says hello.
And what's the date of this message exchange?
Delivered October 8th of 2024 at 9:37 p.m.
And do you remember the month or around the date where the defendant and the victim closed on their lake house in Lake Lanier?
I believe she said October, November.
October 2024?
Yes, it was
Okay.
October, I believe.
So she says hello, hello, and then a third hello. And then at 10:54, what does she say?
Never mind. How do you fall asleep without telling me good night or making sure that I'm home safe? Question marks.
And then at 10:55, so 1 minute later, what does she say?
I have texted you since 9 o'clock. I know you did not fall asleep that early. I just don't understand.
And then she deleted a message that was sent at 11:01 and then sends another text at 11:03 p.m. What does that say?
I am very sad. I check on myself like always. I am safe and good. Do not worry. I will always take care of myself.
And what was the reply?
So he replies, Allie is here.
And then at 12:48 a.m., what does he say?
Good night, my love.
What does he say after that?
Are you safe and okay?
What does he say after that?
I had taken my phone upstairs to charge when Colt and I arrived home.
Moving on to states 247.
I have to keep an eye on where this
It's
trial is.
on
in
October
real
12th of
time.
2024 at 6:28 p.m. What does the defendant say?
Apologize, Jerry. I'm going to read it word for word. I'm getting so wet thinking about sucking your cock.
And then what does she say at 7:48 p.m.?
Hello.
What does she say at 8:12?
Hello.
What is the reply for Mr. Barron at 8:23?
I would love that.
And what does Ms. Mericle say to that?
That was 2 hours ago. Offer is gone. You do not act like you miss me.
And what is Mr. Barron's reply?
Pardon charging my phone. Is that okay?
And what does he say at 8:27?
Why are you saying this?
And what's her reply at 8:28? And then there's two replies at 8:28 at 39 seconds and 52 seconds. What are those?
I am missing you so much, exclamation marks, and then I love you so much.
And what is Mr. Barron's reply?
It is fine if I don't hear from you for many hours, but you don't hear from me, but if you don't hear immediately from me, something must be wrong.
And then she replies at 8:30 and 8:31. What are her two replies?
Nothing is wrong. I only miss you so much, exclamation marks. And then, are you watching the game? FL State is winning.
Moving on to states 243. This is on November 6th, 2024 at 9:28 p.m. What does the defendant say?
I need a kiss.
And what is Mr. Barron's reply?
Yes.
And what does she ask?
When are we going to marry?
And what is his reply?
Soon, my love.
And then he texts again. What does he say?
It was good talking to McCain today. We felt comfortable.
Do you know who McLean is?
Oh, McLean, apologies. I believe that's her son.
And what does she say in reply to that?
When? Why should you know and not me?
About the wedding.
And then what does she say at 9:35?
He enjoyed talking with you. Thank you, my love.
And then he replies at 9:37. What does he say?
I don't totally know yet. Let's get our move in together and talk about it from there. Or, yes, I believe that was right.
And then he replies again at 9:39. What does he say?
I felt close to him with our talks.
And what does she say at 9:39?
I wanted us to be engaged before we moved in together. This is so different.
And then she loved his message about McLean. And then he replies at 9:50. What does he say?
I know, different for me also. It all happened quickly.
And then she replies at 9:51 and 9:57. What does she say?
When will we be engaged? We both need to know the answer. It is not traditional.
And then below this looks like it's the same message, but sent again at 9:57. So the same message sent twice. Does that look right?
Yes.
And then he replies at 9:59. What does he say?
We can discuss perhaps December, January.
And then what's her reply to that at 10:01?
We do not have to marry.
And what does he say?
I want to marry.
She says at 10:06. What?
Yeah, it was a trap.
Maybe we should wait a year or two.
And he says what?
No.
And then what does she say?
Question marks.
And then at 10:22 and 10:40, she has two replies. What does she say?
It should be an easy and simple decision and process. And then the second text is never mind.
And then she texts again at 11:07.
Are you awake? I tried to call you.
Then again at 11:11.
Can you call me?
And then a deleted message at 11:18. And now we're into November 7th at 6 a.m. What does she say?
Good morning, sleepyhead.
And then what is his reply?
Hey, good morning, babe.
What does he say
Baby?
next?
Oh, where we at? Sorry, I crashed on you.
And then what does he say again?
Plus, I dropped my phone and crushed the volume buttons on my case cover. My IT guy is replacing it.
We are currently
And then she
listening
says
to
at 6:07 a.m.
Defendant. And the
Sorry about phone. I'm getting dressed to work out.
And then he says in reply at 6:08.
Good job, babe. Have a good workout.
And then what's her reply to that at 6:25 a.m.?
Are you 100% you want to spend the rest of your life with me? Are you having doubts?
What does he say?
None at
So
all.
high maintenance.
Again.
Absolutely want that.
And what's her reply at 7:03 a.m.?
I want to believe you so bad, but my gut is telling me something else. I understand if we need to slow down. I'm more needy than you are. You are good either way. You are very strong.
Moving on to stage 244. What's the first text from Mr. Barron?
Yeah.
This is November 20th of 2024. Sorry.
Okay. Apologize. Just reading. Leave pussy alone for now.
And what does she say?
We should have phone sex.
What does she say again?
Pussy needs lots of attention.
And then what does he say?
I know.
What does he say again?
I am zeroed in on TVs.
And what's her reply at 9:29 p.m.?
Never mind.
And then he says at 9:43 what?
Don't be upset.
And then he sends some pictures of what looks like the lake house.
Yes.
And then at 9:44, what does the defendant say?
After this weekend, I do not think I excite you. Maybe if I had pretty hair.
And what is his reply?
I'm so in love with you.
And what does she say at 9:45?
I wonder.
And then what does she say at 9:48?
I do not have pretty hair. I am not young.
And what is his reply?
You have beautiful hair, and you are beautiful.
And at 9:58, what does she say?
I want you to desire me. You act like we are married, and we're not. I have no ring on my finger.
Moving on to stage 245.
I literally can't even.
This is from December 5th of 2024. What does the defendant text?
When are you going to ask me to marry you?
And then is that same text sent again at
Broken record
1:16?
much?
Yes,
And what is his reply?
certainly soon.
And then she
Never.
replies at 1:24 at 44 seconds and 59 seconds. What are those?
That is not an answer. My last boyfriend told me that, and by the time he asked me to marry him, I was done. Why a secret?
What does she say? The next two replies are at 1:25 and 1:27.
I am not 20. Never mind. I do not want to marry. I can survive alone.
And then he says at 1:34 a.m. What does he say back?
What?
And then he says again 1:34.
Are you drunk?
And then she replies at 1:36. What does she say?
No, I am not drunk. Mike asked me tonight, where is your ring? It is humiliating. No answer to Mike. He is right.
Humiliating.
And then she says 1:36. What does she say?
Never mind.
And then 1:41.
No, I am not drunk. I am concerned. Times like this make me wonder what you really want. I'm going to stay on St. Simon's this weekend. You need to think about our situation alone.
And then it looks like same text, no, different text at 1:55. What does she say?
Never mind. Sorry, I bother you. I know someone that wants you and would treat you better than me. She has a mission. I don't.
And then what is his reply at 2:04 a.m.?
I just got home. So for the fact that we haven't been, I just got home. So for the fact that we haven't been dating for 7 months and you don't have a ring or we are not married is humiliating. Why would Mike, of all people, ask, where is your ring? They have dated and lived together several years. And does she have a ring or has he asked her to marry him?
And she replies at 2:09 a.m. What does she say?
Good. Glad you're home. I'm good. I do not want to get married. I will take care of myself. I don't care about what anybody thinks, but I do think about you way too much. You do not think of me in the same way. I cannot make another mistake. I am really good. I will be fine. I always survive. I don't need anyone to take care of me. I am good alone. I'm not going to beg anyone to be with me. I need alone time to think about this though, because you told me last 2 weekends ago, this moved way too fast, beginning to agree with you. I'm not the woman before you. Oh, I'm not. You need somebody more dependent.
And then it looks like that text was edited at 2:09 to add, you are a good person. Does that look right?
I believe so, yes.
That edit
And then at 2:11, he replies, what does he say?
I certainly want to marry, and I have the same feelings for you.
And she replies at 2:12 a.m. What does she say?
No, you do not. I am going to have this discussion again, or I'm not going to have this discussion again. If you want me,
Hold on, guys.
I would have known by now. Go find what you want.
And then at 2:12 a.m. again.
I wasted 3 years with the last guy. He kept telling me how much you love me and how much you want to marry me. I was an idiot.
And then it looks like that same text was edited at 2:13 to add, look how that turned out.
Yes.
Does that look right? And then he replies at 2:42, 2 different times. What does he say?
Well, I'm not like that. Good night. In the second text, not really sure where this all came from tonight.
And what is her reply at 6:29 a.m.?
It came from, I miss you and I want to be with you. I don't like being without you. I want to feel like I belong to you. I am sorry.
And then again at 8:18, what does she say?
I know what will happen. I know we've not been dating that long. I was not drunk, but I did have a few drinks. But I start thinking of things and missing you, and it has to be together. I guess I feel like if we're married, we'll be together 24 hours a day. And I know that's not the case. Sleep and get rest. Love you with all my heart.
Moving on to states 246. This is from January 3rd, starting January 3rd of 2025, going into January 4th of 2025. If you could read what the defendant said there.
Hey there.
That's at 12:17 p.m. What does she say at 11:14 p.m.?
Hey, you could have told me goodbye.
And then 2 more texts at 11:14 p.m. and 11:15 p.m.
I deserve better. I know I'm not the woman you want.
And then what's the one at 11:15?
Please call me.
And then at 11:16.
I can't believe you walked out on me.
And then at 11:20, it looks like there's a deleted text and another deleted text. And then what does she send at 11:26?
Call me. Please call me.
And then again at 11:35.
Please call me.
And then at 11:41.
Are you staying at the Hilton? I'm here. Please call.
And then 11:43.
I tried Brunswick to find you. Please call me.
And at 11:44.
Never mind. I know you don't honestly love me.
And I know it's getting harder to read, but at 11:51.
Please let me know you're safe. I do love you. I'm sorry that I don't measure up and you had to reach out to other women to find what you need because I didn't meet your needs.
And then at 11 or at noon, she sends a picture. Can you tell what's in that picture?
Just craziness.
Picture of the two of them together?
Yes, please, but I need to confirm it.
And then moving on to 247, this is going to be on January 7th of 2025. What does the defendant say at the top?
Thank you. I've had a long and confusing day.
And what does she say at 7:12 p.m.?
Do you honestly love me?
And what's his reply at 7:14 p.m.?
Honestly,
For those of you just tuning in, hello, please make sure to hit the like button, double check that you are subscribed. And just so you know, we are currently at the point of the trial where the lead investigator is reading through the defendant's text messages with the man she unalived.
love you very much.
And then she texts back at 7:15 p.m. What does she say?
Hi.
I can't keep checking your phone and keeping tabs on you. What happens when the next woman reaches out to you? I am just sick to my stomach that ever happened. I just can't get it out of my mind. It crushed my confidence, my heart.
And then at 7:17, so 2 minutes later, what does she say?
When you walked out on me Saturday night, I only honestly thought it was over between us. You broke up with me, and June didn't reach out to me for over a month. And then only when I reached out to you, this is really just shaking me up. I never thought I would have to do with betrayal. I have been dealt some shit in my life, and I deserve good things coming my way.
And then 1 minute later, what does she say?
I am headed to dinner. This is the woman you met the other night, and I'm dreading her asking me questions about you and how we're doing and how she's so happy for me.
And then at 7:20, so 2 minutes later, what did she say?
Honestly, I don't even want to go. The next time I see Evan, Brittany, I'm going to be totally humiliated.
And 1 minute
Oh
later,
my
what did she say?
God.
We haven't even talked since yesterday. I have not even had alcohol. I don't even want to have a drink because I know I'm going to get upset even more. I just keep asking myself, why did this have to happen? Why did you hide your phone from me? Why did you delete her message? Why didn't you tell me about Laura? What am I not giving you that you need? A man that needs another woman. My heart is just broken.
And he replies at 7:25 p.m. What does he say?
I'm sorry you're having these feelings. Certainly my apologies.
And then he says again at 7:28.
You are giving me everything, and I don't need any other woman.
And then she replies also at 7:28. What does she say?
Will you love me forever? You can never walk away from me. I want you to love me more than anyone.
And at 7:30, what does he say?
I am actually at that point.
And she says what also at 7:30?
At what point?
And what's his reply?
Loving you forever.
And then again, what does he say?
Never walking away.
And then what does he say again at 7:42?
You are my sole love.
And then what does her reply at 7:42?
I thought you had already decided that.
And what does he say at 7:50?
Yes.
And then she replies at 7:50 also.
Then why did you stay connected to Lilia and Laura? I'm confused.
And at 7:55, what does she say? Or he say, I'm sorry.
Was not connected.
And then she says at 7:56.
You protected Lilia over me. You chose her. Left me that night. She must have pulled on you.
And at 7:56 also, so about 20 seconds later, what does she say?
I thought I was so special to you. I'm so confused.
And then he replies at 8:03 p.m. What does he say?
You are so special to me.
And then her reply at 8:05.
All I wanted is for someone to love me with all their heart and soul. I am so sick of not being treated right.
And what's his reply at 8:21?
I'm in hopes of treating you right.
States 248. This is January 13th, 2025 at 8:11 a.m. What does she say?
Craziness.
I do love
Just
you. I'm
absolute
struggling with
craziness.
this, trying to understand what happened and why. I feel like perhaps I'm not all you need. You were the one thing that was solid in my life. I want to believe so hard that Lilia or Laura mean nothing to you. Let's be patient with each other, and I know we can get through this.
And he replies at 8:33. What does he say?
Yes, we can.
And then what does she say at 8:33?
I love you.
Moving on to states 249. This is also that same day, January 13th. This is later in that day at 8:32 p.m. What does the defendant say?
How many women are you texting? Why did you delete it? Why did you delete if there was nothing to see? I feel so unwanted by you.
And then at 8:32 as well, a couple seconds later, what does she say?
I feel like I am not enough for you.
And what's his reply?
Wow.
And then she replies at 8:32 and 8:33. What does she say?
I am very sad. The second text. I thought I was everything to you. I question all you have said to me.
And then again at 8:33.
What does Lily have? Laura, if you want them, go find them.
And then he replies at 8:34. What does he say?
Are you drinking tonight?
Yeah.
And she replies a minute later. What does she say?
No, I am not. I have been thinking about this for days. That's why I can't sleep or eat.
And then at 8:35.
I am not enough for you.
And then again at 8:35, 34 seconds and 59 seconds.
I need someone that lifts me up. The second text. I feel
Oh.
inadequate with you.
Thank you.
And then 8:36.
Sorry, I didn't.
I
have
am not enough for
that
you. I feel
screen on.
unwanted. I feel like if I let this go, that you're texting them every day and talking to them on your ride home and enjoying their company.
And
I
also
so
at 8:36, at 44 seconds and 53 seconds, what does she say?
Why? Second text. I was so happy with you.
And then 8:37,
1 second.
what does she say?
I am in bed.
And then also at 8:37, 43, what does she say?
I am never enough.
A couple seconds later, what does she say?
Please do what you need to do.
So he replies at 8:39, what does he say?
Okay, let's end this. You will never trust me. No matter what I tell or say to you, there is nothing that can satisfy you.
And then she replies at 8:52, what does she say?
I feel all alone. I know you will never understand. I thought you loved me with all your heart, but you don't. You care for Lilia, Laura, and I don't know who else. I'm tired. I'm at my waterfront condo trying to figure out what to do.
And then he replies at 8:56, what does he say?
I don't care for anyone but you can't understand that.
And then again at 9:11, what does he say?
I will not come down this weekend, and I will hire an attorney on our house situation.
And then she replies at 9:13, what does she say?
Please call me. You don't have to hire an attorney.
And then at 9:14,
Please call me.
and then what does he say at 9:14?
McLean and I will stay here until we sell the house.
And then at 9:16, what does she say?
My sister is having her 60th birthday party. Her husband of 35 years is throwing her a surprise party
A couple seconds later, what does she say?
on Saturday.
And then
Wow,
again, what does she
so
say a couple
annoying.
seconds later?
She is so lucky in so many ways.
Again,
Blessed.
and then 9:17:35,
Hashtag
I want that
blast.
so bad.
9:17:43,
Someone to love only me.
9:18:33.
Why couldn't you be that man to love me?
Oh my
Then he
God.
says at 9:18, what does he say?
Could have had.
And she says at 9:18:51.
Nope, you ruined that.
At 9:19, what does she say?
Over what? I hope it was worth it. You treated me horrible. I did not deserve that.
And then at 9:27, what does she say?
Please tell me that you love me and that I'm enough for you.
At 9:33, what does she say?
I love you so much. I want to believe I'm the only woman you need and want.
At 9:34, what does she say?
Thanks for calling me.
And 9:44.
Can you bring the bags of leftover sausage balls? We can bring that as an appetizer for the birthday party.
And then
I love sausage
10:12, what
balls.
does she say?
Do you know how much I desire you? Or how much I love you? I wish you knew 20 years ago I do love you. I hope and pray that you love me.
And at 10:17, what's his reply?
I do love you.
And then she says also at 10:17.
Please love me with all your heart.
And then he says at 10:48, AM6.
I have said many times,
And then at 10:46, she also says what?
I want you.
And then he replies what?
I want you, or no, want you also.
And so this is at January 13th. Do you remember the date where they got into the argument and she was arrested for the DUI?
I gotta update
Do
this.
you remember if it was?
It was late February.
Moving on to January 21st. This is States 250. This is January 21st, so a couple days later at 9:41 p.m. What does she say?
I am sad, confused, and hurt. I believed everything you said to me. I thought you loved me.
And then at 9:49, what does she say?
Are you and Lilia married? Please tell me what's going on. What is going on? I do not deserve this.
And then at 9:57, what does she say?
I believed in you, hung on every word you said to me. All I want is someone to love me.
And then at 10:55, she sends a photograph. Is that a picture of her and Mr. Barron?
Yes, that's more than yes. It's identified.
And then she sends another photograph, probably a little bit harder to tell what that is. At 4:57, this is now January 22nd at 4:57 a.m. What does she say?
I am scared. All the power is out. All the power is out, and it's freezing in here.
I
do not
thought you were
like
a
being alone.
And then
self-independent
at 4:57
woman.
a.m., what does she say again?
I have no one but myself.
And then at 5:03 a.m., what does she say?
I am heartbroken. Why did you buy a house with me? Why did you lead me on? Who is this Lilia Bocan? Why didn't you buy a house with her? Why didn't you play? Or why did you play with my heart? You have destroyed me. I believed in you. You have ruined my heart. I am trying to figure out who you are and what kind of person plays with someone's heart. I'm so hurt, but I know you don't care. The lies, the betrayals, who are you? I put my heart and soul into you. I love you so much. My heart is broken. I don't think it will ever be repaired. I am so sad.
And then at 5:04, so that was at 5:03:48. This is 5:04:33. What does she say?
I'm alone again. I'm so sad. You cannot play with people's hearts.
And then at 5:12, what does she say?
Who are you? Who is Lilia Bocan? I deserve an answer. She told me you were married to her.
And then at 5:17, what does she say?
I fell in love with you. I honestly thought you were my forever. I wanted to be your wife. I wanted you to be my husband. What happened? I have been hurt so many times. I just can't take it anymore. Why couldn't you just love me for me?
And then he replies at 9:46 a.m. What does he say?
Suzanne, I am truly sorry to have hurt you. It was never my intention.
Moving on to States 251. This is on February 20th
Guy.
of 2025.
This
What
guy.
does, I promise we're almost done. What does the defendant say? This is at 9:23 p.m.
Trash out.
And then what does he say again?
How did call with attorney go?
What does she say?
I have to have an interlock device installed in my car.
And then what does he say?
Okay.
And then at 10:48, what does she say?
Horrible. I am so sad. I feel alone, but I will survive. I have so many times before.
And then at 10:49, what does she say?
I feel like you don't even care about me, and you knew that I had a phone call with my attorney. And you never called to check on me. I feel like you don't really love me.
And then he says at 2:49 what?
Why feel alone?
And what does she say at 2:50?
You knew I had a call, and you never checked on me afterwards.
And then what does she say at 10:50 a couple seconds later?
I wish you worried about me like you do Lily and her daughter.
And then at 10:50 a couple seconds later, what does she say?
Don't worry about me.
And then what's his reply?
I had electricians here today.
And then what does he say again?
Remember?
And she says what?
I am good.
And he says at 10:55.
I will not come there this weekend to listen to all this. I cannot.
And what does she say at
I don't
10:56?
blame
Can
her.
you talk?
And then again at 11:25.
I love you. I'm going to pull up my big girl panties and be strong.
States 252 is on February 24th, so 4 days later. This is at 9:44 p.m. What does she say?
I do love you. Are you finished with Lillian, Emily?
And what is your reply?
Yes, have been, sweetheart.
And what does she say at 10:06 p.m.?
I miss the David I met at first. I miss us. When did you finish with her? You texted her yesterday. She wants you to keep paying. She said she's confused. She's not confused. Her and her daughter had a grand time. in
Nobody
New York.
deserves
Why?
like us.
And then 10:07,
Wish you would have finished with her before me.
and then 10:08.
Funny.
I think you're in love with her and me.
And what does he say at 10:09?
Yes, agree. We became one so quickly.
And 10:09 again,
Just you.
and then 10:12.
It has always been you for me.
And then she replies at 10:14. What does she say?
I can't understand why you took care of her, not me, but her for so long.
Yeah.
You are in love with her. I am good with that, but I deserve more than to fight for you over a woman like that. I will not. I value and respect myself too much. You are so in love with her. I want you to be with her.
Moving on to the last one, States 253 is on February 26th, so 2 days later. It's a long text from the defendant. I apologize, but if you could read that, it's to February 26th at 8:55 a.m.
Okay.
Oh,
You always tell me you're going to call me later, and night after night you fall asleep and I never hear from you. This is a strong indication you're not prioritizing our relationship. I would hope you would be looking forward to talking to me. You are ignoring me, which is not okay and considered it's disrespectful behavior. I honestly do not ask you for much, or I honestly do not ask much for, or ask much for, or for much from you, sorry. I do not feel good about us. I need to take a step back. Between your actions in the last month, putting me last and Lilia first, never putting me first, I do not feel valued. These last months, I feel a mixture of sadness, frustration, loneliness, and it has taken a significant hit to my self-esteem. I do question my worth in this relationship. I honestly feel like needs are being ignored. Your words and actions do not match. I am tired of begging for attention and answers to questions. Our relationship is dying day by day. I need to feel loved, valued, and respected. I am tired of writing novels to you. I should not have to tell a grown man how to treat, or furthermore, how I want to be treated.
well,
I honestly
you're
do not
also
understand
like
what
his
is going
third
on.
wife.
I do not excite you or make you want to reach out. I feel unappreciated and very lonely. Please do not respond with words that do not mean anything. Your actions are answering to all my questions. I need time to sort this out. No, I love you, and it's hard for my heart to grab love because I crave it. I want love so bad.
Okay, so this is
I got it before.
Okay.
this is the interrogation, like the end of it. We started watching it right before this. Sorry, I had an itch. And this is when she finds out that David is not
I
alive.
mean,
Yeah, no, this was the line. Looks like this line hit it.
that, whatever, when you pull that back, and that's when the bullets came out. And that little piece on the end, I had to yank my hands out of it.
It's only one bullet came out. Three bullets came out, but one you said.
Three.
And you flushed them down the toilet. Is that house on septic or sewage?
I didn't accept it.
Okay. Yeah. All right. You have any more questions about anything? Okay.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful, rude, but I really need to know if he's.
I'm trying to figure out all the facts of everything that happened, because what you're telling me is not making sense. I'm trying to.
It's still not making sense?
No, not from what they're telling me they see there.
But, I mean,
I think you shot his gun one time, at least.
that I shot it.
Maybe, I don't know, or shot your gun more than you're telling me, but the bullet holes were, okay, so if he had the door closed, nobody was shot out of that room, right? And he was on the ground, not doing anything when the door opened, right?
Oh, yeah, when I.
So-
Hold on, just 1 minute.
He was there.
And all you heard was loud bang, not multiple loud bangs going up.
The only thing that could happen is he had his gun.
Mhm.
He had his gun with him, so if he shot his gun, he shot that. Before, when I was walking up the step, I heard a loud bang, I think it was the door, but he's the only person that would have his gun.
But it was only one, wasn't several?
So what?
Loud bangs, just one?
I just heard one.
Okay. So,
And then I shot
You are
his door.
icy.
But I only shot my gun. I mean, everything should be, I don't even know how many bullets were in there, but
I don't know either.
I promise I only shot that door.
Okay. Well,
I didn't bring my gun up there to do anything. I just brought it, I guess I could see it. So I was thinking, when I came back up, that he was gonna be there. I don't know what I was thinking. I was just thinking, when I came back up those stairs, that he was gonna be there, but I didn't bring it like to hurt somebody. I didn't. And then when the door was locked, and he didn't say, I thought he was laying in bed. I'm like, I did.
so, I'm gonna tell you, okay?
Yeah.
He did not make it.
Oh my God.
Sit down, sit down, sit down. Sit down.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. Oh my God. Oh my God.
It's so important to have these facts.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. Oh my God.
I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do this.
Oh my God. I gave it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. Oh my God. Oh.
kind of fast forward. Give you an idea.
Get it.
She's getting up and
Oh my God.
pacing. She can't sit down. Granted, this is at 1.5 times speed.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh. Even more. I think she's on the ground at this point.
I'm gonna step out just for 1 second, see if we can find those numbers. If you need anything, let us know. Just hang out right here, okay? Well, somebody's right here. No, I can't leave the door open because there's an office right here, okay? All right, we'll be right here.
Oh my God.
Okay.
State has rested. Defense has no obligation to put up any evidence. State has the burden of proving the case beyond a reasonable doubt. What say the defense?
We have witnesses present, Judge.
Call them when you're ready.
Ms. Suzanne Mericle.
Come on up.
Here we go. Hi, Nikki. Oh my God,
Give me the
Nikki.
truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, help you God.
Oh,
Thank you so much.
strap in for the next
Okay, hi. I said my
2
name is
hours.
Suzanne Mericle.
Before we get started, I wanted to ask you, can you hear me now, Judge?
Yes.
Before we get started, I wanted to ask you about whether you're taking any prescriptions right now.
Yes, I am.
Okay. And do you know what all those are as you sit there, or do you need to look at a list to kind of
I
remember
need to
those?
look at a list.
Can I approach witness, Judge?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Show you those, okay? Can you take a look at those and tell us what you're taking now?
Yes.
Can you tell us what medications you're on right now?
Yes, I'm on vitamin with minerals, prednisone 2 milligrams, trazodone 100 milligrams, Seroquel 100 milligrams, hydroxyzine 50 milligrams, estradiol, ibuprofen, citalopram, HBr 40 milligrams, and risperidone 2
Why is
milligrams.
she on birth control?
Mr. Van Rossum, lawyers, come on up.
Or maybe it's estrogen. My bad.
Suzanne, you have the ability
For
to turn down the
menopause.
volume on your
Turn it down.
Just you wait.
Try that.
Okay, I'm talking now. Go ahead.
I'm
Okay.
shocked
Yes.
that her
We got feedback over here.
attorney
Judge,
got her
okay.
on the stand.
We shall see.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
I wanted to show you some pictures of Defendant's Exhibit 21 through 41.
None of the
21 through
pictures
41.
are important for us to see in order to understand what's going on.
Which ones? I'm going to show you Defendants 21 through 41. Okay, you can take a look at those and see if you recognize those.
Yeah, I take trazodone. I don't take nearly that much. And I take it at night so I can sleep. I did hear someone say that she takes the Seroquel to
pictures
go
of
to
me
sleep.
The day after that
But still, that's
incident happened
On March the 8th,
on March the 8th.
do they fairly and accurately represent how you appeared on March the 8th?
Yes, they do.
Move to admit Defendants 21 through 41.
No objection.
Admitted.
and I'm allergic to Lexapro.
Yeah, we have to-
That was fun finding that out.
We'll show you Defendants Exhibit 21. Which, can you tell us which arm that is of yours, your left or your right?
It looks like my right arm.
Okay. I'm going to show you Defendants Exhibit 22.
Oh, these are photos of bruises on
Is this
her
a picture of
arms.
that right arm?
Yes, it is.
Defendants 23.
Yeah, I hear you, Nikki.
What is this picture of?
Can you talk in the microphone?
what is this one a picture of? Is this your same right arm?
This is my same right arm, yes, the underside of it.
Okay, I'm gonna show you defendants 24, okay?
Yeah.
What is that?
That's my left arm.
I would be a zombie. Which is what it's sometimes used for.
What does it show in defendants 28?
That's up my knee.
To zombify people.
And which knee is that?
It is like my left knee,
And defendants 29.
and that's my left thigh.
Yes.
Defendants 31 here.
And that looks like my left thigh again.
And defendants 33 here.
It looks like my thigh.
Is this your left or your
It
right?
looks like my right.
Right? I'm tired as well.
And defendants 37.
I would sleep for a week on all those medications.
What does that appear to be of?
It looks like a picture of my left
Oops. sorry.
arm over my right arm.
And defendants 39.
And it looks like my right arm.
Defendants 40.
And that looks like my left thigh.
So if you guys are just tuning in, hello, please make sure to hit the like button. And we are watching the beginning, like literally just 2 minutes ago,
How
this
is it that
started
you sustained
of a
the injuries that
defendant
we've looked at from
in
exhibits
a
21 through 41.
homicide
It's
case.
where he grabbed me and hit me the night of the incident.
I kind of wanted to go right into March 6th and March 7th, okay?
Okay.
Tell us what happened on the evening of March 7th, around about the time that you all were in the living room and there was dinner being served and all that.
Okay. In the evening, we were. I decided to cook dinner for us, and so I made scrambled eggs for him and a fried egg for me, and I made
Ooh.
some. I cooked some kielbasa and some bacon. I fried the bacon,
Okay.
and then we
You
had
said
dinner.
Kielbasa?
Kielbasa,
Like
it's
kielbasa
Polish.
sausage?
yeah, sausage.
Okay.
I cut that up too for us, and then we had
Kielbasa.
dinner, and then I cleaned up the kitchen, and then he fell asleep.
I was literally
Where in
raised
the
off of
house?
kielbasa.
The jury has seen lots of
Can't eat it.
photos of the house. Where in
anymore.
the house was this, where he falls asleep?
In the living room area where the two chairs are, in the foyer area right in front of the television.
Was there something that you did while he's asleep there in the foyer?
Something that I did.
Yeah, he's asleep. What are you doing?
I'm over there on my phone.
At some point, does Mr. Barron wake up?
Yes, he does.
How is she awake?
And what happens after it is that he gets up?
After he gets up, I went to the bathroom and I came back and he was awake and he had my phone in his hand.
Okay.
And
So are we talking in the first place? You have free reign. Thank you. I'm sorry. Showing you State's Exhibit 182. Is this your phone?
yes, that's my phone.
Does Mr. Barron, well, first of all, do you have a code on your phone?
Is he what?
You have a code on your phone.
Yes, I do.
Who doesn't?
Is that something that
Come
Mr.
on,
Barron
Lloyd.
knows?
Yes, he knows my code.
What is the code? You don't tell me the number, but what does it represent?
It's my mother's birthday.
You got your mother's birthday as your code, and you've gone into the bathroom now, so you've come back, and Mr. Barron's holding your phone, so tell us what happens next.
Yes, he's holding my phone. And he said to me, he said, who is this guy you're texting? And I said, he's a friend of mine. He said, it sounds more than a friend. And I said, he's a friend of mine. And he said, how do you know him? And I told him that I met him on St. Simon's Island. He said, how long have you known him? And I told him about 2 years. He said, have you ever slept with him? And I said, no, I have not.
Okay. And hang on before you go any further. When was it that you had started, I guess, communicating? Or are we talking about, what's the name of this person, first of all?
Charlie English,
When was it that you had started communicating with Mr. English by text?
about 2 to 3 weeks prior to this day.
So this would be the 7th. So we're talking about February 15th, 16th, something like that?
Yes.
Had you actually gone and met in person with Mr. English? Had you had some physical meeting with him?
I
No, I
didn't
have
know
not.
that.
You're texting with him though, and what messages on your phone are visible? In other words, that Mr. Barron could see.
There were only 2 messages that were visible to him.
Okay, and I'm going to try to find them. You remember what the substance of the one?
Yeah, the one text said, if you were alone with me, what would you do to me right now? Something like that.
I'll show you. Defendant's
They are
Exhibit 14.
61 years old.
See that green right there?
What would you do to me if I was next to you?
Did Mr. Barron accept your explanation that you'd not had a relationship with this other man?
No, he did not.
What happened after that?
After that, he told me, did you sleep with him? And I said,
Objection, hearsay.
It's not offered for its truth. There's statements involving.
Okay, so at this point,
I can't imagine that these statements by Mr. Barron are not offered for the truth.
So now they're going to be at sidebar for like 5 minutes. Then they excuse the jury. And they argue some more. And finally, the jury comes back in.
Y'all go ahead and take a break, please.
But this guy, this defense attorney, he had the ruling going in his way, and he decided to open up his stupid fat mouth and just piss off the judge, and it ended up not going as well as it could have. Let's just say it. Put it that way. Okay, let me get back to her on the stand. I gave you a thorough breakdown, and I saved you an hour of your life.
We've already let the horse out of the barn, and practice pointer, defense can take stands, usually a good time when the judge comes out and says, hey, is there anything to let the judge know? Dr. Mericle, you've already started testimony. To be clear, that horse is sort of already out of the barn. We could obviously take things, but it's my understanding you do wish to testify. Is that correct? Great. All right, come on up.
It's a little late for that judge. Did he really not ask her that and like go through the whole thing about testifying before she got on the stand?
Let's bring it back. Thank you.
Yes, they can be slow. I spent all last night catching up on this.
Welcome back. Thank you for your patience. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Thank you. Y'all can be seated. Thank you.
This
Members of the
is
jury, I
wild.
commend the lawyers for their advocacy. They're doing their jobs, and I appreciate them advocating for each side of their respective positions. As I stated, very early in jury selection process, this is natural, and we appreciate y'all's patience with the court as we hash out some legal issues. The court has overruled the hearsay objection and rules that the answer is not for the truth of the matter asserted, but only to potentially explain defendant's potential actions. As with any witness, issues of credibility are solely within your discretion. To be clear, the court is making no comment on the evidence one way or the other. And it's my understanding that defense has an objection to that. That objection is noted. Thank you, Judge.
Their audio system is awful.
Okay. I'm going to orient you to where we were, okay?
okay.
Whenever she takes a step, she has to reorient herself with all that medication.
Okay.
You kidding me?
What is that?
That's a picture of our foyer area, the living room area where we were seated that night.
Where was it that you said you had gone?
To the bathroom.
And can you show us, can you kind of show it? Maybe I'll use the pointer here. Can you show us which way you'd have to go to get there from this picture?
Excuse me.
I have to go this way.
Did you hear that?
That's funny, Mickey. Yeah, this courtroom is the worst
Yeah, you can do whatever you want with it.
setup
Yeah.
courtroom.
I have to go this way.
Okay. Which way is the bathroom on this picture?
This side, right over here. Bathroom's back there.
Thanks. After you come back from the bathroom, is that when you see him with the phone?
Yes, he had my phone.
What was his demeanor? What was his, I guess, attitude, if you will, when you came back in?
You could tell he was angry.
Was he making any statements to you?
He just asked me how long have I known him? Where did I meet him? How long have I known him? Where did I meet him? Have I slept with him?
And did Mr. Barron accept your responses that you were giving back?
He did, except for the last one when I said I didn't sleep with him. He called me a lying whore.
And what happened after he did that?
After he did that, after he called me a lying whore, then he stood up and he came over there to me and put both of his hands around my neck and started choking me.
Okay. Could you breathe with both of his hands around your neck?
No, I could not.
Were you capable of breaking free from his grip or getting loose or anything like that?
No, I was not.
Why not?
He's very strong.
How long does he have his hands around your neck?
Probably for about 30 seconds, maybe.
What happens after that?
After that, he drops his hands and he grabs both of my wrists and he pulls me up and he takes me and puts me against the living room wall, slams me against the living room wall. And then he slams me against the door frame and he lost his balance at the door frame. And I ran into the bedroom and he followed me into the bedroom and he goes right to the dresser by the side of the bed and he gets his gun. And I asked him,
Is this the state's exhibit? When you say gets his gun, let me show you. State's exhibit 190. Can you take a look at that?
yes.
Is that the gun?
Yes, it is.
Where are you now where he's got the firearm? Where are you?
Or can you repeat that?
I'm sorry, I was away from the microphone. Where are you when he's got the firearm?
I'm standing in the bedroom.
And what happens after he picks up the firearm?
I asked him what he's doing with the firearm. I asked him what he's doing with it. And he said, protection against intruders is what he said.
What did you think he was getting the firearm for?
To shoot me.
And he tells you he's not getting it for that? He gives you some other explanation?
Exactly, right.
What did you make of that statement? I'm getting it for intruders.
I didn't think that was, I thought that was just an excuse because I still thought he was getting the gun out to shoot me.
After that,
Hey guys, if you are new, I'm not going to do this too often, but we are watching the defendant in a case in Georgia take the stand in her own trial. So this is a big moment because this is very rarely seen. But I did want to point out now that I've actually heard the list of medications that she's on during this, I'm shocked that she is awake and able to do this. Because when I watched this yesterday, I skipped over that part. And I highly recommend you go listen if you want, like 20 minutes ago. It's wild.
where does he go?
After that, he goes into the living room.
And what do you do?
I follow into the living room and I start looking for my phone.
Were you able to find your phone in the living room?
No, I was not. And I asked him for my phone and for the keys to his car. And he told me I wouldn't get the phone and that no one was going anywhere tonight.
Where are you right now when he's saying all those things?
I'm in the living room.
Does he have anything besides a gun?
No,
Put something on his shoulder.
when he went upstairs, he put a satchel bag on his shoulders.
Okay, what's the satchel bag?
It's like a
A
briefcase.
a man
He owns
purse?
it. It's his briefcase, satchel bag. But he didn't put it on until he was going up the stairs.
What happens as you're there near the stairs and he's got the gun in the satchel bag?
He starts asking me other questions. He didn't have the satchel bag at this time.
Okay.
But he starts asking me more questions about Charlie English, asking me where he's from, what he does for a living, and have I ever seen him, and then he
Yeah, she
tells
was
me that
drinking, but
I need
not
to-
very
he asked me
much.
how long I've been communicating with him, and I told him 2 to 3 weeks, and he told me I need to stop communicating with him, and I told him I would stop communicating with him once he stopped communicating with his lady friend, and he got mad and he
That's
grabbed my
fair.
right arm, and then he kicked behind my leg and made me fall down on my knees on the staircase.
After you're down on your knees, is he holding you with his arm or something? Has he got you in some sort of grip?
Yeah, he's holding me with my arm. He's got a grip on me with his arm. I'll hold my arm down like that.
What's he do after that?
After that, he tells me that he wants me to suck his big cock.
And is that something that you're interested in doing at this point?
No, I was not.
What do you do next?
And then he told me to help him undo his pants. And so I helped him undo his pants because he had a gun in his hand, his other hand. And I helped him undo his pants. Then he put his penis in my mouth and told me to suck it. And then he kept trying to make me suck it, give him oral sex. And then he grabbed me again and he And he told me that I need to keep sucking. And I told him I couldn't. And I told him I started crying. And I was crying. And he told me to shut up and stop crying. And then he told me again to shut up. And then he said, you need to shut the fuck up. He said, if you don't, I'm going to take my fucking gun. And he held the gun up to my lips like that. He told me he was going to take his fucking gun and shove it down my fucking throat and shoot my fucking brains out.
Wow.
And then he told me you
Brains are
belong to
this way,
me.
not that
And then
way.
he pushed me backwards. And then he told me, don't close your eyes tonight.
Before you go any further, I want to show you a picture.
John Legend's from here, where I live.
Show you Defendant's Exhibit 4.
Speaking of Chrissy Teigen.
Do you recognize this area on Mr. Barron's body?
Yes, I do.
How is it that his genitalia, if you know, ended up looking like that?
The night before, when I got there Thursday night, I was in the shower and he got in the shower with me and told me that he wanted me to shave his genital area.
Is that something that you were interested in doing, that you wanted to do for him?
No, it wasn't.
How was it that he got you to do it?
He pushed me down on my knees. He grabbed the back of my head, back of my hair, and he pushed me down on my knees. And he told me, oops, I'm sorry. And he handed me a razor and told me to shave it.
Is this the way his penis looked on March the 7th?
Yes, it is.
Those jurors are looking at this man's penis right now.
Yes, he does.
Those
Now,
poor
at this
people.
point, what is it that you're thinking as he's gone up the stairs? Are you thinking that you're safe?
No, I'm not. I'm thinking that I need to get out of there.
Has he ever, in the past, gone up the stairs to that same exact room and you not been safe?
Yes, it has.
When did that happen?
It happened on the night of February the 16th, February 15th, 16th.
No, you got charged with a DUI?
Yes, it is.
This is on 1.5 times speed,
On the
guys.
night of February 15th, I want to talk about that for a minute.
Okay.
What happened on that night?
We were sitting in the living room watching TV, and he started talking about the down payment on the mortgage. He started talking about the payment on the mortgage that he wanted me to use to sell. I was selling my dental practice. He wanted me to use the money from that to pay the mortgage off.
And the jury has some idea, but how much money was owed on this property in February of 2025?
1.33.
Unbelievable.
What was it that Mr. Barron wanted you to do as far as that 1.33 that was owed?
He wanted me to pay it off with the money from my selling my dental practice.
All of it?
All of it.
Was that a good idea? Is that something you wanted to do?
No, it was not.
How was it that he brought this up to you? How did he express to you that he wanted this to be done?
He just told me, we were sitting there and he brought it up that he wanted it for me to pay the mortgage off. He said it would help him out if I could just pay the whole mortgage off and it'd take away our payments.
And so did you agree to do it?
But it
No, I
would
did
help
not.
him out.
And how did he take that?
Well, I got up to get a bottle of water and he followed me in the kitchen and he kept telling me I need to do that. And I told him I wasn't going to do that, that I wasn't comfortable putting that much money down, that was for my retirement to be put away for when I retire. And he got mad and he slammed me up against the refrigerator door like 2 times.
And did he do anything else after that?
And then he went up, he got his satchel bag, his phone, his keys, his whatever, I think that's it. And he went upstairs with the satchel bag and his keys and his phone.
Did he go up to the same room?
When you hear satchel bag, do you not think of Zach Galifianakis during The Hangover with his man purse walking through the casino?
That we see on Defendant's Exhibit 6.
Yes, he did.
This one here. I didn't ask you that very well. Is this the same room that he went into?
Yes, it is.
And was that the end of the matter on on February the 15th? Was that the end of the matter?
No, it was not.
What happened?
He stayed up there and I went and got ready for bed and I got in bed and I was reading a book in bed and I must have fallen asleep. And then when I woke up, he was sitting beside the bed and he had his gun out and he was tapping it on my foot.
He's sitting beside the bed in which bedroom?
In the master bedroom, sitting on my side, right up next to the bed. He was standing or sitting like right there.
And he tapped you on your foot with what?
with his gun.
Was the gun still in the holster or was it out of the
It
holster?
was out of the holster.
Did this tapping wake you up?
Yes, it did.
Well, what do you
Was that the
think?
end of it?
No, it wasn't. No, I woke up and I was terrified. I didn't know why he had his gun out. And then he started telling me, I sat up immediately and asked him what was going on. And he said to me that he was sorry for what he did and that he understood that I couldn't pay the whole amount and that he loves me and wants us to be together.
And was that the end of it?
No, then he walked over to the other side of the bedroom and he put his gun and he put my phone. He had my phone. He put it up on the dresser and then he crawled into bed with me. And then he put his arms around me and kept telling me he loved me and wanted us to be together. And that if I could just pay maybe just half the mortgage then,
So that would be what, 600
something.
something. Okay. Did you agree to do it?
No, I said no, that I didn't feel comfortable doing that either. That I just wanted to pay my regular mortgage payment every month.
And then what?
And then when I said no, that I didn't want to do it anymore. And I asked him, I said, are you still paying for your lady friends, her expenses every month?
Okay.
And he looked at me,
And your lady friend means
Lilia.
W?
Okay. you brought that up to him.
Right, I brought that up to him.
Excuse me.
And then he got mad and he
W?
grabbed both of my arms and he put them above my head.
Oh,
And then he lifted up my shirt and started slapping my breast, my chest. He started slapping them very painfully and hard.
Had he ever slapped your breast like that and pinned you with your arms above your head before?
No, never.
Well, then what happened?
And then he slid me off the side of the bed and he tried to have anal sex with me.
That's not cool.
Are you on your stomach or on your back when he saw
I'm
you?
on my stomach.
How do you know? Well, I guess that's a bad question.
You think?
How do you know that that was his intent?
Because he tried to enter me.
Was he successful in entering your body?
No, he was not.
What happened?
And then he said that he wanted to get some lube. And so he turned around and walked into the bathroom. And when he did that, I got my phone and I grabbed my purse and I took off running. And I went outside to my car and I got into my car.
Were you wearing clothes?
I had a t-shirt on at that point. No undergarments on, just a t-shirt.
Did you make it to your car?
Yes, I did. I made it to my car.
And then what?
And then I was backing up and he came outside. He ran out to the door. I ran out the door and I was backing up and then I drove off.
I'll show you what's been marked as Defendant Exhibit 42.
Did you know that?
Take a look at that.
Oh, yeah.
Dates here in the columns here.
Okay.
I'm glad you said that because I
Yes.
didn't need to say what I was
Does that
just
call
going to
log
say.
from your phone?
Yes.
Does it fairly and accurately represent the calls that David Barron made to you on February 16th after you left the house?
Who else is watching? I know there are people out there. I see you guys hiding.
Yes.
And I'd love to know who you
That's
are.
42.
No objection.
What's the number?
42, Judge.
Admitted.
After you pulled away,
I'll type it.
did you receive any telephone calls from David Barron?
From who?
From David Barron.
Yes, I did.
Do you remember how many calls it was?
He called me about maybe 5 times, 5 to 7 times.
Let's take a look, okay? Defendants 42. You see that first call right there, 10044?
Yes.
What does it say? Does it say that you received the call?
Said missed.
Okay. Let's look at 10042. You see that call?
Yes, it says I missed.
What time was that call?
That was at 2:19 a.m.
Okay. What about this one, 10041?
It says I missed that one, and that one was at 2:19, 56 seconds.
What about 1040?
That was at 2 minutes and 20, 2 o'clock, 2:20, 38 seconds. Sorry.
What about 1039?
That was at 2:21, 14 seconds a.m., and I missed that call.
What about 1038?
That was at 2:21, 49 seconds, and I missed that call.
What about 1037?
That was at 2 o'clock, 22 minutes and 21 seconds, and I missed that call.
And what about 1036?
That was at 2:22, 58 seconds, and I missed that call.
I'm
You keep
gonna
saying you
switch
missed the
the
call.
poll.
Yeah, it was ringing, then I
I
didn't
think
pick it
know
up.
something.
Look at 1035. What time
That's
is
at
that?
2:23:19 a.m., 19 seconds, and it says rejected.
Okay. What about 1034?
That's at 2:23, 57 seconds, and it said I missed it. I just wouldn't answer in the phone.
Right. What about 1033?
We get that,
That was
dear.
at 2 o'clock, 2:24 and 33 seconds. And it said I missed that call as well.
What about 1032?
That was at 2:25, 10 seconds. And I missed that call as well.
And it looks like you tried to place a call here at 1031. Is that right?
Yes, I guess so. That probably was a missed dial. I don't know.
Who's that?
That's to my daughter, Mary Madden.
Looks like maybe it says not answered. 1030.
Right.
That one. That was to David Barron.
Yes.
And then 1029.
It's at 2:39, 11 seconds, not answered.
That's from you to him, right?
Yes.
And then 1028.
That's from him at 2:40, 14 seconds. And I missed it.
And then we'll have to flip to the next page to see who that's from. Let me go here. Looks like you placed a call. Is that right?
Yes.
Who's that to?
That's to Mary Madden, my daughter.
And 1025.
It's 2:51, 18 seconds. And I didn't answer the call
And who's that from?
from David Barron.
And this next call at 1024.
It's at 3:02 and 4 seconds. And I didn't answer that call.
So you probably weren't counting, but do you know how many that was? How many calls from Mr. Barron?
No, I do not.
We have heard some or seen some evidence about some notes on your phone or a note on your phone about this DUI night.
Right. Mhm.
2 people have voted in the poll so far, and the other person won't say who or like drop an emoji in the chat. Come on. Get past the lurking side. Say hello. Drop an emoji. I won't be weird.
In the notes in your phone about this DUI night, it doesn't have any of this information about this incident.
Right. It does not.
Why not?
Well, I wrote the note in case I had to go over what happened that night previously, so I would remember what happened that night, but I left out a lot of details and I left out the truth in it. And the reason I did that is because he was going to help me with this. And if he saw that I said anything like that or wrote anything, he'd be furious with me and he'd hurt me. So I knew not to say anything about what really transpired that evening.
Did you ever tell anybody about the things that Mr. Barron had done to you?
No, never.
What about your kids,
No, never. I never told anyone.
your sisters?
No, I never told anyone.
No. Get it, dude.
I wanna
She
ask
didn't
you
tell
about-
anyone.
The night when the police came to St. Simon's, okay?
Okay.
What was the place that you guys were staying, you and Mr. Barron?
We were staying at Seagate Inn.
And we've heard from the police officers
Right.
showed up, but can you tell us what happened earlier in the night?
Well, we went to a restaurant called Ember. We went out to eat. We were on St. Simon's. And in the middle of dinner, he said he didn't feel well. So we packed up our dinner and we left. And we get in the car and I asked him, I said, are you okay? He said, no, he's not okay. He said, you weren't paying attention to me in there. You were paying attention to all your friends. Because there were a lot of people in there that I knew. And I was just talking to him and saying hello to him. And I said, no, I was paying attention to you. And he said, no, you weren't. He said, why did I drive all the way from Gainesville to come here if you weren't going to pay attention to me? And then we were silent on the way home. And then we pulled into the parking garage. And that's when he asked me if I could do him a favor. He said,
Mark.
"Could you do me a favor?" And I said, sure. And he wanted me to pay his mortgage for that month.
Okay, hang on. His mortgage means what?
His half of the mortgage payment that we made together.
At this time, we know what the mortgage loan amount is, but what is the monthly total payment if you know?
It's about probably around 9,000. So between the two of us, it's like 4,500. I pay
Unbelievable.
4,500 and he pays 4,500.
Did you agree to
$9,000 a month
fund
for your
his
house.
portion of the mortgage?
No, I did not.
And how did he receive that information?
He slapped me in the face.
And this was in the car?
This was in the car, yes.
Okay. Was that the end of it?
No, then I told him that maybe he needs to find another place to stay tonight. And I told him that I would get all of his stuff together and send it down the elevator. So I went upstairs to get his belongings and pack his bags. And I was up there doing it. And he comes up the stairs, up the elevator, I'm sorry. He comes upstairs and he's standing at the door. And he's trying to get in the door. And I'm standing in the way of the door. And he pushes the door open and makes me fall.
And what happened when you fell?
When I fell,
Hold on,
since I was
Nikki.
already on the ground, he kicked me in the side. And then he kicked me really hard in the head. And then he pulls me up from the ground. He put one hand on my neck and the other hand on top of my hair and pulls me up from the ground that way.
What happens after he does that?
Then the police bang on the door. But before that, when we were talking about why I wouldn't why I wouldn't pay for it. I then made another statement that as long as he's paying for her monthly bill, that I would not pay for it.
Was that something he liked you to say to him?
No, that's when he slapped me in the face.
When the police got there, did you feel like what did you tell them? Did you tell them this is what happened?
No, I did not. I told him everything was okay.
What'd you tell them about Mr. Barron?
I told him that he was fine, that everything was good, that everything was going to be okay.
The next testimony completely makes you on your head, like think, holy crap,
Defendant's Exhibit 13.
what she said could have been true.
You can take your time, okay?
Okay. Yes, I recognize them.
Are these your texts with Mr. Barron?
Yes, they are.
Do they fairly represent your text with Mr. Barron?
Yes, they do.
From January 31st through January 31st to February
February the 3rd.
February the 3rd.
Yes.
Move to Defendant Exhibit 13.
No objection.
Admitted.
To do the videos at the same time.
Have that one back. That's right.
So I would just add this to my
Showing you.
StreamYard, add TikTok
Second page of Defendant's
to
13.
go live on there while I'm live on here.
Who's this message from?
It's from me to David.
Okay. And what is it that you're telling him there?
I said that EM came back and took me to the hospital and I had to spend the night for observation. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Was it true that an EM came back to your condo?
No, it was not.
What was Mr. Barron's response to you at 12:16 a.m. on the 3rd there?
He said, you should be ashamed of how you reacted. It was you who acted so terribly to have some persons call the police.
Your response to Mr. Barron is what?
I fell and I hit my head and they heard me. I talked to them today.
You talked to, are you
That
inferring that you talked to
hopefully you
people
can
who
handle
called
the power.
911?
Yes.
But had you actually talked to them?
No, I had not. I was just trying to make him feel better
Feel better about what?
about what he did to me and that he knows I wasn't going to say anything. He was scared I was going to say something.
What's the next thing that you told him?
It says, I fell and hit my head and they heard me yell. I talked to them today. You did nothing. I held the door. You pushed and I fell. That's all. That's all that happened. I think you need to go find Lily and be with her. I hired a private eye and he told me that she has 8 men sending her money and you are number 9. It's a scam.
Now, had you actually hired a private investigator?
No, I had not.
Of course not. Do you even have to ask at this point?
When was the first time that you and Mr. Barron had violence in your relationship?
Probably in September of 2024.
Okay. And where did that take place?
We were in a hotel in Atlanta, Georgia.
You're staying at a hotel. Is anyone else staying at the hotel besides you and Mr. Barron?
Just us.
And what happened?
Well, we went to dinner at the hotel and then we were coming back up the stairs, come back up to the room and we had a seat in the sitting area. And then he told me that he wanted to talk about the down payment for our mortgage.
Okay, so hang on, just so the folks
Okay.
know. When was it that you actually made the agreement or the mortgage or the, signed all that stuff for the house?
That was in October. So this is a month before we sign everything.
Okay.
And and so then he asked me about, we decided beforehand to pay, each of us were going to put $300,000 down on the loan. So to lessen our payments, our monthly payments. And then that night he told me that he could only put $100,000 down, but he still wanted me to put the $300,000 down. And I told him I wasn't comfortable doing that, that I'd put whatever he put down, that is fine. If he can only do 100,000, then I'd put down 100,000. And then he also said that he wanted only his name on the house.
You mean he wanted on the deed or on the title or something like that?
Right. He just wanted his name to be on there, not mine.
Okay.
Well,
And
that's
did
kind
this-
of crappy.
Was this suggestion a suggestion that you were interested in following?
No, I was not.
What happened?
And so he suggested that I pay the $300,000 and he pays $100,000. I told him no, that I wouldn't do that. And he told me that I need to listen to him And I told him that I was listening to him. I just wasn't agreeing with him because I didn't want to have my name on the mortgage only and then his name on it without mine, without on the house, the deed and the mortgage. I wanted both of our names on it because we were both putting in equal amounts of money. And he grabbed me by the chin right here. And he grabbed me and told me that I need to learn to listen to him. And then he turned around and hit me in the side of my head.
And was that the end of it?
No, it was not. He
What
went, he left. He went, I guess, I don't know where he went. He went downstairs or somewhere. He took an elevator and left the hotel room. And then he came back probably about an hour and a half later.
So hang on. He's put his hands on you, you say?
Yes.
Right? And then he just leaves?
Yes, he just leaves. He gets my phone
He took your phone?
off the table.
Okay.
And he takes his phone and he takes his satchel bag and he goes and leaves the room. I don't know where he went, but he left the room.
And how much time passed before he shows back up?
Probably about an hour, hour and a half.
And is that the end of it? He just comes back and now everything's fine?
No, it's not.
What happens?
I was in bed already, and he came in there and he pulled me out of bed with my arm. He pulled me out of bed with my arm and told me that we were going to finish this conversation, and that I need to learn to know that he's the boss, not me. And then he told me again to put down 300,000, and I told him I just wanted to put down 100,000, just like he did. And he didn't agree to that. And then I told him I wanted my name on the house as well as his name. He said he needed it for tax purposes, and that he knew more about this stuff than I did. And I told him I needed it for tax purposes too. So I told him that I would not put down 300,000.
And that's the end of it?
No.
It's over?
And then when I told him that, he told me
The
he
end.
needs to teach me a lesson about listening to him. And he grabbed me by the hair, by the back of my head, grabbed me by the hair and threw me down on the bed. And then he sexually forced himself on me.
When you say sexually forced himself on me, what do you mean exactly?
He made me have sexual intercourse with him.
But this is someone you're having sexual intercourse with consensually before this, right?
Yes,
Well, what's the difference between the consensual sex you had with him and this?
because I was being forced to have it with him. When we have it together, we both agree upon it, but I was being forced to have it and I didn't want to have it at that time
How is he supposed to know you don't want to have it?
because I told him to no. I told him to stop and leave me alone.
I don't know
I was
how else
yelling at
to
him to stop
say
and leave
it.
me alone.
And he didn't, did he
No.
respond to that?
But
No, he didn't respond. He told
the
me to shut
next-
up and he slapped me in the head again.
Witness really lightened
Did you think, because this is, you
the
said this is
blow
the
of
first
this
time.
testimony.
Right, this is the first time that he had before, maybe a couple of times he may have like pushed me maybe a little bit or grab my arm more so that way, but this is the first time he really like attacked me.
Did you think maybe that you should try to end this relationship?
Yes, I did.
Like
Yes.
Why
best
didn't you do it?
expert
Because I loved
witness
him.
I've
And I
ever
thought we could
seen.
work it out.
I want to talk to you about another time down in St. Simons. Approach witness. I'm sorry. I can't do this, all right?
I keep forgetting to see what this place looks like. St. Simon's Island.
Show me defendant 68. Can you look at those? See if you recognize those.
It's known for its expansive moss-draped oak trees, southern atmosphere, and rich coastal history. They have a lighthouse. It's like
You recognize those? Are these a fair and accurate representation of your text with Mr. Barron from January 20th, 2025 to
it does look
January
that
20th,
fun.
January 20th, 2025 at 8:03 a.m. Starts at
9.
6:09 a.m. and runs to 8:03 a.m.
Okay, yes, they are.
Entering defendant's exhibit 68.
Objection.
Admitted.
What do these texts relate to from 1/20/2025?
That's when he was leaving. When he the night before he'd thrown my purse out the window of the car.
Okay. What were you guys arguing about?
About Lilia.
Okay.
What else
Can you
do
read
they
this first
argue
text for
about?
us?
Yes, it says, I am in such shock. I don't even know what to believe. All I know is you never, ever, ever loved me. I was such a fool.
And then let's go down to this bottom one.
This is where I was telling him what was still missing out of my purse when he threw the purse out the window the night before. I said my remote control for my hearing and my wallet are both missing. Those are missing. My medicine is missing from my purse when he threw my purse out the window.
And to orient these folks to that, tell us exactly what happened the night that you threw your purse out the window.
Well, we were at a restaurant eating dinner, and we were sitting out at the bar having dinner, and there's two other couples at the bar sitting there with us. and we were watching the Baltimore Ravens and another team they were playing. And I didn't hear what they said, but they asked him if we were Baltimore fans. And I asked David, I said, what did they say? And he said, they wanted to know if we were Baltimore Ravens fans. And I said, well, I've been to a game before. I said, my son is a fan of Baltimore Ravens, like that. And they started laughing, and he started laughing. And he said, and they said, so you're a fan of Baltimore Ravens? And I said, I guess. And he said, that bitch can't even spell Baltimore, is what he said to them. And so I got kind of upset. And I asked him, I said, I'm ready to go.
Rude.
So we got in the car, and I got mad at him and said, why did you say that about me in front of us? I said, you embarrassed me. And he said, oh, I was just kidding with you. It was just a joke, like that. And then we started going home, and he said, I'm not going to go home if you're going to be, I don't want to go home if you're going to be pouting or something like that. And I said, well, you hurt me.
Guys, I don't think she's the kind of person to pull that kind of joke with. Like, I am. You can say that about me and I will laugh along, but what in all of Saint Ignatius's beard makes you believe that she has this kind of sense of humor, sir?
My feelings like that. I said, you shouldn't have said that in front of those people. We don't even know who they are. And he said, I was just kidding with you. And then he got mad at me, and we kept talking about other things. And then he said that he's going to open the Porsche door and ruin my car. And then he said he's going to throw out my purse. And so he threw out my purse out the window of the car.
And the items that were in your purse included?
The remote control for my implant ear.
Okay. And this might be a good time to talk about that. Okay. I meant to do it earlier. What do you have in your right ear for your ability to hear?
My right ear, I have an Envoy implant for I lost my hearing in my right ear. So that provides my hearing. I have a remote control that I have over there, and I can coordinate my hearing to up and down what I need it to do.
And you say it's an implant. So what is that? Does that mean it's something that you can remove, or it stays in all the time?
No, it's an implant. It's inside of my mastoid process. I had to go through like a 7.5-hour surgery, and they put it in your mastoid process, and this implant is covered up by your skin, your bone, by your hair. And I can't remove it.
Okay.
Every so often I have to get the battery replaced.
What about on your left ear? What do you have for that?
My left ear, I wear a hearing aid.
Is that something that comes in and out?
Yeah, that comes in and out. I can take that in and out, and I have it battery operated.
Okay.
Well, God
I want
bless.
to talk to you about one other thing that we've heard about, which is the thing from December the 28th. Okay.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Tell us what happened on that night, and first tell us where you guys were.
Okay.
December the 28th.
Yes, during the day or at night. You want me to tell you about?
When everything happened at night. Well, I guess you can, because it started in the day, didn't it?
Yeah, it started in the
Go ahead
morning.
and start in the daytime.
Okay, so in the morning we were going to go to Pottery Barn Outlet to look for some more furniture for our home. We had just moved in there, and we're on our way. And he's driving, and he wants me to put the address in my phone, the GPS address for Pottery Barn Outlet. And I said,
He wants you to put the address in your phone to do what?
to go to Pottery Barn
The outlet.
Outlet.
Why does he want to put it into your phone? Is he driving?
What kind of
Okay.
dude
Yes, he
wants
asked
to
me
go
put
to
it in my
Pottery
phone and
Barn
put the
Outlet?
GPS in my phone, and I said, no, let me put it in your phone because I'm going to be on my phone looking at more furniture and things, ideas, getting some more ideas. So he handed me his phone,
Okay. So you have possession of his cell phone. Okay.
and I started to put in the address. Well, then I see a couple of texts like they're coming in. There were like 3 or 4 texts that came in, and they had her name on it, Lilia Boken.
Okay. Before this day, had you ever heard that name before, or knew anything about who that was, or anything at all?
No, I'd never heard her name before. I didn't know who she was.
Okay. And was it a concern for you to see messages from someone, probably a female? I assume you thought it was a female.
Yes, I mean, at first I looked at it and I really kind of laughed and said, who is Lilia? I said, she's really trying to get in touch with you. And the look on his face was like shocked. And he reached over and grabbed the phone out of my hands. And that's when I knew it was something besides just some lady talking to him. And he tried to tell me that that's what it was, just some friend of his that was reaching out to him. And so I asked him to let me see the text, and he wouldn't let me see him. And he pulled off the side of the road, and they were arguing about letting me see the text and not see the text. And then he walked over to my side of the door, and he opened it up and told me to get out, that I could walk home.
And where are you now in relationship to you all's lake house?
Probably about 20 miles, 25 miles away from the lake house.
I love that
And
hat.
he was just sitting
An
outside.
offer to get out of the car and walk
And
home?
I'm a Cleveland
Excuse me, say that
fan.
again.
Did you take him up on his offer to get out of the car and walk home?
He pulled me out of the car.
Okay. So did you get out?
So I got out. Yes, I got out. He pulled me out of the car. Then I started walking home. And about 15 minutes later, he comes back and picks me up. He tells me to get in the car. So I do. And then we just stay silent all the way home. And then I can take a nap. I go in there and take a nap. And when I get up, I want to know if he'll talk about it with me. And I remember he was sitting in the chair, and I kneeled down in front of him. And he said that it was a lady friend that he met in 2019, that he went to Croatia with her for a week. And that
Ooh.
the logistics of it didn't match for them to be together, but they just stayed friends, and they always notify each other on special holidays, things like this. So this was right after Christmas.
Okay. So he's telling you this is just somebody I saw a long time ago from a European trip,
Right,
and I don't ever see them, so no big deal.
right.
Okay.
Okay. And I still asked him, let me see the text then if it was no big deal. And he told me he deleted them all.
I would
And so
love to
then we
go to
kinda stopped talking
Croatia for
about
a
it.
week.
And then we eat dinner. And then after dinner, we started talking about it again. It brought it up. And we started talking about it again. And he didn't want to talk about it. He said he was going to leave. If I was going to continue talking about it, he was going to leave and go to a hotel.
Did you want him to leave and go to a hotel?
No, I didn't want him to leave. He'd been drinking, and I wanted him not. I didn't want him out there driving.
So what'd
You
do?
wanted to grill
I
him.
reached in his pocket. He gave me a hug, and I reached in his front pocket. And I grabbed the keys out of his pocket, and then I took off and I went into the closet.
You're in the closet. You've got his keys. What happens after that?
Well, I didn't have his keys. Really, I threw them up on the bathroom counter when I ran in there. I threw his keys up on the bathroom counter, but I ran in the closet away from him, and then he pushed me down in the closet, and all the clothes that I had folded up, he took all those and threw them on top of me, and then took out some hanging clothes and put those on top of me as well. And he kicked me when I was down there on the ground.
This is so
Did you place a phone
juvenile.
call to his son, Evan?
Well, I placed a phone call to his son after when he pushed me down, and then he walked out of the closet, and then I walked out of the closet, and I looked over there, and he was getting his gun out of the drawer in the bedroom. So then I locked myself in the bathroom, and then I called his son, Evan.
You called from the bathroom while he's outside with the firearm.
Right? He was beating on the door with it.
Had you pulled a gun on Mr. Barron that night?
No, I did not.
Because she called his son.
You phoned his son, Evan. Is that right?
Yes.
What were you telling Evan?
That I said, is this normal behavior for your dad? And he said, who's that screaming? I said, that's your dad. He said he could hear him screaming. And he said, and then he put his wife on the phone, and they were telling me how sorry they were and that I didn't deserve to hear this, and that he was going to come over. Evan was going to leave his house and drive to the lake house, but he lives pretty far away. So then he said he'd call his younger brother, Colt, who lived closer, and get him to come over and help me. And he could hear his dad. He said, that's my dad yelling. And I said, yes, it is your dad.
Why did she involve the kids?
Was there a point after, we're going to go back for a second, okay? We're going to talk
I
about
just-
that September incident, the first incident that took place, the one in the hotel. Okay, you know which one I'm talking about?
Yes.
No.
Was there a point after that September incident that things changed for you in your ability to sleep?
Yes, I began having nightmares.
And who was the content, or what was the content of the nightmares you had after that September incident?
David was.
Meaning he's in the nightmares that you're having?
He's in my nightmares, yes.
Was there an effect on your ability?
Hey guys, sorry, I need to jump in and do this occasionally. This is the defendant on the stand. It's very rare that we see this happen. So please make sure to like this stream, comment, even if it's just an emoji. And I am only 13 subscribers away from 2,000. So if we could call your brother, call your sister, get everyone up in here and subscribing to my account, that would be awesome. Okay, thank you.
To sleep after you started having those nightmares?
Yes, I couldn't sleep at night.
I want to come back to March 7th, okay?
Okay.
I think when we left, he had gone upstairs and you were there at the bottom of the stairs, okay?
Right.
I'm sorry to jar you back into it, but I want to make sure we finish this, okay?
Okay.
After he's gone up the stairs and you're there on the bottom of the stairs, what is it that you're thinking and what do you want to do?
Well, I'm thinking that all I remember is that gun right in my face. And then I was terrified for my life at that point. And I was scared that he was going to hurt me. I was scared he's going to shoot me. And then I realized that I needed to get out of there. And I needed to get my phone so I could call 911 or get an Uber so I could leave and be safe. I didn't feel safe there anymore.
Well, why can't you just walk out the front door?
Well, because you have to go, when you get out of the house, there's a road in between the house and the main road. And it's almost 2 miles long and it's pitch black dark. And there's wild dogs that live there. There's loose dogs that live on the road. They live on a bunch of small little farms. And there's a lot of loose dogs running around.
Is that road that leaves out of your house, is that a well-lit road?
No, there's no street lights on it at all.
Why don't you just use your phone and call 911 right then?
Because he had my phone.
Did you think about maybe going to the neighbor's house and beating on their door?
I thought about it, but I don't know any of the neighbors. We've not lived there very long, and I only waved at one neighbor one time. That's all. And I didn't even know who'd be home.
What did you do after he went up to the upstairs? Where did you go?
Well, I stayed downstairs first trying to decide what I needed to do. And then I went into the closet and I got my gun. And I walked back out and I stood on the stairs thinking of what I needed to do, how to get my phone out of the room.
Did you think that you could just maybe go to sleep there that night and wait for him to come down and everything would be fine?
No, that's what I was afraid of. I was afraid if I did go to sleep and then he regrouped. When he got up there, he would regroup. He'd usually get up there. He'd usually lay down for a little bit. That's what he told me. And then he'd come back down after he regrouped and decided what he needed to do. I was scared he'd come back down and either shoot me or hurt me somehow.
So what did you do with your gun?
So then I went up the stairs and I was telling them, I'm coming up the stairs. I'm going to shoot the lock off if you don't open the door. Take my phone and just put it outside the door. Just take my phone and put it outside the door. I just kept repeating myself. And I told him that if he didn't, I was going to shoot the lock off the door.
Show you defendants 5 again, there's 6. Christy, you got that over there? 6. Could you see inside the room and know where he was?
No, I could not.
What do you mean, Nikki?
Could you hear inside the room? In other words, was he responding to you and letting you know or giving you some general idea where he was?
He only answered yes to me one time when I asked if he had my phone. He said yes. The other times he would not respond. And when he did answer, it sounded like he was back in the corner by the bed, like laying on the bed, deep in the room.
You're standing outside the door, and tell me how you're feeling and explain to them what's going through your mind and how your body feels and all that.
Well, what's going through my mind is that I want him to open the door so I can get my phone so I can leave. I just wanted to get out of there. I was frightened. I was terrified for my life, really, at this point. I just wanted to get out of there. And then he asked me, what else did you ask me? What else?
I just wanted you to describe how you're feeling.
Okay.
It's okay.
And then I was feeling like I could hardly breathe at this point, and my hands were shaking so bad. They were just shaking uncontrollably, and my heart was about to pop out of my chest. I was so scared.
Did you intend to shoot Mr. Barron when you pulled that trigger?
No, I did not.
Were you afraid for your life when you pulled that trigger?
Yes, I was afraid for my life. I was terrified for my life at this point.
Now, after you pulled the trigger, what was the first thing that you noticed that there might be a problem?
When I heard a gasp, I heard a loud gasp. And so I banged on the door and called his name out, David, David. And he didn't answer me. So then I ran downstairs really quick, as fast as I could, and got the hammer from the toolbox. And then I ran up the stairs again, and I banged a hole in the door so I could get in there. And I stuck my left hand in there and undid the lock.
Once you got inside, explain to these folks what you saw in there.
When I got inside, I pushed the door open, and he was laying there in front of the door. And he was laying face down, and his face was to the right. I think, yes, he was right. And I immediately checked for a pulse, and I didn't feel a pulse. So then I found my phone, and I called 911. And I was on the phone with 911. And while I was on the phone with them, there was a brown towel on the floor, and I got that towel and pushed it up against his wound in his chest to keep the blood from coming out. So I was putting a lot of pressure on that area to keep it from coming out.
Why didn't you call 911 before you ran down the stairs and got the hammer?
Because my phone was in the room. I didn't have my phone.
Do you know how many times you tried to call 911?
A few times, maybe.
Okay. Did you also try to call somebody else?
Yes, after I called 911 and spoke to someone there, and then I was still tending to the wound on the side of his chest, I called my sister.
Are we going to
Dana
do it
Gardner.
today?
Did she answer?
No, she did not answer. I think I called her twice.
$12 people.
You're in the room now. You've called 911. Did you say you made contact with them?
Yes, I did. I called him once, and when I was cleaning up, I was putting the pressure on the wound. I dropped the phone.
Okay. What are you thinking at this time as you found him there? You know you've shot him.
Yeah, I know I shot him, and I was feeling hopelessness. I was feeling worthless. I felt like it was all my fault. I felt like everything was all my fault. Everything from before and until that day.
So what happened?
So then I decided to get his gun, and I put it up under my chin. I was going to take my life. And then I put it up there, and I couldn't get it to stay under my chin. The gun I was shaking so bad, I couldn't get the gun to stay up under there. And I wanted to push it so bad, but I didn't have the courage to push the trigger. And so my gun just flipped out right there, and I shot the gun. And then I thought I would try it again and see if I could try to take my life, because I was at my wit's end at this point. I didn't know what to do. So I put the gun back up there again and tried to pull the trigger. And I kept pushing and pushing. And I just didn't have the courage to pull the trigger. So I just flipped the gun out again and took another shot.
Okay.
And then the gun got jammed. I was doing that. And I was trying to unjam the gun with the slider on the top part. And my tissue got stuck in there between my thumb and my forefinger. My tissue got stuck in there. So I'm trying to undo it. A lot of the bullets fell out of the gun.
Girlfriend's
So I
a
decided to clean up
mess.
the mess I made with all the bullets, because I didn't want anyone to know that I had tried to commit suicide, that I was thinking about taking my life for that.
So
I
she
cleaned them up and I flushed them down the
flushed
toilet.
them.
Why
Yeah.
didn't you just tell the investigators that that's what happened, that's why the gun got shot?
Well, I wish I would have been brave enough to tell him, but I was scared to death that if I told what really happened, that David would be furious with me, and he hurt me worse when he found out what I did.
No, but you could tell him about the suicide. You could still tell him about the suicide, can't you?
Well, I was ashamed that I even thought about taking my life, especially like in front of my children. I wouldn't want my children to think that I would just abandon them like that. So I was ashamed to tell anybody what I did.
First witness, sorry. Defendants 43 through 67.
Wait, what happened?
Can you flip through these and see if you recognize those?
Nothing. Sorry. One moment.
What number is that?
Hey, everyone that's joining, please make sure to hit the thumbs up button. Make sure you're subbed up. We're only 12 subs away from 2,000. So I greatly appreciate it. I do this Tuesday through Fridays, usually beginning around 4 o'clock. So set those notifications on to all, and you'll be informed when I go live. Thank you.
Yes, I do.
You recognize those?
Yes, I do.
Do they fairly and accurately represent photos from the Bill Morgan class that you had that's related to the Facebook post that the state put in?
Yes.
Moving to tender defendants 43 through 67.
No objection.
Admitted.
You remember the state putting in a photo of you and Mr. Bill Morgan?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And there was tell me what your recollection is of what your statement was on that Facebook post. You know, that they put in. There's something about shooting or.
Oh, yeah, about
the other what it is, right? I can't put my hands on the exhibit right now.
about the marksmanship, about breathing before you take a shot.
Yeah.
Right.
Was that a post that you made in relation to a class that he was giving?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what was your nature, or what was your relationship to that class? What were you doing? What were you trying to
Apparently
accomplish?
this.
What I was doing that night is I organized a shooting clinic for Bill Morgan and the ladies that were interested in learning how to shoot a gun.
I'll show you
Oh,
defendants 43.
yes. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
And if you can, go through and tell me if you know all these people and who was shooting that day and all that, if you can.
Yes, I know all these women, and they were all shooting that day.
Okay. Do you know their names who's this?
Her name's Becky, Glenda, Wanda, Mindy, Sheila, Cindy. That's Jan, and that's Becky. That's Kathleen and Celia.
Okay. And who's this?
That's Bill Morgan.
What was the point of this class? Why were they having this class?
I organized a class for women that they knew I had posted before about me taking a lesson before. And so they were ladies that were interested in learning how to use a gun. And Bill Morgan was the instructor, and so I wanted to get him some classes.
Bill Morgan.
Are you in any of these photographs that we have here?
No, I'm not in any of
Are
I'm
you,
not.
are you in any of the photographs shooting a gun?
No, I'm not. I didn't shoot that day. I just organized and took photos.
This is important.
That statement in the state's exhibit about breathing and all that, how to breathe and do that and hit the bullseye, right? Is that the way that you pulled the trigger on March the 7th or 8th? Is that the way that you did it? The slow breath and calm and pull the trigger?
No, it is not.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Oh, bam.
We're gonna take I apologize. Y'all want to take an early lunch or take a 10-minute break and come back for about an hour or so?
This judge has been
All right, so let's take a 15-minute break and we'll come back and
phenomenal.
get through some work. Okay, thank you.
All right. So just for your information, this is the defendant on the stand, and you are watching her about to get pummeled by the state of Georgia. But I keep saying it because it's absolutely accurate. The next the next witness is going to really make you think about whether the jurors are going to find her guilty of all of the charges that have been waged against her. So this is it's way more complicated than it seems. I don't know why what are we doing, Judge? This judge has been excellent, by the way. Like, Yes, kiss.
You're taking him to the hospital right now, okay?
What is that? He's dead, isn't he?
They don't transport if they don't have it. So when he left, he was alive.
He was?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Still out.
Oh, baby.
Listen, you need to breathe, okay? You keep focusing
No, I can't.
on you.
I was trying to, I want to work this out, and he doesn't let me, I know, but.
Right now, let's focus on you, okay?
I don't know, you know, oh my God. You understand, I love you, we got this house together.
I'm gonna put this back on you, okay? Can you sit still as possible for me so I can get accurate readings on you, okay? We gotta make sure you're okay, all right? That's my job right now.
Okay, he's the one.
So you're gonna check that.
He dragged me upstairs.
Did you hear that, Miss Mericle?
Yes, I did.
He grabbed me by the neck and dragged me upstairs.
Yes, correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
I was hysterical at the time, so yes,
So yes.
yes.
So just decided to make that up, that Mr. Barron grabbed you by the neck and dragged you up the stairs, even though that in fact did not happen.
I was hysterical. I don't even remember what I said.
Then later on, approximately a couple minutes later, do you remember telling the paramedic that he held you by your throat and tried to pull you up the stairs? Do you remember telling him that a couple minutes later?
Yes. Mhm.
So
Okay,
again,
she
doubling down on
remembered
Mr.
that.
Barron grabbing you by your throat and dragging you up the stairs, which is in fact false, correct?
Yes.
And then you, let's see. You also tell the paramedic 2 different times that Mr. Barron had been drinking too much alcohol that night. Do you remember talking to the paramedic about that?
I don't remember exactly, but
Do you remember stating I told him he was drinking too much and he got so mad at me?
no, I don't remember saying that.
Okay. What, refresh your recollection if I play a clip of the body
Okay.
cam?
Girlfriend,
Gonna
just
go
say yes
ahead.
from now on because you're just going to have to watch it all over again. Okay, we are going to have to watch it all over again. And that was a test in and of
I'm
itself.
gonna hit play at 52:19.
I gotta take one of those out.
Oh, baby. Oh, God. I told him he was drinking too much. He got so mad at me.
Did you hear that, Miss Mericle?
Yes, I did.
So was that you saying that I told him he was drinking too much and he got so mad at me?
Yes, I did say that.
Mr. Barron had in fact not been drinking alcohol that night, correct?
Correct.
So that was also a lie.
Well, he was drinking it during the day, but not at
10
night.
more
So
people.
when you told or I guess this is to the officers, when you told the deputies that one of the reasons that Mr. Barron got angry at you that night was because you told him he was drinking too much alcohol, that was in fact a lie.
No, I may have told him that because I thought he was, but he wasn't.
You thought he was drinking, but he wasn't?
No, he was drinking earlier in the daytime.
So he was mad at you earlier in the day as well, then it sounds like.
Yes.
So I thought that, isn't it correct that you had stated that the day was actually perfectly fine, correct?
Part of the day was, yes.
You guys went and got your provisional license, correct?
Right.
Went to Olive Garden for lunch.
Because she had
Correct.
gotten a do.
You were watching a movie earlier in the night, correct?
Well, I was watching the movie. He was
He
sleeping.
was sleeping. So at some point, apparently, he was drinking too much and got mad at you for calling him out for it, sounds like.
During the afternoon.
Okay. You also talked about this body cam. Do you remember stating basically that Mr. Barron said that if you move, you were talking about wanting to sell the lake house, that you and Mr. Barron were fighting about wanting to sell the lake house. Do you remember talking about that?
No, I do not.
Okay. Let's go to a little bit ahead. I'm going to hit play at 54:42.
I was moving forward.
I did do the Afro-Man case.
Deal with it. And you got so mad at me. I'm just told him that he wanted to bring up her. I told him I wasn't bad at him. I just didn't want to deal with it anymore. I just said if
Oh, you're okay.
I started dating.
I did it from the perspective as a fellow Ohioan. My friends in Adams County say that like things are just now starting to slow down there. It's been crazy.
Got mad. I told him that I didn't want this house anymore. That he told me he didn't want the house. He said, "Do you want it?" I said, I was just silent. And I told him, I said, you can pay that war in Romania money. And I just said, you can pay their rent for the next 6 months. And let's just not see each other, talk to each other. And let's just. He said, if I moved on, he would kill me.
So you told deputies that Mr. Barron told you that basically you wanted to sell the house, and he basically said, if you move on, that he's going to kill you, correct?
Yes, I can understand what I was saying on there, but yeah, yes.
You want me to go back and
No, I just couldn't pick it up with my ear.
Sure, I can play back. I'll go back in 20 seconds. So I'm going to hit play again at 56:33.
Not see each other, talk to each other. Let's just. He said, if I moved on, he would kill me.
Were you able to hear it that time?
Yes, I heard it.
Mr. Barron had actually been the one to try and break up with you a couple times, though. Isn't that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Do you remember when Investigator Mefford was testifying on direct last week? Do you remember that?
When he testified
Yes, correct.
yesterday?
Last week, so it would have been Friday.
Okay, yes.
Do you remember him reading some text messages between you and Mr. Barron?
Yes,
We're
I did.
shocked she can remember anything at this point.
I'm going to show you. Oh, goodness. Guess I need to figure out what exhibit number this is. Let's see if I can figure this out. This is text from January 13th.
If you guys want to send this to someone, I'm sure Scott can send in the chat the link to the channel. And we can get those 10 subs to hit our 2,000 subscribers.
So I believe I'm going to triple check. Yep, this is State's Exhibit 249. So this is text between you and Mr. Barron from January 13th, and you sent him, how many women are you texting? Why did you delete if there was nothing to see? I feel so unwanted by you. Is that correct?
Yes,
You said, I feel like I am not enough for you, correct?
yes,
And he says, wow, correct?
right, yes,
So then you sent some more texts talking about you're very sad. I thought I wanted everything for you, or I thought I was everything for you, correct? This is all you in the green.
yes, it is.
And then you say, what does Lilia have, Laura? If you want them, go find them, correct?
Yes,
And then he asks if you're drinking, correct?
yes, he did.
And you say, no, I'm not enough for you, correct?
No, what?
I'm not enough for you.
Yes,
And then you keep responding, you keep texting, you keep texting. Then right here at 8:39 p.m., Mr. Barron says, okay, let's end this. You will never trust me no matter what I tell or say to you. There's nothing that can satisfy you, correct?
correct.
And then you respond, I feel all alone. I know you will never understand. I thought you loved me with all of your heart, but you don't. You care for Lilia, Laura, and I don't know who else. I am tired. I am not at my condo trying to figure out what to do, correct?
Yes,
And he says, I don't care for anyone but you can't understand that, correct?
right,
And then he says, I will not come down this weekend and we'll hire an attorney on our house situation, correct?
correct,
And you say, please call me. You don't have to hire an attorney, correct?
correct.
So you're asking Mr. Barron not to hire an attorney because you don't want him to basically get out of this house situation with you, correct?
No, because we can handle it without an attorney.
Okay, so you are fine with breaking up. You just don't want an attorney to get involved.
So I never really said break up. We were just, that would be just like a short little break when he said, okay, I'm never going to make you, you'll never trust me no matter what I tell or say. He didn't actually say he was breaking up, but it was just the beginning of it.
So he said, okay, let's end this.
Right.
This is not
You will never trust me no matter
where,
what I say, tell you or say. There's nothing that I can do to satisfy you.
Right, that time we did, yes.
Okay, so
like
this is
the
him
hill we
attempting
want to
break up with
die
you.
on, Susan.
So
Suzanne.
I want to talk about, well, I guess first, also in Deputy Thompson's body cam, you talk about the DUI, correct? The DUI arrest.
Yes,
And you told the deputy that you decided to drive home because you leave around 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning anyway, pretty much, correct?
correct,
And then at some point you kind of switch that a little bit and you tell the deputy, well, he made me leave, correct?
correct,
And then later on in your interview with Investigator Mefford, you also talk about your DUI arrest, correct?
correct,
And you give him this like long elaborate story about how you guys got into a fight that night, correct?
correct.
And that Mr. Barron went up into the room and locked the door to go to sleep, correct?
I don't remember exactly, but
I have
Sure.
to grab
Would you like to
my
listen to a
dog.
clip of your interview?
I hate to do this. I'll be right back.
Would you like to
I
listen?
remember, no, I mean, I remember what he said, but I just don't remember that vividly right now. That's what I mean.
Okay.
I remember I said it to him.
Let's see. Here's your interview. I'm going to go to about 38 minutes.
About, I leave between 3 and 4 anyway. So I got up, got dressed.
I was lucky. I'm going to go back about 20 seconds and I'm going to hit play at 38:31.
I went upstairs. He said, I laid there for about 3 hours. I couldn't go to sleep. So I thought I was going to go on St. Thomas because I usually get up I leave between 3 and 4 anyway. So I got up, got dressed, got all my stuff and put it in my car. And then I went upstairs and he had the door locked. I knocked the door and I said I was leaving. And then I got the rest of my stuff and put it in the car. So I walked back in and I was going to tell him goodbye. And he was sitting on the steps, on the second flight of steps. And he said, good, get out of here. But, you know, he didn't try to talk to me and stay in. And so I left. And I had 3 major surgeries.
So, that's the story you told Investigator Mefford about the DUI, correct?
Yes,
And it's your testimony that, in fact, none of that is true, correct?
correct. I wasn't going to tell him anything that happened, that David did to me that night.
And you testified that what actually happened that night was he woke you up tapping your foot with his gun,
Yes,
and that he held your arms above your head, correct?
yes,
And that he lifted up your shirt, correct?
yes,
And he started, you said, slapping or beating your breasts.
yes,
Did you have any bruising from that event?
yes, I did.
Can you kind of explain to me what did the bruising look like?
Just big bruises over my breast.
Like big visible
Like the
ones?
pictures of my arm, but those on my breast.
So those bruises we saw on your arm looks just like that, but on your breast.
No, similar to that.
Similar to that. Okay.
They were black and blue.
So really visible bruising.
Visible bruising, yes.
Is there a reason why bruising wouldn't have been noted in your jail intake form from that night?
They didn't even dress me. All they did was bring me in there and push me in a cell, and they took off my shoes. That's it. They never questioned me about anything, or looked at my clothes, or did anything.
So if the jail intake form went through a detailed list of how your body looked that night and said that there was no marks, scratches, or bruising on your body, that would be because they didn't look at your body?
They didn't look at my body.
Okay. So moving on, you repeatedly told Investigator Mefford that you did not shoot Mr. Barron's gun, correct?
Correct.
But then your testimony was that you did shoot Mr. Barron's gun.
Correct.
I want to ask you about what you told Investigator Mefford about this whole kitchen interaction when these live shell casings came out. Do you remember talking about that with Investigator Mefford?
You said kitchen?
When you were in the kitchen with Mr. Barron and he was having you play with his gun. Do you remember telling that
Yes.
story?
Yes, I do remember that.
Was that whole entire story a complete lie?
It was not true. The story was not true because I didn't want to let him know that I was ashamed to admit that I tried to take my life.
Because you were worried that your fingerprints might be found on his gun, correct?
No, that's not correct because I was afraid my children would see that I tried to commit suicide.
So walk me through how making up that story about you playing with Mr. Barron's gun in the kitchen would be a cover for you attempting to commit suicide.
What do you mean? Say that again?
So the story that you made up to Investigator Mefford about you playing with Mr. Barron's gun in the kitchen was a lie, correct?
Yes.
Help me understand how that story was the story that you came up with to cover up your suicide attempt.
This is where I came up with to cover up my suicide attempt.
Is that what that story was?
I
What's the purpose?
think my hand got jammed in the gun,
Correct.
and that was the reason I said that.
So all I'm asking is for you to help me understand where you got this story about playing with Mr. Barron's gun in the kitchen from.
I just made that up
Why?
because I got the gun jammed in my finger right here, and I didn't want to have to explain that I tried to commit suicide, and that's how it got jammed.
So the story you gave.
Because she
Actually,
likes
I'm just going to play it.
to make everything up.
I'm going to go to 44. We're going to start at 44:25.
That was another big fight. I can't get in these fights because of this woman. And that's what we got to fight that night that I left. And then tonight, so we got to fight with about, and he went into the bedroom and got some stuff that he's going to sleep upstairs. And he got his gun out. And I said, why are you getting your gun out? And we went to the kitchen and he said, I just want it for protection. And I said, okay. And so he said, take the strap off the gun. Like,
Why did you specifically say that Mr. Barron told you to take the strap off the gun? Why did you add that part to your story?
I don't know.
It wasn't possible because you were worried that your fingerprints might be on the strap or the button of the gun holster?
I said I don't know why.
I really don't
Decided it
think
would be important to throw in there that you unhooked the holster for the gun.
Well, I unhooked it when I
she
tried
was
to commit
thinking
suicide.
on
Okay,
that
we'll talk about
level.
that then. You unhooked the gun from the holster when you tried to commit suicide. That's what you're saying?
Right.
But you say multiple times to Investigator Mefford that, in fact, Mr. Barron's gun was laying right next to his body when you got into the bedroom, correct?
I don't know where his gun was laying.
Was it in the holster or was it not in the holster?
It was on the bed, I believe.
His gun.
Yes, in
My
the holster.
goodness.
So his gun, so now your testimony is that his gun was in the holster on the bed.
I can't really remember where his gun was. I was hysterical when I got up there.
Well, you would agree, you told Investigator Mefford numerous times that his gun was laying right next to his body when you got in the room, correct?
Correct.
And that you remember even pushing the gun to the side when you got into the room to check on Mr. Barron, correct?
Okay, correct.
But now your testimony is that his gun was actually in the holster on the bed when you got into the bedroom?
I really can't honestly remember where the gun was. I was hysterical when I got in there. I know it was either on the bed or on the floor.
Okay, so now we have no idea where the gun was when you got into the room.
I can't remember.
Okay, but so now going back to my original question of your statement was that you talked about taking the strap off of the gun because you had to take the strap off of the gun when you tried to commit suicide, correct?
Correct.
So that's why you threw that in there about the kitchen story?
I guess. I really don't remember.
So is it potentially because you were worried about your fingerprints being on the snap of the holster?
No, not really. That's not why I said that.
So why did you say that then?
I don't know why.
Okay. I'm gonna hit play again. I paused it at 45:11. I'm gonna hit play.
Well, he said, this is what you need to get on your gun, because I don't have a strap around my gun. And then he said, is this going to be, he said, put it in your hand to hold it, because, I mean, I had to take lessons. He told me that gun fits my hand. And then he took the gun and he took his rig and took it on his shoulder. And then and I asked him to come talk about upstairs, just talk about it. And try to not be mad at each other and just talk about it normal.
So why did you add in the part in that story about how the gun fit just nicely in your hand? What was the point in throwing that false detail into that story?
I don't remember why the reason was.
I'm going to skip ahead to 158. Wait, 150. Oh, wait. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to hit play at 158:01.
I'm so excited for the next witness.
So he's up, let's start with going up the stairs. Okay, start there.
So we're downstairs on the kitchen, by the kitchen. Okay, he has his gun. That's when he takes it out of the case. He asks me if my hands have a top gun. If my hand can go around his gun. He told me to take his cover off the gun. So I said, so I did that. There was no gun, nothing got fired or anything. Okay, I pulled that thing back. He told me to pull it back.
Yes.
Okay, that's when 2 or 3 of them fell out on the floor.
Stop on that.
So again, you specifically mentioned that you took the gun out of the holster, correct?
Correct.
And that he told you to hold the gun, and then you explicitly talk about pulling the slide back to the gun, correct?
Yes.
And just to be clear, you could hear him talking to you through the door that night, correct?
I heard him say yes to me.
So it wasn't that you could not hear him on the other side of the door, correct?
I heard him say yes.
You also heard him make a noise when he was shot, correct?
Yes.
And why were you so, in this story, you're very specific with Investigator Mefford that you flushed those shell casings down the downstairs toilet in the master bedroom, correct?
Correct.
And you're very adamant about, I did not flush them upstairs, I only flushed them downstairs, correct?
Yes, I couldn't remember where I flushed them. I was hysterical at the time.
Okay, so that was just a mistake that you were being very adamant about where you flushed those bullets.
Yes.
Why? This story was basically because you didn't want to admit that you tried to commit suicide, according to you, correct?
Correct.
So how did you know to make up that you flushed the shell casings? Why throw that in there?
Because I didn't want them to know that the shellings were there, because I cleaned them up after I jammed the cuff on. After I jammed the gun, then the bullets fell out, and I wanted to hide the bullets from not being able to tell. That's why I had the gun in my hand.
And Investigator Mefford continuously asks you about those shell casings, correct?
Correct.
And repeatedly you tell him that you have never touched the shell casings, correct?
Correct.
Which is also a lie.
Correct. Yes, I just said that I didn't touch them because I didn't want to tell anything. I didn't want to say anything to him about what had happened.
But you did say that you flushed live rounds down the toilet in the master bedroom, correct?
Correct.
It's still the dumbest thing I've ever
And so-
heard someone do.
You didn't tell him that just in case they did find flushed shell casings in the septic line. That's your testimony? You didn't say that just in case they did find these casings?
I wasn't even thinking about what I flushed down the toilet, really and truly. I was just trying to flush them down to clean up after I tried to commit suicide. So no one would know that I had this gun and tried to commit it. That's what I was
Thank
trying
you,
to do.
Scott.
It seems like every fight that you and Mr. Barron got in essentially revolved around Lilia, correct?
Say that again.
Every fight that you and Mr. Barron got in revolved around Lilia?
Not every fight. No.
No,
Is that what
sometimes
you
she was
repeatedly tell
naturally
people
just
that the only
nuts.
thing you fight about is Lilia?
Tell who?
Everyone that you've told about Lilia.
No, I don't tell him that.
How many people do you think that you've told about Lilia?
About Lilia,
It's a pretty name.
Could you name them off for me? All the people that you've told?
my sister, Dana Gardner,
Okay.
my sister, Leslie Fenoy,
Okay.
my girlfriend, Jenny Hall,
Okay.
Beth Barron, Evan Barron, and I think that's all.
How about Jessica?
Jessica. Maybe Jessica. I don't remember telling Jessica about it.
How about Judy and Mike? Your friends Judy and Mike.
Oh, David told them about it.
So you've talked to Judy and Mike about it?
David did.
David told them.
Yes, they confronted David. I talked to him first, and they confronted David when he came over.
So you talked to Judy and Mike first.
They were with me the night I called Evan.
So you told Judy and Mike first then.
They heard me. They overheard my conversation.
Okay, so you told Judy and Mike first then.
Yeah, they overheard the conversation while I was talking to Evan.
Okay.
And then when David came over later on, they confronted David about it.
Because they found out from you.
I found out because they overheard the conversation when I was talking to Evan.
You also told your son McLean, correct?
I'm not sure I told him exactly about Lilia or not. I just told him he was going to have to move out because we were having problems.
In the times that you and Mr. Barron got in fights about Lilia, David would basically separate himself from you, correct?
No, not correct. Not always.
Okay, well, let's talk about it. So December 28th is the first night you found out about Lilia, correct?
Why would she pick a man over her son?
And that night he left and went to a hotel, correct?
Exactly, yes.
And you disagree with Evan's testimony that you pointed the gun at Mr. Barron that night, correct?
Correct.
But Evan's testimony was that you called him frantic, saying that you pointed the gun at Mr. Barron, correct?
I know.
I did not
Nikki.
have a gun with me that night. I flew to Atlanta that weekend, and you can't take a firearm with you.
Okay, and
Oh God, I just
and
gotta.
Mr. Barron was yelling because he wanted to get his keys so that he could leave, correct?
The keys were on the bathroom counter.
And you had locked yourself in the bathroom.
I locked myself in the bathroom in the commode. There's a separate part of the commode area, and that's why I locked myself. But the keys were right out there. He was right there beside him. I kept telling him the keys were right there, and he wouldn't listen.
So he's yelling for his keys because he wants to leave to go to a hotel, but his keys are sitting right there.
His keys are right there on the vanity. Yes,
And then January 4th, you get into another fight about Lilia, correct?
yes.
And David again leaves and goes to a hotel, correct?
Well, no, that's the night. He didn't know I found out about her that night. That's the night he threw my purse out the window of my car, and then I had his stuff, and he didn't come pick it up. I left his stuff at the gate in for him to pick up, and he didn't pick it up, so I took it with me in my car. And then I found out that I read through his briefcase. I was looking through his satchel bag, and I saw where he was sending family support on the letters to the money for Lilia. Right. He didn't know I found out that night.
So that's the night, January 4th is the night where you went through his briefcase, correct?
I went through his the satchel bag. I got it out. And but he was already at a hotel.
And
The fight earlier,
so he was already at the hotel.
right? Because I told him he couldn't stay with me that night.
So he left and went to a hotel. That was my original question.
I told him he couldn't stay with me, so he had no choice but to leave.
Okay, so he left that time too. Then on February 1st, this is the St. Simon's incident.
Yes.
He was also trying to leave the condo in St. Simon's, correct?
Oh my
I
God,
asked him
you
again
guys.
to leave because he slapped me.
So all these are because you were asking him to leave, apparently.
Well, he didn't have a place to stay, so he had to go find a hotel.
So he's trying to leave, correct?
Not trying to leave, he left.
He's trying to get in to get his belongings so that he can leave that night, correct?
I already put his belongings outside the door.
Well, earlier you testified that he was trying, you said that you were going to go up and get his stuff, but then he followed you up and then he was trying to push his way into the condo.
I was putting the stuff out the door, and he comes in the door. I was putting the stuff out the front door, and he comes up to it, and that's when he pushes me backwards.
So when the police came, all of his stuff should be outside the door?
It was right there by the door. It was right there by the kitchen door.
Inside or outside?
Part of it was outside, and part of it was inside.
So again, on body cam that we have, some of his stuff should be waiting outside for him.
No, it wasn't waiting out there for him. I put it right by the kitchen door, so it was still inside.
Okay, so it was still inside,
Well,
correct?
because he came up there and banged the door open, that's why.
Okay, so I'm just confused because 2 seconds ago you testified that all of his stuff was already outside and the reason that you wouldn't let him in was because he was trying to come in anyway.
No, all of his stuff was not outside.
Well, then you said some of his stuff was outside and some of his stuff was inside.
Some of it was inside by the kitchen, and some was by the door.
But all of it was inside of
It
the
was
condo.
inside, right?
Okay, so he could not leave until he was able to get inside the condo to get his belongings,
Right,
correct?
and I was trying to get him out to the door for him.
Okay. February 16th, that's the night you get arrested for DUI, correct?
Yes.
And he has locked himself up in the guest bedroom, correct?
Yes.
And March 7th, getting a fight about Lilia again, correct? March
Yes.
7th. And he has locked himself up in the guest bedroom, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about your phone. So your testimony was that the reason that you attempted to shoot the lock off the doors because you wanted to get your phone, correct?
Correct.
Because he had your phone, correct?
Yes, he did have my phone.
And he had at this point told you that he had your phone, correct?
Yes.
Is this before or after he forced you to perform oral sex on him?
This is after we had my phone in the beginning.
Okay.
He had my phone in the beginning. Remember when I asked for where my phone was? And he told me I wasn't getting my phone and no one was going anywhere tonight.
So he gets his satchel, correct?
Yes.
And his gun, correct?
He already had his gun in his hand.
Already had his gun in his hand. And then presumably he already had your phone in his hand as well, correct?
He had my phone. I don't know where he had it in his pocket or in the briefcase, but he had my phone. I didn't see my phone.
And then all of a sudden he puts those things down and forces you to perform oral sex on him, correct?
No, he didn't have them before that.
Okay, so when did he get the satchel?
After he pushed me backwards and told me not to close my eyes tonight.
Okay.
That's when he got his satchel and everything else. But he already had the phone. I guess it was in his pocket.
Did you notice the phone in his pocket when you were forced to take his pants off?
No, I didn't.
So he pushes you back, grabs the satchel. You said he's already got his gun and presumably already has your phone, correct?
Right. He already had my phone in the beginning before any of this even happened.
And then he tells you not to go to sleep tonight, correct?
Correct.
And you walk up, or he walks up the stairs and locks himself in the guest bedroom.
Correct. After he did everything to me, yes.
And so you go and get your gun.
Yes.
From where?
From the closet.
And you walk back towards the stairs, correct?
Correct.
And then I think you testified that you kind of sat at the bottom of the stairs for a little bit to think about what you were going to do, correct?
Contemplating, yes, what I was going to do.
And you didn't want to walk out the front door because of the wild dogs.
I didn't want to walk out the front door because I'd have to go down that road. That was
Because
pitch
of
black
the
dark.
wild
Dogs.
dogs.
Okay. And there's at least 3 or 4 neighbors like within a 2-second walk from your house, correct?
A little bit longer, yeah. There's 1, 2, 4 neighbors around my house.
Because you live in a
1
cul-de-sac.
through 12.
Or the house was in a cul-de-sac.
Right.
And you didn't think that the best idea would be to go knock on one of their doors and get help, correct?
Well, it's 1 o'clock in the morning, and I didn't know who was there and who was not there. It was pitch black dark out.
Didn't want to try.
I didn't know anybody, and it just didn't seem like the right thing to do to knock on someone's door at 1 o'clock in the morning.
But the right thing to do was to take your firearm and try and shoot the lock off of a bedroom door, correct?
Well, I was hysterical at the time, so I couldn't even think of what to do. To tell you the truth, I was terrified for my life.
Well, you thought enough to sit down at the bottom of the stairs and decide you didn't want to face the wild dogs, correct?
I didn't sit down at the bottom of the stairs. I stood up and just thought about it. It took maybe 30 seconds, maybe at the most 30 seconds I was down there.
Okay, I apologize. I thought that on direct you testified that you sat at the bottom of the stairs and thought about what to do.
When I sat today, I said that.
Correct.
Oh, I didn't mean to say sat. I just meant like stood there.
Stood there. So you stand there and you think that the most reasonable thing to do is to take your firearm, go up the stairs and fire at a locked door where somebody else is on the other side of it.
No, I didn't think like that. I thought that, number 1, I didn't know any of the neighbors, so I wasn't going to go just walk up to their door. And then number 2, I thought that I could hit the lock on the door and that would get my gun back. I would get my phone back. That's all I wanted was my phone back. I would have thought that he'd take my phone and put it out there.
You ever fired a gun in a lock successfully before?
No, I've never have.
It's
You know,
actually
that's
really
impossible to fire
dangerous.
your gun at a door to unlock it.
You can fire it, I think, at a gun. I don't know, but you can fire it at a locked door.
If you're firing a gun at a door lock so that you can unlock it, you walked up pretty close to the door, didn't you?
I was about a foot away.
And the tip of your gun was about 6 inches away, correct?
I'm not sure.
And your game plan was to shoot the lock off the door, correct?
Correct.
Presumably, standing behind that door is Mr. Barron with his gun, correct?
I don't know where he was.
Well, you know he had gone into the bedroom and locked the door,
Right,
correct?
but I didn't know if he was standing behind the door with his gun.
You know he's in the bedroom.
Right, I know he's in the bedroom.
Okay, so you're shooting the lock off of a bedroom door where presumably Mr. Barron is in that bedroom with a firearm, correct?
Correct.
He has just assaulted you physically, correct?
Correct.
He has just forced you to commit oral sex sodomy on him, essentially, correct?
Correct.
So he has kicked you down onto the ground, correct?
He's what?
Kicked your legs so that you would fall down to the ground, correct?
Right on my knees.
On your knees, grabbed you by the hair, correct?
Correct.
Held a gun to your head, correct?
Correct. Correct.
And forced you to perform oral sex on him, correct?
Right.
And then threatened to
But I already
basically,
performed oral sex before he got the gun out. Because I did the oral sex, then he got the gun out.
so he
That's
never
what
had
I'm
a
saying.
gun when you were performing oral sex on him?
He had the gun in his hand the whole time. He never put it down. Once he got it out of the drawer, once he got it out of the dresser, he never put it down.
So where was the gun when you were being forced to perform oral sex
It
on
was
him?
in his hand.
So he did have the gun out when you were being forced
Oh,
to.
I'm sorry. Yes, I didn't understand what you were saying.
Okay.
Yes, okay.
So he had the gun in his hand.
But you said he put it up to my face before that. He did that afterwards.
So did he just have the gun down by his side while you were
No,
forced?
he did not.
Where was the gun when you were being forced to perform
He
oral
had the
sex?
gun in his hand.
But where was it being pointed?
It was just standing. It was no one. It wasn't being pointed at anybody at that point.
Okay.
He just pointed at me until he took it to my lips.
And then afterwards, he points the gun to your lips
Yes,
and tells you basically, I'm going to blow your brains out tonight if you.
exactly. Yes,
Okay. And then he's essentially threatened to kill you.
yes,
And
Thank
then
you.
he's gone up with that gun that he's just pointed in your mouth, at your mouth, correct?
yes,
And locked himself in the bedroom door.
yes.
And you said 30 seconds later, you follow him up the stairs, correct?
No, I went and got my gun.
Okay.
And then I
Coco
came
Chanel.
out, and then I stood there about 30 seconds trying to figure out what to do.
So how much time do you think it passed?
Don't bite me.
Probably about,
No.
I don't know, a minute, maybe a minute,
So
a minute and a half, maybe.
maybe a minute to minute and a half at most, since he has pointed a firearm at you, forced you to commit sodomy, and threatened to kill you, correct?
Say that again.
Only between a minute and a half had passed since all those things happened, and you're upstairs with your firearm.
Yes,
And your game plan is to shoot the lock off of the door, correct?
yes,
Get inside of the bedroom, correct?
yes.
What was your game plan from there?
Well, all I wanted was my gun. I mean, my cell phone. That's all I wanted was my phone. And so I was trying to think of a way to get my phone. If he would have just put it outside the door, I wouldn't have had to do anything.
And you testified that before you went up the stairs, you were terrified for your life, correct?
Correct.
You thought that if you stayed in that house, Mr. Barron was going to kill you that night.
Yes, I was terrified for my life.
But you were not too terrified to fire a gun at a locked door where Mr. Barron's standing behind it with a loaded gun, correct?
Well, my choices were not very few. I needed my phone to get out of there so I could call 911 or an Uber. I didn't have transportation to leave because his car was the only one working. And I didn't want to walk down that dark road, in 2 miles. And I didn't want to go to a neighbor's house because I didn't know any of them. So I thought, number one, I thought that when I went up there that he would put my phone out the door. That's what I was hoping he would do. And this time I was hysterical.
So presumably, while being in fear for your life, correct?
Yes.
Your safest option between walking out of the house and shooting the lock off of a door where an armed individual is behind it, Plan B was your safest option, correct?
Steps away.
Plan B was what?
Your safest option.
It was an option, yes.
Was it your safest option?
Yes, it was safest for me, yes, to go through that, yes.
And so presumably, if you successfully shot the lock off the door, your thought process was Mr. Barron's going to hand you over the phone and let you stand there while you call an Uber for help?
No, I was going to get the phone.
Where were you going to go when you got the phone?
I was going to call 911 and get out of there.
Where were you going to go when you got out of there?
I was going to wait for 911 to come
Where were you going to wait?
outside the front door.
Where the wild dogs are?
No, the dogs aren't there. The dogs down the road that you have to go down to. When you get out of the house, you have to go down this road, and that's the road you have to go down to get to the main road. Is that just the street without the lights on it and the dogs?
So presumably Mr. Barron was going to be calm enough to allow you to stand on the front porch and wait for an Uber or for 911 to come, correct?
No, hopefully he wouldn't come down the stairs. He's the one that left and went up the stairs.
You're right. He's the one who left and went up the stairs, correct?
He went up the stairs after he did what he needed to do to me. And then I'm hysterical downstairs after he did that to me.
So moving on, you are a dentist, correct?
Yes,
And you're required to be certified in life-saving measures, correct?
correct.
How often do you get that certification?
Once every 3 years. Every 2 years.
Every 2 years.
Yes,
So
every 2 years.
you get certified in life-saving measures every 2 years.
In CPR, I get certified.
Didn't attempt to perform CPR on Mr. Barron, though, correct?
No, he didn't have a pulse.
So didn't even try.
Yeah, why didn't
He
you
didn't have a
try?
pulse.
So that's when we just give up, throw our hands up, and call it a day for Mr. Barron's life.
No, I just didn't. He didn't have a pulse. And I called 911.
What you did do was get a towel and start wiping up the blood off of the floor, correct?
Well, I was holding it up to his chest to stop, put pressure on it. And then after I slipped in the blood a few times, I wiped it up. Yes.
With that white towel that we saw that was covered in blood,
Well, the brown one and the white one, there were 2 towels.
correct?
Yes.
So you were concerned about wiping the blood up off of the floor, correct? Because you slipped in it.
Because I slipped in it.
But you were not concerned at all about attempting to perform CPR on Mr. Barron, even though you are certified in life-saving measures, correct?
Well, I tried to turn him over and I couldn't get him to push over. I couldn't get him to turn over. There was no pulse. I checked the neck and I checked his ankle and there was no pulse at either place.
So did you just assume he was dead at that point?
I wasn't sure.
If
I
you,
was hysterical. And I couldn't even remember what I did, to be honest with you.
if you weren't sure that he was dead or not, why not try and perform CPR to try and save his life?
I told you I tried to turn him over and I couldn't get him over. He's 235 pounds.
Okay.
You left your car with Mr. Barron when you drove back to St. Simon's on March 3rd of 2025, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, your car was working perfectly fine, correct?
No, it wasn't. The interlock device was messing up on us. That's why I didn't drive it.
You didn't text Mr. Barron, or Mr. Barron didn't text you telling you that the car was working perfectly fine on March 3rd, 2025?
What day's March 3rd?
That would be, I don't know what day of the week it is. Monday? It's a Monday.
Okay, on Monday, the car was working fine. And then Tuesday, it wasn't working fine when I left. That's why I didn't drive the car home. Because we were having trouble with it blowing in the machine. So he told me to keep the car for me. And Monday he used it and went to work. But then Tuesday, I think it was Tuesday morning. It could have been Monday morning. He got up and the car wouldn't start.
So the car wouldn't start when you were going to leave, but then it magically started before you had gotten home?
No, I didn't say it wouldn't start then. When I left the weekend, when I left on Sunday, the car wouldn't start.
This is 270. This is 270. No. You put.
I have to send my doctor the results of my ultrasound today, and I have a feeling I'm going to get a call.
What is the state tendering that?
I was going to, but I know that defense. Well, yes, Judge. I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 270. Do you recognize who's texting in that?
Yes.
Is that you and Mr. Barron?
Yeah, that's the day I was leaving.
Okay.
And at first it wouldn't start, but then he got it running.
Okay. Judge, I moved to tender states 270 in evidence.
Admitted.
So Mr. Wills is correct that he had admitted, I can't remember what exhibit number his was, but he had admitted text from the state as well. yesterday, and I just wanted to pull it up again. So this is States 270. What we saw yesterday was this text from you and Green saying, I'm getting on the causeway, correct?
Correct.
And then that was at 3:45. Mr. Barron replies first with a photo, and then at 3:51 says the car is running fine, correct?
Yes.
So you haven't even made it home yet, but Mr. Barron's telling you the car's running fine.
Yeah, he was blowing in it, and he could blow in it better than I could. I could not make the car. When I would blow in it, it would not start. But when he blew in it, that's why he kept it. That's why I drove home in his car.
Because you actually respond to Mr. Barron, you say, I gave you the card that with the guy's name on it. Can you call him or send me the number? And I'll call him. It's like a violation was made. I wonder if they know that as you breathing, correct?
Right.
So Mr. Barron is breathing into the intoxilizer that you're supposed to be breathing into to drive your vehicle, correct?
Well, I haven't got my provisional license yet, so I went in and got the interlock device early. So I didn't have the provisional license, and my attorney said that he could drive the car until I get my license.
But you were driving Mr. Barron's car.
Right. That I could drive it because I didn't have my provisional license yet.
Okay.
Why don't we break now? It's now 12.
Judge, I think that's a good idea.
Testimony at 1:45. 1:45, please. Thank you. Please do not discuss the case with anyone. Do not perform any research. Thank you.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna get it together in a moment. I cannot believe she just got up.
Y'all can sit, stand. Anything from the state? Anything from the defense? We'll resume at 1:45. Thank you.
He didn't even have words. He was like, just take me out back, Your Honor, and just say a prayer. Woof. I cannot believe his client got on the stand and said that she was having the decedent blow into her state required breathalyzer device. Oh my God.
Allergy issue real quick and go from there.
What is the attorney doing with her?
Not sure how that's even possible, but sure, please. Thank you.
Actually, that's not the attorney. I think that's one of the clerks for like the courthouse. I don't know. That is, I missed that part last night. I cannot believe she just said that. I mean, I'm starting to be like, I can believe it, but
Yes.
Thank you for your assistance.
even regardless,
Continue, Judge.
the next
Please.
witness.
Ms. Mericle, I want to talk to you. We talked a little bit about it before the break,
It's
but I
gonna
wanted to talk to you
open
again
your
about where the gun was in the room, the bedroom, when you entered the bedroom, okay?
Yes.
So I want to.
Volume again.
No worries. Thank you.
I put the volume down.
50. All right. If you can't hear, let us know. Okay. That's what it was at last time.
I'm so weird.
We good to go?
Yes.
I'm gonna play for you a clip of your interview. Right now we're at 209:58. Is that right? 209:58. Okay. I'm gonna hit play.
To the door to give me my phone because he was on the floor. But then his gun was right there.
Right away.
It's right, like when I walked in, his gun was like right by his leg,
Mhm.
and the holder, the gun holder was right there
Where?
on the floor. It was on the floor. It was on the floor. It was on the floor.
Okay.
And then I came in, and he was just laying there.
What'd you move? What'd you touch?
I touched everything. I mean, I know I did. I started screaming, and I just moved like all over, and then I went to him.
So did you hear where you said that his gun was right there on the floor, correct?
Yes.
And that the holder was also right there on the floor, correct?
Yes.
Next to his leg, I think you said.
Yes.
So is that where the gun was when you got into the room?
Honestly, I can't remember. I thought it was on the bed, but according to this, it's not. It's on the floor.
So you don't remember at this point where the gun was when you got into the room?
No, I can't remember.
I'm gonna hit play. Do you remember telling Investigator Mefford that when you were touching everything, you even reached into Mr. Barron's back pocket and touched his cell phone?
Yes.
Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Why'd you reach into his back pocket and touch his cell phone?
I was looking for my phone.
But you had just stated that your phone was sitting right there on the floor next to his
Before
gun.
I found it, as soon as I checked his pulse, I went straight to the back and checked for his phone. And I saw his phone, then I saw my phone.
Okay, so you said that you saw your phone sitting there first, but really what happened was you didn't see your phone sitting there first, and you checked his pocket for your phone, correct?
Right,
And then you realized your phone's sitting on the floor.
right.
Okay. Do you remember telling Investigator Mefford that you saw your phone and the gun sitting on the ground, and that you think you even slid the gun away from Mr. Barron's body?
I don't remember it exactly, but I heard it on the tape.
Do you remember if that's true or false?
I can't remember.
Okay. When you were explaining about this fake kitchen incident where you're playing with Mr. Barron's gun in the kitchen, you know, the incident I'm talking about.
Yes,
Do you remember explicitly telling Investigator Mefford that you touched the trigger because Mr. Barron wanted to see if your finger would reach the trigger? Do you remember saying that to Investigator Mefford?
yes,
You would agree that throwing that little fake fact in there about Mr. Barron wanting for you to touch the trigger of his gun is kind of a random fact to throw into a fake story, correct?
well, it had happened before. I had tried on his gun before.
So why explicitly tell Investigator Mefford that your finger touched the trigger of Mr. Barron's gun that night?
I don't know.
You don't know why you told him that?
I don't know.
Do you remember getting a psychological evaluation?
Yes, I do.
And do you remember telling that doctor that both you and Mr. Barron were drinking that night and that both of you stopped around 10:30 p.m.?
I don't remember telling her that, but I'm sure I did tell her that.
That's also a lie, correct?
No, it wasn't a lie.
Well, I thought you stated earlier on cross-examination that Mr. Barron wasn't drinking that night, but maybe he was drinking earlier in the day.
He was drinking something. I didn't know if he was drinking alcohol or what he was drinking at the night.
Well, you told the psychological evaluator that he was drinking Jack Daniels and then beer, correct?
He was drinking beer that day. He had beer at Olive Garden, and then he mixed himself a drink when we got home. That's all I know.
And you told her that he was drinking until 10:30 p.m., correct?
I thought he was doing drinking then
Why did you think that?
because he had something to drink beside him, and he never drinks anything. He doesn't drink water. He doesn't drink things like that.
So you told Deputy Thomas that Mr. Barron was drinking alcohol that night, correct?
Yes,
And you told Investigator Mefford that Mr. Barron was drinking alcohol that night, correct?
yes,
And you told the psychological evaluator that Mr. Barron was drinking alcohol that night, correct?
yes. I thought he was.
And at no point do you ever tell them, I saw him drinking something and I'm not sure what it was. It might have been alcohol. You just explicitly told them he's drinking Jack Daniels and beer, correct?
I told him he was drinking. I didn't say what he was drinking all night.
And you more explicitly say not only that he's drinking, but that he got angry because you got mad at him for drinking too much alcohol,
At
correct?
lunch.
But that's not what, I know that's what you're saying now. That's not what you told any of those three people, correct?
Correct.
I have to send my doctor these test results.
You testified that the physical abuse with Mr. Barron started in about September of 2024, correct?
Correct.
And prior to that, maybe some verbal and emotional abuse, correct?
And some pushing. Yes.
I guess, would verbal abuse examples of that be like cursing at you,
Calling me names. Yes.
calling you names, any cursing?
Yes.
Yes.
I said yes.
And I would imagine that if he's being verbally and emotionally abusive to you in person, he's also sending you some aggressive text messages, correct?
No, he did not.
No? So he's only verbally abusive to you in person.
He didn't want anyone to know about anything that was going on. That's why we never discussed it. Even after an incident would happen, it never got discussed again.
Even between the two of you.
Even between the two of us, we'd rarely ever bring something up that happened, except once in a while.
So to him, you acted like absolutely nothing was wrong. For what reason?
I was scared of him.
And he just had the self-control to be completely and totally normal to you over text, but then horribly verbally abusive to you in person?
Yes.
So can you think of one single example of a time where this victim, Mr. Barron, ever said something mean or abusive to you over text?
Here are the results.
Not that I can
from
think of right
today's
now.
ultrasound.
And you would agree, like, you both had passwords on your phone, correct?
Right.
And you wouldn't just go around showing everyone your personal text messages between you and Mr. Barron, correct?
No.
And presumably Mr. Barron wasn't going around showing everyone his personal text between the two of you, correct?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
So you would agree that it's one thing not to tell other people about physical abuse, but no one's reading the text between you and Mr. Barron other than you and Mr. Barron, correct?
He told me he didn't want anything written down. That's why I put that one note in there about what happened the night of the DUI. It wasn't true. And it's because he said he didn't want anything written down.
So you wrote down a lie about the DUI?
No, I did not in a lie. I just wrote down the details. I just left out information.
So you didn't write down a lie, so then what you wrote down about the DUI in your notes is the truth?
Well, I told the truth. I just didn't give the absolute all specific details.
Let's pull up that note then.
Of course, we're pulling up the note. Scan. Apparently, because I'm getting this surgery done
So this is states 199-0.
elsewhere,
I'm
I
gonna
have
go
to
down
send
the
everything
note
myself.
that you wrote about the DUI. Zoom in a little bit. So you would agree that the majority of this note doesn't even have anything to do with Mr. Barron, correct?
Correct.
That the majority of it is talking about your interaction with law enforcement that night, correct?
Yes.
So the only part that's about Mr. Barron is this first paragraph up here where you write, I remember I realized I was going the wrong way. I was pulling over to the right. I had a few drinks earlier, about 6:30. I think my last one was maybe 12 o'clock. I took my medication, then you list out your medication, around 2. We've been watching a movie and I was headed to bed. We've gotten in an argument and I decided I couldn't sleep. So I would get up and leave and head back home because I had a lot of work to do at my office. I left at 4, but I decided to leave around 3. That is really the only mention of like what could have possibly gone on between you and Mr. Barron, correct?
Yes.
And if you need time to sit here and read it, let me know. But the rest of this looks like this is all about, again, your interaction with law enforcement.
Yeah, you could scroll to the end of it.
Keep going. This is the end of that one.
Yeah, that's the note. I wasn't talking about that note.
So talking about this note, I'm a little confused. So you're saying that you wrote this note because Mr. Barron told you, I don't want anything about us to be written down in writing. So you'd go to your notes and write down an untrue statement about Mr. Barron and your interactions with law enforcement for what reason?
What statement did I write about him in here?
That you guys got into a fight and that you went in bed or you're watching a movie and that you got into an argument and that you decided you couldn't sleep. And so you would just get up and leave to go back to your office to do some work.
No, that's some of it's right.
So which part of that is correct?
Do it right.
Oh,
You got into a fight.
Lord.
It's the only true part.
No, and I took my medicine
Okay.
and I got up.
I took my
When
medicine.
I remember feeling disoriented. I didn't have that much alcohol. All that's the truth.
So why write all the rest of this stuff about your interactions with law enforcement if the only reason you wrote this note was apparently to not document physical abuse between you and Mr. Barron?
It was a document what happened the night of the DUI.
Okay. So
Do you
purpose of
think
this
the
note is to
audio is
document what
bad
happened the night of
because
the
she has
the
like a thing in her ear?
For what reason?
So I could have it just to make sure I knew what was going on that day.
But you just, the beginning part lied about. Correct?
Let me see the beginning again.
Foolishness.
Starting at I remember, ending at leave around 3.
No, that's true. The first part's true. The
I'm
medicine's true.
dying.
And when I first went to bed, I thought about getting up early. I was going to leave early. I saw that's right. I was going to leave. I said, go home. But then he came in the bedroom. He came back from downstairs and came in the bedroom.
So you just left that part out of the note then?
Yes, I did.
Okay. There's another note that you write about the night of the DUI. You write, add, in all caps, nap in times of event, first drink,
Is Rat
last
House
drink,
in
medication,
here?
medicine, Saturday. Do you remember making this note?
Yes.
Was this note not so that you could help remember what happened that day when you spoke with your DUI attorney?
That's
that
what
was
I
help
was
me too.
thinking, Nikki.
To help you remember what happened the night of the DUI.
Correct.
But the most important part about having been, only reason you were in the car was because you were brutally beaten. He attempted to sodomize you, and then you fled with nothing but a t-shirt on.
With the wild dog.
That part you decided would not be an important fact to share or remember for your DUI case,
I
correct?
can remember that without writing it down.
So instead, you chose to write down just that you went to bed or you couldn't go to sleep, so you got up and left.
Yes.
Okay. So I want to show you some exhibits. States 253 through 263. If you could take a look at these. Is 253 text messages between you and David?
Yes, they are.
Okay, what about 254?
I'm sorry. Okay. Yes.
What about 255?
Yes.
How about 256?
Yes.
And 257?
Yes.
And 258?
Yes.
And 259?
Yes.
260?
Yes.
261?
Yes.
And 262?
I see. I said hi.
Yes.
And 263?
I see you.
Yes.
Judge, at this time I move to admit states 253 through 263 into evidence.
Can I see those?
These are the ones you're talking about.
Those are the ones you can.
Yes. Yes.
Why are you so
Objection to
needy?
253 to 263.
You need me to
Admitted.
hold your hand?
I'm going to show you first states 253. You write to David, do you know how happy you make me, right? And this is on October 15th of 2024.
Right, it's right before we closed on our house.
And you said, do you know how happy you make me?
Yes,
And he said, same. Yes.
yes.
Coco.
And on October 15, 2024, how many times had he already beaten, raped, or pointed a gun at you?
Repeat that again.
As of October 15th of 2024, how many times had he beaten, raped, or attempted to rape, or pointed a gun at you?
I think twice.
Okay.
4 subs away from 2,000. 4 subs.
254.
Do it
Sorry, this
for
is
Coco,
actually
please.
state
Ow!
255.
Stop
This is
biting
on
me.
October 27th. I wish I had my butt snuggled up to you, you said, right?
Right,
And then he said, I know, same.
right,
And then you said, this weekend was fantastic, but it went by so very fast. Correct?
correct.
Did he beat, rape, strangle you, choke you, anything like that? In between states, between the 15th and the 27th that you can remember?
No, he did not. That's why it was such a good weekend. We had a good time together. No fighting or no nothing.
And then on states 254, this is also on the 27th, you wrote, I already miss your sweet smile. Where's my mouse? There we go. You wrote, I already miss your sweet smile, and you sent that text twice, correct?
Correct.
And then states 256 is going to be from October 29th, so a couple days later. He wrote, I'm so in love with you on 10/26 on the 29th, correct?
Yes,
And then you wrote, you make me feel like the most important woman on this earth. You are everything I could want in a man. You are my heart, right?
Go.
And then he wrote,
Get
you are
down.
most important, correct?
correct.
And again, how many times had he beaten, raped, strangled you, or physically abused you at this point?
I think twice, but I was in love with him.
And then on November 7th, this is going to be states 257, he wrote, I found my woman, correct?
Correct,
You wrote, I love being your woman. I found my man. Your smile, your voice, and your touch all make me melt, right?
correct.
And then if I could get my mouse back over there. He wrote, love it, right?
Right,
So you mentioned that the physical abuse really escalated in December, right?
yes,
So I'm going to show you states 258. This is from December 2nd, 2024. You wrote, miss you too. Hope you have a great day. I love you so very much. And then you wrote, you are the man of my dreams and now my life, correct?
correct.
Had he been brutally physically abusive to you at this point?
No,
No?
at what point? At this point?
Up in, yeah. Okay, now we're in December. So you said
Twice,
still only twice?
yes.
I thought you said that the physical abuse really escalated in December.
Yeah, in December. This is December 2nd.
This is December 4th.
Okay, it was at the end of December.
Okay. One more from December 4th. You wrote, I wish I could love on you right now, correct? This is
Correct.
259, I apologize.
Correct,
And then he wrote, I agree. And then you wrote, baby, you work so hard. You are the best man in the world, correct?
correct.
And then states 260 is, states 260 is from December 9th. He wrote, I love also, and you wrote, I wish I was snuggled next to you. You make me feel safe and loved, correct?
How do you
How many times
girls
have you been physically,
type with
verbally, or
long
emotionally
nails?
abusive to you at this point?
Probably about 2.
But he makes you feel so safe and loved?
Yes, I was in love with him.
But he makes you feel safe?
At that point, I did.
So now we're in January. So we've gone completely through December. We're in January. This is January 8th. This is states 261. You wrote, we deal, communicate differently. I need to talk issues through. I see you as one who wishes for all to go away, good to both compromise. I unfortunately need constant assurance of your respect, love, and caring for me. That probably drives you crazy, correct?
3 subs
He wrote,
away.
doesn't drive me crazy, correct?
Correct,
It would drive me
Say,
crazy.
we deal and communicate differently. I need to talk issues through and you need to beat and rape me, correct?
correct.
You're talking about your issues with David, but you didn't feel the need to bring up that he's beaten you, attempted to rape you, strangled you, pointed a gun
No,
at
I
you.
wasn't going to bring it up on those texts. We talked about it sometimes, but usually we just let it go. Usually it was just forgotten. Once it happened, it was gone. It was forgotten.
Are you good at letting things go with David?
Sometimes I am.
How about other times?
When I'm in love with him and it jeopardizes my love, if he'd leave me or not because I said anything. No,
Did you find that he would do little things that would frustrate you?
no,
You never felt the need to text him about all these things that would do, or something that he would do that would annoy you or upset you?
no, I don't believe so.
Yeah.
We text so many times.
And then lastly, I want to show you states 263, which is February 16th. So February 15th is the night that David woke you up by tapping your foot with a gun, correct?
Yes,
And then attempted to anally sodomize you, correct?
correct,
And then slapped your breast to the point of pretty extensive bruising, correct?
correct,
And then on the
you.
afternoon of the 17th, you wrote, thank you for keeping me calm and wanting to help me. I feel safe and loved by you.
correct.
Did all those things that he did to you make you feel safe and loved?
After it happened, after I got the DUI, I was upset when I got back home, and he was very calming to me. He told me we were going to work it out together, not to worry.
Okay.
Okay, that's it.
I'm now going to, so earlier on direct, you mentioned that on the night of the DUI, you and David fought about the mortgage, correct?
Correct.
You also mentioned that David was trying to force you to allow him to put only his name on the deed to the house, correct?
Correct.
And that he was basically trying to force you to put down a lot more money than him in the house, correct?
Correct.
So I'm going to show you, it's the marked estates 271 through 275. If you could take a look at these.
What other kind is
Estates
there?
271
What?
text between you and David.
Yes.
How about
What do you mean?
272?
Yes.
How about 273?
Yes.
How about 274?
Yes.
Did
And
I say
275.
something about specific kind of something?
Yes.
Judge, this time I move to admit states 271 to 275 into evidence.
No objection to 271 through 275.
Admitted.
I'm going to use this for these because I don't have these on my computer. Thank you. Oh, sorry, it's off. Oh, oop. Sorry about that. So this is states 271. I'm going to zoom in just a bit. At the top, this is you. It says,
Would you use the table microphone?
oh, yes, I'm sorry. Or I'll use this one. Is this okay? Can you hear me?
Much better. Thank you.
This is you, and it says, let's seriously look at a house on the lake. Are you supposed to buy with Evan, or would it be just you and me, correct?
Correct.
And then he wrote, let me zoom out. Just me and you, he was just helping, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, both of your sons are awesome.
Correct.
And then in 272, you ask David, this is on July 28th of 2024, would we buy together, both of our names on it, or do you want to have another thought, correct?
Let's see.
Sorry.
You have another thought. Yes.
And then David replies and says, we can buy together. I want us to share everything, correct?
Correct.
No,
And
you
then in
don't.
states 273,
No, you don't, sir.
You ask
Mm-mm.
him, you say, you make me so happy. When you speak to Chris, your banker, please ask him if it's easier for him to put only your name on the loan, correct?
Correct.
And then in states 274, now we're in August, you write, where will we live, correct?
Correct.
And David says, house there and or lake house here, correct?
Correct.
And you say, understand, we will buy together, both, correct?
Correct.
And then David replies, I'm open either way. If you buy there and I buy here, correct?
Correct.
And you say,
Thanks,
I would prefer
Kristen.
we buy together. I want to live at the lake and retire there, correct?
Correct.
And he says, certainly can do. Or can certainly do, sorry. Can certainly do.
Yes.
Now I feel bad. Someone
And then
sent me
lastly,
Jules
states
earlier,
275.
and I thought,
David texts
What's
you, Chris said to move forward with the wire. Total for Suzanne is 142,500. David, 100,000, correct?
Correct.
So you only put down basically $42,500 more than David, correct?
Correct.
So when you said that you put down 200,000, he put down 100,000, that was also incorrect.
I thought I did put down 200,000.
So you again put down less than 50,000 more than David.
Correct.
And in none of those texts, you would agree, David is trying to force you to allow him to only have his name on the house, correct?
Not in the text.
well,
That was in
thank
July.
you,
We talked
Nikki.
about the name on the loan, not the house. That's the loan. And we're talking about the deed to the house.
And because David only talks about mean things, not over text, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So is there going to be text messages where David's trying to force you to allow him to put his name on the deed?
Well, that's not a mean text. That's just what he wanted to do.
And are there going to be texts that show that?
I don't think so. Just think of it to the very end. We didn't talk about that until like right before we closed.
They
And all of a sudden he
changed
just
it.
had a change of heart, it sounds like.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Yes, he didn't even, he almost ended up not wanting to buy the
Scott,
house.
are you
Yes.
here?
So I want to show you some other texts.
Someone
Showing
else
you
sent me
states
something.
264 through 269. If you could thumb through these. States 264 text between you and David.
Yes.
How about 265?
Yes.
266?
Yes.
267?
Yes.
268?
Oh, Jeff, you got me. Oh, oh.
Yes.
And 269?
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, this time I moved to admit states 264 through 269 into evidence.
No objection to 264 through 269.
Admitted.
YouTube changed it, so when I see it on my end, it looks
can I
like
have
someone
this on?
just typed like
You want the laptop?
Yes, please. I apologize.
Blink and Blink sent you
is
jewels.
States
Like, it doesn't look like it's from
264.
YouTube, so I ignored it earlier.
States 264 is on October 28th, 2024.
Not
Let's
bad.
see. You say at 9 a.m., please enjoy your grandchildren trick-or-treating. I know they will be adorable. Do you remember this conversation?
I remember reading it now. Yes, vaguely.
Who is Meg?
Who's Meg? Meg is his daughter-in-law's sister.
You got really jealous about
This
something
is
you
the
did with
dumbest
Meg,
thing
correct?
I've ever heard.
I was what?
Jealous.
I wouldn't say jealous.
No?
I was upset.
Upset. Because he told her that he mentioned that she had pretty hair, correct?
Well, yes, that, and they were hanging around each other at the birthday party the whole time.
And it was a birthday party for Evan's twins, correct?
Right, yes.
In September.
Correct.
And Meg so Evan again is David's son, correct?
Right.
And Evan is married to Brittany, correct?
Right, is his sister-in-law.
And Meg is Brittany's sister-in-law.
No, Evan's sister-in-law.
So Colt is married to Allie, correct?
Correct.
And so Meg is married to presumably Brittany's brother.
No, she's not married to anyone.
So how?
She's divorced.
Okay, so who is Meg in this? Meg is Evan's sister-in-law.
Evan's sister-in-law, right.
Okay, so Evan's sister-in-law is at the birthday party for his twins, correct?
Correct.
With the whole family, correct?
Correct.
And he mentioned that Meg had pretty hair.
Correct.
Okay, so
That cat's behind me.
you say do not say anything to Evan about this, correct?
Right.
What are you talking about?
Oh, about saying about the pretty hair.
Okay, so you didn't want for David, you're telling David over text that you don't want him to tell Evan something, correct?
Correct.
He responds, I love you, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, I love you. Please be respectful of me before you comment or reach out / hug another woman, as I will respect you with other men, correct?
Correct.
We're talking about his son's sister-in-law, correct?
Correct.
And then you send a screenshot. We can't see what that is, but he responds, will do, correct?
Correct.
And you say, please understand, I do trust you.
I'll be right
Sometimes
back.
others, people misinterpret comments and gesture, correct?
Correct.
Then he says, sorry, I missed call, was an elevator. I tried you back. And you say, sorry, I missed your call, correct?
Correct.
So now y'all are kind of playing phone tag a little bit.
Yes.
And then you say, hey there, sorry, I missed your call. Judy, Mike, and I are at the lodge, correct?
Correct.
He just says, pardon, tell them hello for me. And then you say, excuse me, in French, correct?
Yes.
Then there's some more conversations. He says, LOL. Then he says, you are my love, right?
Right.
And then he says, you are special. I would never thought I would live with someone before marriage. I am very happy to do this, correct?
Correct.
And you say, I love you so much, correct?
Correct.
And he says, love you, my lady, correct?
Yes.
And then you say, what are you doing? He says, watching World Series, correct?
Correct.
And you say, we're back at Judy and Mike's, just having a normal conversation, right?
Right.
And then you say, I miss you. He says, oh, good, I miss you, correct?
Correct.
Then all of a sudden, that same night at 9:42, you send him a text saying, I am worried about you going trick-or-treating with Meg being there. I do not trust her. I hate that I have to even think about this. It is obvious you are attracted to her and her to you. Please let me know if you prefer her. I have been through this. It has made me sick all day thinking about it. Men are visual. You are apparently attracted to her. If you want her, go after her. I do not have hair like that, and I am older.
Oh
correct.
my
And he
gosh.
responds, baby, please don't worry.
Suzanne.
I will not go there if you wish. There is no attraction on my end, correct?
Correct.
And David did not go trick-or-treating with his grandkids in October 2024, correct?
I'm not sure.
You don't know if he ended up going trick-or-treating?
No, I don't know.
Discord.
Moving on to States 265. This is on November 20th of 2024. This is November 20th at 11 or 10 p.m. He says, I do desire you, babe, correct?
Yes.
And you say, I'm not sure. We never text sexually like we used to. We are not married, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, I think you need some young pussy with pretty hair, correct?
Correct.
Are you referring to Meg? With the
I'm
pretty hair
referring to
comment?
someone with pretty hair.
Are you referring back to your Meg argument when he said that she had pretty hair?
I'm referring back to anybody that has pretty hair.
Okay. How many times has he raped you or sodomized you at this point?
November 20th, twice.
Okay. Then you say, not interested in mine anymore, barely wanted it this past weekend after not having for 10 days. And he says, I only need you, correct?
Right.
Then he says, I'm going to hug you now to stop this, correct?
Correct.
And then he says, we were texting sexually because we were only seeing each other occasionally. Now we are seeing each other almost weekly, correct?
Correct.
And you say, that does not mean it needs to stop. It keeps things alive between us. I should have refused to live with you until I received a ring. Commitment on your part. I am an idiot, correct?
Correct.
Then you say, never mind. You do not get it, right?
Correct.
Then he says, stop tonight, right?
Correct.
And you say, I will. Do not worry. You have no right answer. Good night, correct?
Correct.
He says, what a night out drinking can do, correct?
Correct.
You say, I did not have but one drink, thank you. You had so much to drink Saturday night, you could not even stay awake, could not stay awake. This is how I feel, sorry. You tell me to stop, and then you discuss drinking. At least I don't flirt with other men like you do, correct? Those are all from you?
Correct.
Then you text again. This all started because I wanted you, but you don't, so don't worry about it. I know I've been through enough to know when I am wanted, and when I am not, I will be fine. I'll get over it. I always do. Go after what you really desire, pretty hair girl, correct?
Correct.
And your testimony is that you are not continuously referring to Meg with the pretty girl comment or pretty hair comment.
I said on that one text I wasn't.
Okay, what about this one?
Yes, it was just anybody with pretty hair.
Okay.
That was just kind of a running joke with us about the pretty hair dress.
Does it sound like, are you joking
No,
there?
I'm not joking about it, but he
Okay.
was.
Then he says, I do not flirt with anyone, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, Meg, question mark?
Right.
So we are talking about Meg.
I'm asking about Meg on this text right here.
And this is 1 month after, actually, this is more than 1 month after the time where he told Meg that she had pretty hair, correct?
Yes.
So then you say, you and her had something between you two. Go find out. I will not stand in the way. I would never have done that to you. It is obvious you have a thing for her, correct?
Correct.
This is so crazy, it's hard to believe, is what Mr. Barron responds, correct?
Correct.
And you say touching her hair, correct?
Correct.
And then he says, so far from the truth, correct?
Correct.
So I thought that Mr. Barron didn't want for you to put in writing any disagreements that the two of you had.
Anything with anything that he's done to me.
Okay,
He's
so
harmed me in any way.
are these rules like written down somewhere?
Well, no, there's actually 2 rules.
Okay, what are the 2 rules?
One is not to say anything about anything that we do.
Okay,
If he touches me, another one that he's a good man.
so his first rule is not to say anything about anything you do, and the second is that he's a good man.
Right.
And so this conversation would not fall under one of those 2 rules.
He didn't do anything to me physically,
But he did touch another girl's hair and say that her hair was pretty.
and that's okay.
Okay,
He didn't do anything to me physically.
so you're allowed to yell at him about this. You're just not allowed to yell at him about other things, is what you're saying, correct?
I didn't yell at him about this. It was just in a text.
Okay. So then you said I was humiliated in front of her. She knows what she is doing. She followed you around like a puppy dog, correct?
Correct.
And then he said, I will go to funeral over the weekend. What's he talking about there?
I have no idea.
Okay. Then you say, don't come here, correct?
Correct.
Oops. And then you said, you're such a baby. Then you say, you hurt me and will not be held accountable. Then you say, I will not see you for a while, correct?
Correct.
Then say, it shows you don't want me, take Meg with you, correct?
Correct.
Thanksgiving, you two can enjoy each other, correct?
Correct.
I am done.
Correct.
Moving on to States 266. This is from December 5th. You sent him a message, correct? Or, I'm sorry, an address, correct?
Correct.
He says, let me make sure for last names, correct? Then you say, baby, I have left you 2 messages, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, do not manipulate me and make this my fault. I am so happy as can be, called you 2 and 3 times, left you a few messages. I'm almost an hour ago. We specifically discussed the tree and I asked you to wait for me, but you do not respect me. You went ahead and did it anyway. Why do you need me? You are so good by yourself. Then you hang up on me. You are so immature. Is this an argument where he put up Christmas tree decorations without you?
That was a tree that he was working on.
Okay.
That he finished. Yeah, he started decorating it.
We'll keep reading. So then you say, never mind, you need a young woman that has no brain, correct?
So it was his tree.
Then you text again, this is our first Christmas together and it should be special. I only wanted to decorate the tree with you. I wanted us to have a fire room, put on some music and just relax and have fun together. We obviously want different things. I love you so much. I need us to be on the same page, not against each other. This is my last time getting married and being deeply involved with someone. I need to be happy and rewarding for both of us, correct?
Correct.
So do you think that you are, in fact, arguing or you're angry with him because he put up decorations on a Christmas tree?
Well, yeah, because the weekend before I wanted to decorate it. He wanted to be there for it.
Okay.
So, yes.
So is this one of the things that you are allowed to get angry at him for in writing?
He didn't touch me physically or sexually.
Okay. So then you say, please call me. I do not want to fall asleep upset, correct?
Correct.
Then you text again saying, please call me so we can work this out, but I have to get up in the morning and go to Jacksonville and go to the doctor to have my hearing test again. Never mind.
So
You don't
please
care
call
about
me
or my
right now.
feelings, correct?
Correct.
Please call me, right?
Yes.
I am sorry. I want us to be so different than what I have had. Maybe I am not ready. I seem to get hurt so easily and
Yeah.
I'm so sensitive, correct?
Correct.
Then again, you text, please call me and let's talk this out. I miss you. I want to be with you. I was excited about decorating the tree with you. And I know you didn't mean to hurt my feelings, but it did. Please show me the things I want to do with you and be special. I want our life to be different than whatever. You've had a good life.
Okay,
You've had good
Nikki.
people. I'm not that person for you. Maybe this is your kind way of telling me to go away. I can't believe you hung up on me. You act like you did nothing. I'm an idiot. Again, I'm sorry. You deserve better. Correct?
Correct.
And then you say, I will stay away from you.
Correct.
And then again, you text
Hi,
him.
Canada.
I was upset earlier. I wanted to decorate the tree with you, but I love you and I want to work this out. I don't want to go to sleep like this, correct?
Correct.
Then you text again, please let's make this right, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Barron has not replied to you at all,
No.
correct?
Correct.
And then you send a picture. We can't really see who's in that photograph, but then you text again saying, David, I'm sorry, please call me, correct?
Correct.
My heart is breaking. Please reach out to me, correct?
Correct.
Then you say these will be delivered tomorrow and send a screenshot of something, a couple things. Now we're on the next morning. Mr. Barron never replied to you, correct? called you any mean names, correct?
Right. Did he call me on the phone though?
And he hung up on you, correct?
Right. Did he call me back though?
I don't know. You tell me.
I can't remember, but I think he may have called me back, but I'm not sure.
But you kept saying, please call me, please call me, please call me. So do you think he did call you if you were continuously asking for him to call you?
I'm not sure.
So in the morning, you text him,
Like
good
a
morning. I am sorry. I am
14-year-old
totally
woman.
overwhelmed and stressed out right now at office. We are working so hard trying to get everyone in, of course, at last minute for their insurance. Yesterday, I had 2 people yell at me, my office patients. I talked to the guy helping me with my practice and he gave me bad news, but it will out. Trying to furnish and finish the condo, furnish the house and get Christmas presents. I'm totally completely overwhelmed. Trying to squeeze my ear appointments in Jacksonville is so hard. So sometimes little things to you
Right,
are big
Alex?
things to me and important to me. During this time, I'm looking forward to the little things. I do love you, correct?
Correct.
Moving on to states 267. This is from December 15th. You say, did you fall asleep on me, correct?
Yes.
And David said, I love to feel you squirting, correct?
Yes.
Then he said, no, I'm awake putting things up around the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
And this is at 11:58 p.m., right?
Yes.
So then you reply and say, never mind, I cannot seem to keep you interested in me, finish the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
And he says, I'm very interested, but I thought you were going to sleep.
One
After trying to find your daughter's present,
subscriber.
I started to reroute the two presents, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, we are in the middle of a conversation and you leave, you will never understand my heart, my soul, or my thoughts, correct?
Correct. Because we were in a conversation and then he ignored me before these is before.
And then he didn't
these
reply.
things.
So then he said, I left when you closed the conversation, correct?
Correct.
And then you said, how did I close the conversation? My last comment was, yes, I would be writing your whole hard cock squirting all over us. That is not closing the conversation. Where do you get this stuff? How did I close the conversation? Oh, that's the same text that you edited a couple seconds later, correct?
Correct.
How many times did Mr. Barron raped you or sodomized you at this point? We're in December 16th.
Twice.
Okay. So then he says, good night, correct?
Correct.
And you say, I'm calling you. How did I end the conversation, correct?
Correct.
Then you sent you more text. I didn't close the conversation. You lost interest in the conversation. What is wrong? You said you would be squirting. I wrote, yes, I would be writing your hard cock, squirting all over us. How is that ending the conversation? You make up so many things. You said earlier, I need to tell my psychologist, were you making fun of me? I am wasting my energy and my heart is going to be hurt in the long run. I do not believe anything will happen except my heart will be broken, correct?
Correct.
And then he
That's
says,
why I
not at
said
all, correct?
it's the most
Correct.
And then he
embarrassing
said, I called you and you will
conversation
not pick up. Don't call me.
over
Correct.
text.
Correct.
And he says, what are you
Ever.
saying?
Correct.
And then you said, I'm an idiot. How did I end the conversation? David, answer me. Correct.
Correct.
Then you said we were in the middle of having a sex conversation just like we were the other night, and you tell me you're watching the country music. Tonight you go clean up. I do not turn you on any longer. I guess you were tired of me, correct?
Correct.
Then he says, where is this coming from? Correct?
Correct.
You say, from when you never answered me after I said I would be writing you your hard cock, and then you left the conversation. I did not end it, correct?
Correct.
And he says, I am totally lost with this.
Correct.
And then he says, can't believe what started this, correct?
Correct.
Then you say, we are in the middle of texting each other and having a good conversation, and then you never comment again for 20 minutes. You left me hanging, correct?
Correct.
So presumably this entire argument is because he left you hanging for 20 minutes?
No, there's more to it before this. Yes.
Kevin, I responded
And
up
then this
above.
is same text that you, oh no, it's a different text. We were in the middle of a conversation and you just got up and walk away for 20 minutes. You don't answer me. You will never understand me and I will never understand you. Please, I will be fine. I always am, correct?
Correct.
So again, you reference that he did not reply to you for 20 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Good night is what you say,
Good night.
correct?
Correct.
And he says, what did I tell
Peace
you I was
out.
doing? Good night, correct?
Correct.
You say, you're right. It is all me, correct?
Correct.
Ooh,
He says, where did I say it was all you? Show me, correct?
Correct.
And then you sent him something from the internet that you're referencing. And then that's the end of the conversation that night. He texts good morning the following day, correct?
He did what?
He just texts you the following morning. Good morning.
Yes.
Stage 268 is from January 24th. So at this point, you know about Lilia, correct? Because we're into January 2025.
Yes, I do.
So you say, please call me after you eat. Can I ask you a question? How would it make you feel if you never saw me again? Correct?
Correct.
He says, very lonely. Correct?
Correct.
You say, well, your decision to not call and tell me what's going on tells me that you are prepared to be lonely without me. If you love me and want to work this out, you need to come see me. I deserve face to face with you. Correct?
Correct.
And then he says, good night.
Correct.
And then he says, I miss you. Now we're into January 25th. Correct?
Correct.
And then you don't reply. And on the 26th, you send him a text at 9:59 p.m. and say, we have got to talk when my son
This is an
lives there. We have to settle
emotional
this. Where is our
yo-yo.
relationship headed? I really care for you. We need to go through this so we can start planning our life. I have been at my office all weekend to get the numbers so I can sell my practice to move to the lake to be together. My condo is being shown in the AM. I have my place at Seagate until January 30th. Please answer and talk to me if you want to work this out. Correct?
Correct.
And then you say, please call me on the
Yes.
26th. And then now we're in the 27th. You say, what is so sad is that only God knows how much I've cried for you to save our relationship, correct?
Correct.
this is
And
the
then you reply to his, I
Georgia.
miss you. And you say, why? I don't understand. I could have understood what you were doing. You did not trust me. I wanted to be your safe place. I wanted to be your
Suzanne
wife. I am too old for this. I don't
Mericle.
even know what to do forever. I honestly thought you were my forever. I'm so stupid. I believed in you. I loved you. Please call me and just let me go. I have to hear you say those words to me. I will never bother you again. I wanted us to be together forever, correct?
Correct.
And then you text him again on January 27th. I wish I could fall asleep. Miss you, correct?
Correct.
Then you say, please call me. I love and miss you. I want to work this out. Please be honest with me and tell me what is going on so we're both on the
Thank
same
you.
page. If I need to keep a secret with you, then I will, but we can't keep secrets from each other, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, I miss the man who used to make me feel like I was his world. What happened to us? I truly don't understand, correct?
Correct.
And then he sends you pictures of a bunch of boxes, it looks like, correct?
Correct.
And then he says, many boxes, right?
Yes.
And then he says, McLean should stay here with me to save money until we decide to sell our house or buy out. And is McLean your son?
Yes, he is.
And was he living with David in the lake house at
You're
this
very
time?
welcome.
He was staying there for about a month.
Okay.
Okay, bye,
And you
bye,
have any concerns about
Kevin.
your son living with a man who beat,
Thank
raped,
you.
and pointed guns at you and strangled you?
Well, he didn't do all that before this. He only did part of that.
So we're into January. We're almost to the end of January at this point.
Okay, yeah, so in December he did the gun. He didn't point it at me, he just beat the door with it. So he hadn't pointed a gun at me at this point.
He had at least raped or sodomized you at least twice, you said at this point, correct?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Had he strangled you at this point? Ever?
Yes,
Had he physically assaulted you at this point?
yes,
And then you say, McLean will be moving out this week. Please do not contact me again, correct?
correct.
You said, I have explained to McLean what you did, and the best thing for you to do is stay away from him. I don't want him to be around someone like you, correct?
Correct.
And you're talking about Lilia when you said I explained to McLean what you did, correct?
I'm not sure. I don't think I told him about Lilia.
Did you? Well, what else would you have told McLean that David did other than Lilia?
About maybe not trying to work it out with me or something.
Okay. Then you said, you're a coward in so many ways. Stay away from my children and do not contact me again. I will be there tomorrow to pick up my things. I have a truck coming with me, correct?
Correct.
And he says, you say, you're such a coward. You can't even pick up the phone. Do not say a word to my son. If you do, I will contact your son. You are a piece of shit, correct?
Correct.
Then you said, ship all the boxes that we have received. How can you live with yourself? You are the worst thing that's ever happened to me. You lied over and over. I hope she was worth it, correct?
Correct.
You said, if you do not answer the phone, I will have no choice but to call Evan, make up your
Oh,
mind. You've got 10 minutes,
threats.
correct?
Correct.
And so at this point, you're threatening to move out of the lake house, correct?
Yeah, we're going to sell the lake house at this point.
And you're telling,
Because he was supporting her.
right.
Mhm.
And you're telling David, do not ever contact me ever again, correct?
Correct.
And David did not reply saying, if you try and move on, I'm going to kill you, correct?
No, he did not say that then.
Then he says, you have contacted everyone. What a piece of work. Hope you feel better, correct?
Yes.
You say, I have not contacted anyone yet. You are a coward. Lies, lies, and lies. There is a special place in hell for people like you, correct?
Hell,
Correct.
hell, not just one,
to me
just
like a
two
man,
hells. Hell,
right?
hell.
Correct.
And he just replies, I will contact all your children also, correct?
Correct.
Then you say, you can contact my children all day long. You are the one that did wrong, not me. I have done everything to love you and to make a home for you. And you got caught family support for Lilia and you don't know what to do. You are not a man. You are a piece of doo-doo, correct?
Correct.
You do.
Oop, there's a little,
She had no
says,
problem
"Buy you
telling
out
him that
on
he's
house
going to
like that,"
hell
correct?
and he's a
Correct.
bastard, but
And then you
Called him
deleted
doo-doo.
something. It says user deleted. And then you say, can I just ask you a question? How would it make you feel if you never saw me again, correct?
Correct.
Now we're into January 28th of
but
2025.
wait,
And
Alexa,
then you deleted something
you
else,
haven't
correct?
heard everything.
This is at 2:56 a.m. We're currently at, correct? In the morning. Correct.
I don't know if it's, yes, in the morning.
2:55 a.m.
Yes, it's in the morning.
And then you asked him about all of,
Girlfriend
randomly you just asked
doesn't
him about
even know
a doctor's
what day
appointment
it
he's having
is.
this week that you hope it goes well, correct?
Correct.
And then you go back to, you have lied to me since the day I met you. You lied in my face. What kind of man does that to a person? You have ignored me since this happened because what you're doing is so wrong in so many ways. You are living a lie and a separate life. Everything you have ever told me is a lie. Everything you do is lie. I honestly don't know how you look in the mirror every day. I don't know what this woman has over you, but I hope it's worth it because you have lost a very good woman in me. I gave you my heart, my soul. I am so concerned about you. I would have loved you and taken care of you until my last breath. Correct?
Correct.
And then you say, I do want you to know that my heart is broken. I will always love you and be there for you. If you needed me, I did not deserve this, correct?
Correct.
And then he says, Suzanne, I'm so very sorry.
Correct.
And then you deleted something right there, so we can't see that. And you also deleted something there. And then you say, can we talk? Correct?
Correct.
Oh,
Then you send this text.
she's calmed
Jen,
down.
Can you take me to the hospital tomorrow morning? I have to be there by 6:30 a.m. Thanks to Suze. Who is Jen?
A friend of mine.
Was this text meant for David?
No, it was meant for Jen.
Did you ever actually text Jen and ask her to take you to the hospital?
Yes.
You did?
Yes. When was this?
January 28th of 2025.
28th. Yeah, I think that was for my, I can't remember what I was doing then.
Breath
How about tomorrow,
biopsy.
January 29th of 2025. Did you go to the hospital on January 29th of 2025?
I can't remember.
Okay, well, we'll keep reading. We'll find out.
Oh,
He says,
great.
Why are you going to the hospital? Correct?
Correct.
You say, how do you know I'm going to the hospital? Correct?
Correct.
What?
He says, you sent me the message to Jen, correct?
Correct.
And you say, I am sorry, please do not mention to McLean, correct?
Correct.
And he says, what happened, correct?
Correct.
And you say, I have to have a procedure, nothing really, correct?
Correct.
Remember what procedure you had on the 29th?
It could have been my biopsy from my breast.
Okay.
Pulled it
So
right
you
out
say
of the middle
discussing
school book.
boxes, you talk about you paid your half of the mortgage, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, please give me a call, thank you.
Correct.
Please call me, we have much to discuss.
I look
correct?
like a hot mess.
Yes, correct.
I may want to
Oh,
keep the lake
yeah.
house, so I may want to keep the furniture. You say that, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, we have to talk. I have a test on my colon because I have been throwing up and blood in my stools, correct?
Correct. Correct. Yes.
And you say, we have to talk about the house. I'm under so much stress. I told my doctor, but he thinks it's more than that. I have to have a test on my colon because I have been throwing up and blood in my stool, correct?
Yes, correct.
And then you say, I want to speak to you. I miss you, correct?
Correct.
Say, David, I'm tired and I don't have any energy left to argue. I do love you and I feel that God has brought us together for a reason. You are so important to me and I'm going to give you space
One
you need,
sub
and I
away.
hope this will strengthen our relationship in the long run. Suzanne, correct?
Correct.
Then on the 29th, he says, I didn't know you were throwing up and bleeding. Keep me updated on your procedure. I didn't say anything to McLean. I need to get the mortgage information from you, correct?
Correct.
Poor
And then
guy.
at 10 a.m. he says, how are you, correct?
Correct.
You say, good, thanks, at noon, right?
Right.
Then you say, been asleep.
Yes.
Correct. Say, you out from work today, he says? And then he says, what procedure, correct?
Correct.
And then he says, are you okay? I'm not sure where McLean is, correct?
Correct.
And then he says, I found the mortgage info. I'll mail my half tomorrow, correct?
Correct.
He's talking about buying out options. Then you respond on the 29th at 10:26 p.m. and say, hey, I am now getting back from the ER. I had an Uber driver take me around 4 because when I woke up from cramping because so bad and I started bleeding, I am scared. I feel like something is really wrong with me. I feel like they never really knew what was wrong with me. The Uber guy took me today and picked me up for my procedure. He asked if he could stay and help me. I think he thinks I'm on vacation because I'm staying in the Seagate and I'm so scared and so sad, correct?
Correct.
I'm so
And then you say,
scared.
wow, I'm
So
reading your
sad.
text, correct?
Correct.
So you never actually went to the ER on the 29th, did you?
Yes, I did.
You weren't at the gun range with your friends?
That
Guys,
morning that
watch
I went.
this.
I'm going to show you what's already been authenticated as states 199B and 199C. Do you recognize who is in those pictures?
Yes, this is that evening.
Is that you?
Yes.
And then can you look at the next one? Is that you as well?
Yes, that's me as well.
Judge, I move to admit states 199B and 199C into evidence.
Pay really close attention.
Oh, they were just identified?
Yeah.
Okay. 199 B and C? No
Let
further
me
objection.
put up a thing.
Admitted.
Pay attention.
I apologize, Judge, if I could have the.
Heart.
So this is from your phone. This is states 199B. And this is a selfie of you. Where are you at in this selfie?
In the shooting range.
And it says that this image was created on January 29th, 2025 at 7:27 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Doesn't look like you're vomiting up blood in the ER in this photo, does it?
No, I think that was in the morning that I went.
So this says created at 7:27 p.m.
That's that evening.
You said morning.
No, this is in the evening.
Correct. So you had told David that you just got back from the ER because you had been vomiting up blood and had to take an Uber driver. You had been there all day, and that you got home at 10:26 p.m. Correct.
That day. It must not be the right day then.
On January 29th.
No, that must not be the right day.
This is states 268 that we just read. Hey, I'm now getting back from the ER. I had an Uber driver take me around 4 because when I woke up, I was cramping. I feel like all of these things. That was sent at 10:26 p.m. on January 29th.
Yes, of course. That was after I went there and then went to the shooting
course.
range. So I got home.
Of course. Doll.
So let me get this straight.
Let me
You
just
woke up
clear
around
this.
4
I was sick.
and
Yes.
vomiting up blood.
Yes.
And Ubered to the ER.
Right.
And then you went from the ER to the shooting range with your friends?
Then I went to my office first.
Okay. And then went to the shooting range with your friends?
Yeah, there was nothing wrong with me. They said I was fine.
And then you waited till you got home from the shooting
There's
range to text
something wrong
David
with
that you're just now getting back from the ER?
Yes.
And then here's another picture. Is that you in there?
Yes.
And this is from created January 29th at 7:47 p.m. You're also at the shooting range?
Yes.
So you went from vomiting up blood at the ER to hanging out at the shooting range with your friends?
Well, I had a commitment to go there. I organized it for them.
Okay. So you mentioned that so that text that you sent to David where it said, Jen, can you take me to the hospital? Did you end up sending that message to the correct person, to Jen, the person that you meant to send it to?
No, I think I called her.
All right, so
It
what is the
it gets
timeline for the- Oh, sorry. I'm gonna show you.
like it's
State
truly
199Q, This
unbelievable.
has also already been. Judge, State 199Q has been authenticated with Sergeant London, Lieutenant London. This is a timeline extraction from the defendant's cell phone, and I moved to tender this into evidence.
Is this the phone number?
It's a timeline of.
Bing.
Oh, the wrong one. I apologize, Judge. I meant to say 199P. It's a timeline of January 28th to January 29th. It's text and it's I think it's just.
While we sort this out, let's take a 15-minute break. Thank you.
Okay. If you guys are just joining, hey, what's up? My name's Lacey. I do this every Tuesday through Friday. Usually beginning around 4, but I skipped yesterday because my internet was down. So I am here a little bit earlier than normal, and I always cover trials, new trials and old trials, and I'm also kind of vlogging about my experience having a rare disease, but forget about that for now. Please make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe both of which are free to do. And if you are really enjoying the content, you can become a member. That's fun. It starts at $6.99 a month. And what else? You can support the channel by sending monies to the places in the rolling ticker at the bottom. But I'm going to be entirely transparent. All of the monies are going towards my medical expenses. So nothing fun. Okay. Let's get this show back on the road.
Right now. I have told you too much. Thank you, though. Correct.
Wait, this is, so she comes back on this, like, I oh my God, I can't even. I was watching this in bed last night and I was like, oh my God, you gotta be kidding me. Come on, let's go. It's too much. Thank you, Alexa, for the hearts or the jewels.
It's 199p, which is the timeline
I can read.
of events from Ms. Miracle's phone from January 28th through January 29th.
Not Q, correct?
No, P.
No further objection, P.
Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry. We do have a video playing in the background. Sorry. Can you take the screen off, George? Okay. I got it, sorry. Okay, we're good now. I apologize.
I'm sorry.
You can put it back up now.
Told me to have a button right there.
I apologize.
All right.
My fault. So this is.
Hold on. Let me catch up with you. We're good?
It's minimized. We're good. Sorry, Your Honor. So this is states 199p. So this is a report. You were here when Lieutenant London was testifying, correct?
Yes,
And you heard him testifying about Cellbrite reports that can be run of certain date ranges or certain things, correct?
yes,
So what I'm showing you is states 199p, which is a Cellbrite report of all the activity on your phone starting January 28th, 2025, going through all the way, I'll show you to the bottom, 10 p.m. on January 29th, 2025, 10:57:50 or 46. Okay.
okay,
So what I'm going to do is you sent the text at 3:24:06 on January 28th to David that was meant to go to Jen, correct?
yes, except I did not tell the truth about that. I did not go to the hospital
Okay.
that morning.
Okay. So
So I did not go to the hospital, so I'm sorry.
we're not going to see an actual text from Jen asking to take you to the hospital, correct?
No, you're not.
And you were
How
actually
does
at
the jury
That day was
believe
for a procedure, right? So I didn't
anything
go to the hospital.
And so you were actually there
after
for
that?
Right,
Okay.
at night.
Okay. But David was concerned because
Like, you know, in the past, she can fall on the excuse of, oh, I was manic and a little bit crazy. Oh, I was so sad and heartbroken. I didn't have my information correct. I mean, there's a plethora of reasonable doubtness that they can sprinkle. She just straight up lied during her testimony. Like I
he thought you'd been in the hospital all day vomiting up blood, correct?
Correct.
And let's see if I can, let me just pull that back up. I'm pulling back up states 268. And I'm gonna scroll back down to where we left off. Oh, this is where we left off. So this is where we left off. So basically this text to David is a lie
Yes, it is.
because you wanted him to basically feel sorry for you, correct?
Correct, I did.
And so you text him saying, I have way too much going on to make decisions. I was supposed to go Friday to Gainesville for an interview at 3 offices, but I had to postpone, correct?
Correct,
And then you say, please do what you need to do. I'm in so much pain. I want the house, correct?
correct,
You say, and then this is an edited text, and then you just added, my dreams have become my wealth and the best part of my life, correct?
correct.
So then David replies and says, I did not know any of your physical problems. How can I or your children help you, correct?
Correct,
I will wait for us to discuss, correct?
correct,
So now David's offering to help because he's so worried about you because he believes you've been in the hospital vomiting up blood, correct?
correct,
And then he says, can I come down to help you, correct?
correct,
And you say, I just woke up, so now we're on January 30th at 7 a.m. I appreciate the offer, but you do not love me. You do not miss me. You do not want me anymore. I am good alone. I have done it many times over the years. I do not want anyone to know right now. I have told you too much. Thank you, though, correct?
Correct.
And you told David not to tell McLean that you were in the ER because you didn't want McLean to worry because you weren't actually in the ER, correct?
Correct.
And then he says, but you need help, correct?
Correct.
And you say, I am good. I have to get up because the team are stuck in Brunswick because of an accident and I need to go let patients in, correct?
Correct.
Then he talks about how he's leaving for a doctor's appointment, correct?
Correct.
And then there's something that's deleted there. And then you say, hope it went well, right?
Right.
So now he starts talking about his doctor's appointment and you're asking him questions about that. And then he asks, is McLean okay, correct?
Correct.
And then you say he's in Atlanta for an interview, then headed to DC soon, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, I tried to go to my office, left and went home and fell asleep. I'm very sleepy, correct?
This
Correct.
might
And he
be
said, got it. I'm sure sleepy, right?
Correct.
Then you say, I wish you were here, watch TV and relax, take care of me, would be nice, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And then you say, I call Uber
BPD.
Eats for lunch, correct?
Correct.
I've seen from
I
a
feel very
single
sore,
person
scared, alone,
in
and
my
sad,
life.
correct?
Correct.
And he says, I asked you about coming to you, correct?
Correct.
And you say, I would like that. I see now that I do need someone to help me some, correct?
Correct.
And he says, since I'm not home or packed, I would have to do that. I could leave early tomorrow morning, correct?
Correct.
You said, I would love to see you. Understand, I would love to see you.
Correct.
So at this point, you've essentially manipulated David into worrying about you to get him to come visit you in St. Simon's, correct?
Yes, I want him to feel sorry for me.
So then he says, I could leave around 5, 6 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
And then you heart that message and say thank you, correct?
Correct.
And then he says, sleep and rest tonight, right?
Correct. Yes.
And you say, I will, you too. Let me know when you leave. What time are you thinking of leaving? Can you bring my Glock and my Ruger that is in the black duffel bag? Thank you. Drive safe, correct?
Correct.
And he says, 5 to 6, I will bring gun, correct?
Correct.
And food to cook, right?
Correct.
You said, sounds good. I do not have your Jack Daniels ginger ale. Are you happy to be coming? Correct?
Correct.
And he says, I will bring, absolutely happy, right?
Correct.
So worried about you, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, do you love me, right?
Yes.
He says, you know I do, correct?
Correct. Correct.
And then you say, forever, correct?
Correct.
And then David goes to St. Simon's, correct?
Yes, he does.
And this is the weekend that police are called because you get into an argument about Lilia, correct?
Yes. Correct.
And the only reason David is even in St. Simon's this weekend is to take care of you because he believes that you had been in the hospital vomiting up blood, correct?
Oh, he believed I was sick. Yes.
Which was in fact a lie, correct?
Right.
Lastly, I'm going to show you States 269, which is text from February 2nd,
Who does this
So
to
this
their
is-
client?
the day after the police come to the St. Simon's.
Who
the
allows
St. Simon's
this?
incident, correct?
Correct.
269.
Last one, 268.
Yeah, yes.
I'm aghast.
And so this is on February 2nd at 11:28 a.m. David says, hope your head is okay. Just let me know you are okay, correct?
Correct.
So I thought there was a rule about not talking or putting down into writing when there's been physical abuse.
There is, but the police were involved in this, so it wasn't a secret.
So is that like an addendum to the 2 rules that if the police get involved, then you are allowed to talk about it in writing?
Is that a what?
Like an addendum, like we're going to add, a little exception to
He's
the
the one that brought it
Oh,
up. so
yeah.
yes.
And the police were involved, but you never told the police that David kicked you in the head, correct?
Correct.
So technically the police have absolutely no idea that there's been any physical abuse, correct?
Correct.
And nobody was arrested that night, correct?
Correct.
And the police had indicated that there was no really aggressor and that it was an accident and there was no physical abuse involved from that night, correct?
Correct.
But David broke his own rule to ask how your head was doing and to make sure that you were okay?
Right, because there was nothing involved.
What do you mean there was nothing
There was
involved?
just that the police who were involved. It wasn't a secret. It was just not me and him.
But the physical abuse was apparently still a secret, correct?
Yes,
So why is he allowed to text you about it right here?
because he thinks I hurt my head when I fell backwards.
Is that how you hurt your head? From when you fell backwards?
I'm not sure if it's from that or when he kicked me in the head.
And if it's from when he kicked you in the head, then he's breaking one of his own rules by texting you about it.
Yes,
correct?
he is.
Okay. So then your response, stop, I have nothing to say to you, correct?
Correct.
And then you say the EM came back and took me to the hospital and I had to spend the night for observation. You should be ashamed of yourself, correct?
Correct.
And we've already established that this is also another lie, correct?
Correct.
And you did not actually go to the hospital.
Correct.
Did you say this because you also wanted David to feel bad for you?
Yes.
She wants
And he
everyone
says
to
you should
feel
be ashamed
bad
of
for
how you
her.
reacted. It was you who acted so terribly to have some persons call the police, correct?
What kind
Correct.
of childhood did she
And then
have?
you say, I fell and hit my head and they heard me yell. I talked to them today, which was also a lie, correct?
Correct.
Then you said, I fell and hit my head. They heard me yell. I talked to them today. You did nothing. I held the door. You pushed and I fell. That's all. I think you need to go find Lilia and be with her. I hired a private eye and he told me that she has 8 men sending her money and you are number 9. It's a scam, correct?
Correct.
You say, I can't believe I was so stupid to believe that you loved me. I fell so in love with you. You only care about me, correct?
Valid
Correct.
point, Nikki.
Then you say on April 1st, April Fool's Day, I will make the decision to sell or buy the house. I have a good friend of mine and he wants to go in with me on the house, correct?
Correct.
You say, I mean nothing to you. I am good. I will move in with him and he will figure it out. He loves the place. He loves the place and wants to take care of me, correct?
Correct.
He is meeting me there this weekend, correct?
Correct.
And you send that text at 12:26 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now this man actually did not exist, correct?
It was a friend of mine that wanted to buy the house, but not to live with me though.
And was he actually going to meet you there that weekend to discuss?
We talked about going that weekend. It was Mike.
And so was he going to meet you there that weekend? Does he love you and want to take care of you?
No, he does not.
Because he's married, correct?
No, he's not married.
Oh, he's dating Judy.
Judy, yes.
Judy, yes. Okay. So that part was a lie.
Right, it was.
To
There
try
are
and
no
make David
false
jealous,
flags
correct?
Correct.
taking
And then he says
place
he will not come into
here.
my house, correct?
Correct.
He doesn't say if you move on
You
or
should
sell
have
the house
just said,
or
God
you've been with
bless
this man, I'm
you,
going to
and
kill you,
your
correct?
favorite Bible
That was
verse,
not
and I
until
would have
the
blessed
Charlie
you.
Rose thing came up.
So,
I don't
okay,
have
so
time
here
for the
he didn't
crazy
mind if
today.
you moved on with another man, correct?
He knew I wasn't
Real
moving on.
talk.
Okay. Then he said you were so drunk you could not even talk, correct?
Correct.
He said he is and he will. You were having an affair with Lilia. You made your choice and I'm going to make mine. The police officers came here today and talked to me and told me I should have had you arrested. You were sitting over there so drunk and they understand why I was so upset. You say that, correct?
Correct.
And that's also a lie.
Correct.
Police never came back and talked to you, correct?
No, they did not.
He said he's coming this weekend and he will stay at the house and you can go to Romania and stay with your whatever she is. I am moving on and this is a guy that has been attracted to me and I'm going to be with him. Good luck to you and Lilia, correct?
Correct.
And you're talking about your friend Mike who's dating your friend Judy? This
Yes.
person who's coming to see you this weekend?
Yes.
So he is in fact not going to be moving in with you and has been attracted to you for a while, correct?
No, he has not.
And then he says, believe me, I wasn't drunk, drove all the way to Atlanta that night, correct?
Correct.
You say, I'm not going to interact with you. You need some kind of counseling because what you're doing with Lilia is totally insane. She is using you and there's nothing I can do, but you do need support from
I'm
your family. and I hope
sure
you get
he
that. I thought
knows
you were
that
the love of my life, but
at
she
that
is the love of
point.
your life, correct?
Who
Correct.
could benefit from
And he says
counseling
you have
over
been
this
fucking him this whole time. That's great,
situation?
correct?
Correct.
And you say,
And
never
her.
have. I've been so loyal and faithful to you. I called him today and told him that we were over. He is going to fly here tomorrow to talk to me, correct?
Correct.
Does Mike live somewhere where he's got to fly there?
Mike lives in St. Simons, but he was going to fly to Gainesville that weekend
Okay.
if he wanted to look at the house.
And you sent that at 12:33 a.m., correct?
Get this. Get
Correct.
this.
Then he says, I will send you whatever my buyout costs are on the house, correct?
Yes, correct.
You say, I've been so faithful to you. I have loved you with everything I had this weekend. Being with you was so special until I knew that it was not, correct?
Correct.
My attorneys say that I don't have to buy you out, so good luck. Do not contact me again. I'm blocking you, correct?
Correct.
You are pathetic and a fucking loser that Lilia has eating out of her hands. I'm going to send your boys all the copies of everything I sent to them that you need help, correct?
Correct.
And his response is no need. I had a long talk with them today.
Correct.
He's not yelling at you or cursing at you, correct?
Correct.
He's not calling you names, correct?
No, correct.
Then you say, I know all about it. You care about me. Ha ha, correct?
Correct.
He says, there's so much I'm going to tell your kids. And then he sends his picture, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember what's in this picture?
A scratch on his eye.
And he's bleeding.
Yeah, he's a little scratch on his face.
And your
No,
response to that
black
picture is,
person.
you have given up the best thing in your life. I've already talked to my children and told him we got in an argument and I scratched your face. They love me and I've shown them Lily and all the documentation and they are sick. Go to hell. It is a small scratch that bled. Whoop-de-doo. You look like a drunk. Correct?
Correct.
Are you breaking a rule right there with the putting down in writing physical violence?
He didn't do anything to me. We didn't have an argument. He accidentally moved and I scratched his face.
So when you're physically violent towards him, apparently you are allowed to put that one down.
I wasn't
Right?
physically violent. I got in the way
If
and I
it's-
scratched his face.
Is that what you tell him? We got in an argument and I scratched your face.
We
How did you
continue
scratch
down
his
the
face in
road
argument?
to
We
Crazy
got
Town.
into an argument. I scratched your face.
How'd that happen?
We got in an argument earlier and then I scratched his face when he moved out of the way. I got his face right here.
And you don't reply saying, you got a scratch, but you kicked me in the head and I have a softball sized injury to prove of it. Correct?
No, I don't.
And then you say, your son told me you look like a drunk and look unhealthy. You better straighten up before you lose them. He told me it was so nice for you to be involved again. Correct?
Correct.
I love you like an idiot. You were having an affair with Lily the entire time I was with you, and she's nothing but a stupid fucking whore from Romania. Correct?
Correct.
Do you know how many men are supporting her? You are pathetic. You are such a good man. You could have had a great life with me, but you chose differently. Please just leave me alone and we'll leave you alone. Correct?
Correct.
They took pictures of my head last night and it was bleeding and it looks horrible. You don't want me to send that to your children though through my purse. I lost my wallet and I paid for my trip. I paid for everything and I sent them everything. You paid for her for every trip to New York, to Atlanta, her apartment, the money you sent to them every month. You have lost your mind. Have you lost your mind?
Correct.
My friend just arrived. We're talking about Mike.
Yes.
This is at 12:40 a.m., correct?
12:40
Do you remember
a.m.
what time you said that he was going to fly there this weekend?
12:36.
No. He was going to fly into Atlanta if he wanted to come to
He
the
arrives
house.
in 10 minutes, everyone.
He's going to fly here tomorrow. That was sent at 12:33 a.m.
33.
And he has arrived at 12:40 a.m.
Well, I'm not telling the truth.
Okay, so that's a lie as well.
Yes.
You think?
This is my house. If this man comes here, I will call the police. Watch. I have to sign up a property title for any transfer. That's what David says, correct?
Correct.
He doesn't say, if you sell this house or get with this man, I'm going to kill you,
My
correct?
name is
Correct.
Lilia.
Then he says, you should have been arrested. The police knew you were a drunk. You couldn't even talk, correct?
Correct.
Mr.
And you say, we
David,
could have had a beautiful future, but
take
you allowed Lilia to
care
come
of
between us when
me.
you mean absolutely nothing to her except money. I want to feel sorry for you, but I can't. I feel sorry for your boys and their families. I understand you're struggling and her life is so mixed up, but I honestly believed in you and loved you more than life itself. This weekend meant the world to me, correct?
Correct.
Please don't
That
stop
weekend meant the world to you
spending
where
the
he beat you up
money.
and kicked you in the head?
Yes. You gotta remember, I was in love with him.
Sure. So then you respond and say, we could have, oh, this is an edit, sorry. You text again, I need to move away from you and spend the next month getting my life back together. I hope you do the same. I will always love you, correct?
Correct.
I feel like we are broken up, not a real couple, since you are having an affair with Lilia and possibly her daughter. So are we free to date others,
Me?
correct?
Correct.
And then he responds, I don't even see Lilia, correct?
Correct.
Doesn't threaten you, correct?
Correct.
I told him you offered me money, but I refused to take it and put it back in your suitcase. I wasn't going to be
Thanks.
I wasn't going to be a paid whore like her. He sent money so I can stay here another month. That's what I call a good man, correct? You say that?
He thinks that she can like
He's telling you
literally
he's
put
driving
on a
to the lake
different
with me as
pair of
well,
clothes
correct?
and be a different
Correct.
If he
person.
comes near the house, police will be called, is what David says, right?
Right.
Great, you can both stay there together and he can be added to the list of men you have there, correct?
Correct.
I'm glad you're working on taking care of her. Let me know when you've taken care of it. Maybe you can take care of it before Thursday when I get there to change many projections. That's the last text, correct?
Is that what?
That's the last text in this, that's the end of this PDF, right? And you sent that?
Yes.
So I want to show you a clip of something. We're gonna have to
All right, I appreciate the lawyers are just doing their job. We need to discuss something outside your presence. Brief break for the jury. Thank you.
Yeah, I've been on this roller coaster before, so but even I can say, watching this is like traumatizing. This is
Y'all can be seated. What are we doing?
So, Judge, I'm seeking to admit a body cam of the defendant's DUI. I'm seeking it for impeachment purposes based off of testimony that the defendant made about what she was wearing the night of the DUI, how she left in a rush, didn't bring anything with her, stuff like that. I only plan on playing like collectively 25 seconds, and I'm fine playing it without sound. I'm not going to play the whole body cam.
I
show the
actually
whole DUI.
believe her on this, just so you guys know.
To show the video itself to the witness. Are you trying to put it?
I was going to authenticate it and then put it from her, admit it, and then put it on the screen.
Can you give me the timestamps
Yep.
from the? Okay, so I'm being told it's 2:10 to 2:30.
I'm here too.
Well, get up and move faster, Lilia.
If they're ready, we're ready. Thank you. All right, thank you so much for your patience. Welcome back. All right, thank you so much. While we're at, y'all can be seated. Jurors, anyone have a problem with staying till, let's say, 6 o'clock? No response. All right. So
Court was
obviously,
going
as you
till
can tell,
7:30
it's
last night.
more of an art than a science, but we're trying to go to about 6. Go ahead.
Ms. Mericle, earlier you testified that the night of the DUI, Mr. Barron had attempted to anally sodomize you, correct?
Correct.
And then he went to go get lube, and that's when you decided to make your run for it, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that you had nothing but a t-shirt on.
Correct.
And you grabbed your keys and your phone, you threw a t-shirt on, and you ran out the door, correct?
I grabbed my phone and my purse.
And threw a t-shirt on, nothing else, ran out the door.
I already had the t-shirt on.
Okay. So I'm going to show you the clip. Is that you?
Yes, that's me.
Are you wearing
I
a t-shirt?
No, I
believe
had clothes in my car.
So you
her
changed in your car?
Yes, I just threw those on top of it. I had no
Suzanne
undergarments on,
here.
but I had a sweater on and a pair of blue jeans.
And then
I
so you
keep
ended up,
clothes in
by the
my
time you were
car.
arrested for the DUI, you were wearing a sweater and jeans, correct?
I pulled over and changed into my clothes
And then,
because I just got there. I had bags of clothes in my car
okay,
She
You
should
just
have
got
been
there?
like
Thursday night.
and this was
when Suzanne said, I pulled over and changed into my clothings. The attorney should have been like, I have access to the street cams from that night. Are you sure about that?
end of the weekend, correct?
Right, yes.
So you've been there all weekend.
Right, that's what I meant, but I carried clothes in my car from work.
So
I do too.
what's next? What's the second time stamp?
And for an emergency.
2:10 to 2:30. Thank you. I'm gonna show you this. Is that your car that you were
Yes.
driving?
Yes,
And right there, is that your purse in the front seat?
yes, it is.
And then we can see your wallet right there, correct?
Correct.
And then
I have a headache. I wonder if it's
right there,
if
what's that in the back seat?
The bag.
Is that your
my
overnight bag?
glasses would
Yes.
help.
So you did have an overnight bag in the car with you.
Yes,
And you told Investigator Mefford that you decided to get up that morning because you couldn't go to sleep. You packed your bag, you put it in the car, and then you went to go say bye to Mr. Barron, correct?
correct.
And there's your overnight bag in the back seat.
But I had stuff in the very back because my suitcases.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I had my overnight bag, just that was not even from the trip. That was the week I had it before that, but I had bags in the back of my car.
So you just happened to also have bags in the back seat of your car the night that you got arrested for the DUI?
I had the bag in the front seat,
I
in the seat
promise.
behind me, and then I had other bags. But that night, remember, I didn't go and pack my bags in. I'd already packed them, and then I brought in the very back of the trunk. There's a trunk to that car. There was bags in there.
So I'm a little confused. You testified on direct that you had been there all weekend, correct?
Correct,
And you and Mr. Barron got into an argument about the mortgage, correct?
correct,
And he decided that he was going to go sleep upstairs in the guest bedroom, correct?
correct.
And he brought his briefcase and he went up there and he locked the bedroom door to go to sleep, correct?
Right, and then he came back downstairs.
Hold on one second. Was that you or was that someone else?
That was me.
That's okay. That's fine. We've had roof issues too, so I didn't know if someone was coming through the roof. All right, sorry about that.
That's me. That was me.
Elevator issue.
This
we got roof
sounds
issues.
like
All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
That's
A
fine.
bad
Go
courthouse.
ahead.
So you go to bed, correct? In the master
Correct.
bedroom.
Correct,
And then you testified that what woke you up was Mr. Barron tapping your foot with a gun, correct?
correct,
And that he started apologizing and saying, I love you, and then crawled into bed with you, correct?
correct,
And then from there is when he pinned your arms up above your head, correct?
correct,
And lifted your shirt up, correct?
correct,
And started slapping your breasts, correct?
correct,
And then at that point is when he attempted to anally sodomize you, correct?
correct,
And it was only when he went to go get lube so that he could successfully anally sodomize you that you fled the room, correct?
correct,
And you grabbed your phone, correct?
correct.
Your car keys, correct?
My car keys were in my purse.
Your car keys were in your purse. You grabbed your phone in your purse.
Right,
And was your wallet in your purse too?
yes,
And then you head out the door and the t-shirt that you already had on that you were sleeping in.
right.
But you coincidentally already had an overnight bag already packed in the car for you.
I had a night bag in there from the week. When I went to work one day, I had to change into clothes. So I kept the bag in the car with me. So yes, I already had it in the car.
Okay, so you just typically keep an overnight bag in the
Yes,
backseat of your car all times.
No, just during that week, I had to run an errand. I changed into my clothes.
I do.
So it was just this week that you luckily had an overnight bag in the backseat of your car
Correct,
when you had to flee the house in nothing but a t-shirt to get away from Mr. Barron's attempted sodomy,
Put my
correct?
t-shirt on.
So, hey Matt, could you help me?
I can do anything.
There's a
Now that I
very
know
couple
it, yeah.
questions. If you could hold the door up. So Ms. Mericle, you did not shoot David that night and kill him because you were trying to protect yourself is what you're saying, correct?
no, I didn't say that.
Did you shoot and kill him to protect yourself?
Yes,
So you did intentionally shoot him then?
I didn't mean to shoot him.
So either you were trying to shoot the lock off the door or you were trying to shoot Mr. Barron.
I was
Which one
trying to
is it?
shoot the lock off the door.
I object to that question. It's not a proper question. Either or, is that correct? Object to the form.
I
Ask the
agree.
question again, overruled.
Were you trying to shoot the lock off of the door or were you trying to shoot Mr. Barron?
I was trying to shoot the lock off the door.
So you were not shooting Mr. Barron to kill him to protect yourself is what you were saying.
Correct,
Okay. So when you brought that gun upstairs, you were not, what your testimony is you were not intending to use it to shoot and kill Mr. Barron to protect yourself, correct?
correct.
Your only intent was to shoot the lock off of the door.
To get my phone.
To get your phone and to do that, your best bet was to shoot the lock off the door. Correct?
Correct,
That was the only way you were going to be able to get your phone, correct?
correct. He wouldn't give it to me, and I needed to get out of the only way. The only way that I could leave is to get my phone and get out of there.
Only way that you could leave that house was by getting your phone, correct?
Correct,
Because we've already gone over you didn't want to go knock on the neighbor's door, correct?
Correct.
You didn't want to go walk outside and get attacked by the wild dogs, correct?
With the lights on.
Okay.
101 Dalmatians
And so-
out there.
The most reasonable option for you to get away and protect yourself was to shoot the lock off of that door, correct?
At the time, yes.
Okay.
I was hysterical because I was terrified for my life.
And so, can you go back just a little bit more? So I just want to make sure she can see. So this is actually, I'm sorry, can you flip it around? So this is the outside of the door, correct? Where you were standing.
Yes.
And the only way that you thought to get in that door was by shooting it.
Yes.
Because you did end up. There are probably other ways that you could have gotten into that locked door, correct?
Probably.
Because you ended up getting into it with a hammer, correct?
Right. Correct.
And is there a key that's needed? Is this like a locked door that needs a key to enter?
I don't know. I can't see it.
So, like, let me see. If you could just turn it so she can see. So this door locks from the inside by just flipping the switch, correct?
Okay. Yes.
So right now it's locked, right?
Okay, yes.
And if I switch it in, it's unlocked, correct?
Yes.
So if I were to lock it, now it's locked. Can you switch it back? Your testimony is that the most reasonable way to get into this locked door is by firing a gun at it while there's someone on the other side of the door.
At the time, I was hysterical and I was terrified for my life. I didn't even know what kind of lock was on the door at the time.
You couldn't use your eyes to see.
I didn't look at the lock
You didn't look at the lock that you were trying to shoot.
until I got up there.
You did go get a hammer from a toolbox, correct?
Correct.
There's other things in toolboxes like screwdrivers, rulers, things like that, correct?
Correct. But I saw the hammer was on top.
So like,
That's all it's all about.
if I were to get a screwdriver with a flathead and I were to just turn it, that unlocks the door, correct?
Correct. I didn't know what type of lock was on the door.
I could even use my finger when I'm wearing gloves, but really anything, here's a ruler, anything with a flat edge is gonna turn that lock, correct? Just like that,
Okay.
correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Matt. But the most reasonable way for you to save your life was to fire a gun at a lock, correct?
Correct. At the time, I wasn't thinking very well.
Did it ever occur to you that there's a man on the other side of the door with a gun, right?
Right.
Who's just pointed it at your mouth, right?
Correct.
Did you ever fear that if you fired the gun at the door, he would just fire his gun back at you?
No, I didn't think that.
You didn't think about the fact that if he did in fact have a gun in the room with him and you're in fear for your life that this man's going to kill you, that if you fire a gun at the door that he's locked himself behind, that he wouldn't fire the gun back at you?
I was thinking that he might be waiting up there for me when I come up there with the gun, but he wasn't. And it was just a thought that I had right there at the second because I was hysterical. I was terrified for my life. I couldn't think about what I was really doing.
And so you're so terrified for your life by the person behind that door that it never occurred to you that he might fire his gun back at you if you fired the gun at that door.
I'd love to do
I
a
thought he might
show
shoot
with
me, but I didn't really think about it
Ricada
at the time. About that he would get me
showing
right there
him
when I
the
saw the door
testimony.
with the lock off of it.
So you couldn't have been that scared for your life if you didn't even think about the fact that the man who had just threatened to kill you might shoot a gun back at you.
I thought he had a gun, but I thought he was going to be outside waiting for me.
But by the time you got up the stairs, he was behind the locked door, correct?
Correct, he was.
And you were in fear for your life.
Hi,
I
Mark.
wanted to get my phone so I could get out of there.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
No redirect. Thank you.
No
That's
redirect.
when you can join council table.
What? How do you let your client get obliterated like that and not try to fix anything?
What are we doing next?
I'm calling Daniel Hoka.
No, we're not.
Do you have someone getting him or do you need help?
We're getting ready.
Oh, wait, it's her personal trainer. I didn't find anything of value or substance. I apologize. Let me correct myself. So the personal trainer went up there and he basically said, I saw her on Thursday, like we do every week. And she had a tank top on and she did not have any of the bruises that we started today's testimony off with seeing. So they had to have happened over the weekend. So that was actually very good testimony in her favor. But this is what really like stole the show in my honest to God opinion.
If you would, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat and introduce yourself to the jurors.
My name is Dr. Andrea Elkon. That's spelled ANDREAELKON.
And what is your profession?
I am a licensed clinical psychologist. I also practice forensic psychology.
What is your educational background?
I earned my bachelor's degree in psychology at Haverford College in Philadelphia. I then went on to earn a master's degree and a PhD at the University of Virginia. While I was at the University of Virginia, I was involved in 2 research labs. One examined various things about youth violence, and the second lab, we were looking at mental health issues among incarcerated women. As part of my PhD, one of the things that I have to do in order to earn that degree is a year of licensed clinical work, where I'm doing nothing but clinical work all year. I did that at the University of South Carolina, and that was specifically a forensic internship. Once I got my PhD, I moved back here to Atlanta, and I spent 2 years in a postdoctoral fellowship where I was focused completely on forensic work as well. And then I earned my license after all of that.
Okay. And you mentioned clinical work, and just break that down, what that means when you do clinical work as opposed to, I think you said, postdoctorate fellowship.
Sure. So I'll explain clinical work. So clinical work as a psychologist breaks down into 2 parts. Really, one part is psychological assessment, where we use a series of scientific tests to help us understand a person, really to offer a diagnosis. The second piece is what I would call intervention, and that is therapy, counseling that can be done in groups, in couples, individually. So it's really those 2 pieces.
Therapy as opposed to the testing part.
Yes.
Okay. The testing part is what you're calling clinical. Do I have that right?
I'm calling both clinical.
Clinical
Yes.
means testing and also seeing people.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you work also with people sort of in a one-on-one setting? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
You said you did postdoctoral work, and I missed the end of it, so I just wanted to have you redo that. Sorry.
Sure. So I completed a postdoctoral fellowship at a private practice down in Stockbridge, Georgia. I was there for 2 years, and that was focused primarily on sexual abuse and sexual offending.
After you finished the postdoctoral fellowship, what was your first, I guess, employment in the field, if you will?
Sure. I was employed by the state of Georgia as a forensic examiner.
Okay. When you work for the state as a forensic examiner, what is it that you do? What are the types of cases that you get? What is the type of work you're doing?
Sure. So I was working in metro Atlanta, so covering the 5 counties, DeKalb, Fulton, Gwinnett, Newton, and Rockdale. And occasionally Clayton. I would cover those counties where I was conducting court-ordered psychological assessments, so assessments that were ordered by a judge, either because there were concerns that the defendant was so mentally ill that they didn't understand what they'd been charged with or couldn't cooperate with their attorney. The other thing that came up in that role was mental state at the time of the alleged crimes.
Okay. And that's what people typically call not guilty by reason of insanity cases.
That's correct.
Okay. And when you are asked to do those types of assessments, do you have, and did you have situations where people would be, I'm going to use the word faking, the not guilty by reason of insanity claim?
Yes.
And is your job at the, when you're working for the state, is your job to ferret that out in part?
Yes.
Okay. And how many evaluations of that nature do you think you did for the state?
Evaluations where a defendant was feigning mental illness?
Specifically, more like how many where they're claiming not guilty by reason of insanity? How
We're
many
going
of
to
those,
get
if you have an
through
idea?
her testimony.
I would say I conducted, while I was there, I conducted probably about 1,500 evaluations total, and I would say 25%
The rest of the
them
day's
were cases
testimony
where the
here.
defendant was
So,
asserting not guilty by reason of insanity.
It'll go fast because I have it on
Does your
1.5
current
times
practice now
speed. But
include doing forensic psychological
so you guys
evaluations?
It does.
How many forensic psychological evaluations have you done
In my lifetime, in my whole career?
in your whole career?
Oh gosh, over the course of my whole career, I've conducted upwards of 5,000 forensic psychological evaluations.
What
No
does it
later
mean to
than
do a
7
forensic
now.
psychological evaluation?
So forensic psychology has to do with the connection between mental health issues and the law. So anytime someone is involved in the legal system, whether that be because of a criminal trial or because of a civil matter, and so civil would be involving money, and an attorney has a concern about either a defendant or a claimant's mental health, then they would call in a forensic psychologist to evaluate that person and say, is this person mentally ill? And is it affecting their ability to participate in legal proceedings somehow?
Are you licensed in the state of Georgia?
I am.
Have you been tendered and accepted as an expert in forensic psychology in Georgia state courts?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
I would estimate approximately 75 times in Georgia courts.
wow.
Have you been tendered and accepted as an expert in forensic psychology in federal courts?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
I would estimate approximately 50 times.
At this time, the defense would tender Dr.
She's
Andrea Elkon as
legit.
an expert in forensic psychology.
No objection.
She does an excellent job
Members of the
explaining
jury, as I've
things.
explained many times, with any witness, you can believe or not believe the witness. The purpose of an expert witness is to shed light on something that lay people may not otherwise understand. Thank you.
So, Have you done forensic evaluations involving post-traumatic stress disorder?
I have.
How many evaluations of post-traumatic stress disorder have you conducted?
I would say of the 5,000 plus I've conducted in my lifetime, close to 3,000 have involved someone talking about PTSD.
Did you work at the Veterans Administration for a period of time as well?
I did.
How many years were you at the Veterans Administration?
7.
What did your work there entail?
While I was at the VA,
That would be
the
rough.
only job I had while I was at the VA is to evaluate veterans for their disability claims. So just to educate the court, veterans are entitled to disability benefits if they have some sort of condition that is connected to military service, and if that condition in their present life is impairing their capacity to work.
And so do they, if they're applying for some sort of a benefit or whatever, then they would potentially assign you to do an evaluation to see if they qualify?
If they were claiming a mental health condition, yes.
Okay. Only mental health stuff. It's not for anything else.
Correct.
Would one of the claims be sometimes, or maybe frequently, PTSD?
Yes, I would say that is approximately 90% of the mental health claims in the VA system.
Okay. And you were there for 7 years?
Yes.
How'd you get involved in this case?
I got involved in this case because you contacted me. You had expressed concerns about Ms. Mericle's demeanor, and you requested that a psychologist come and take a look at her and kind of see what I thought.
Did you did you actually evaluate Ms. Mericle in person?
I did.
How many times did you see her?
It was 3 separate occasions for a total of close to 9 hours.
Other than meeting with Suzanne and those 9 hours you spent directly with her, what other work did you do? What other background materials did you review? And you don't have to list them all, but just give a jury an idea of what all you looked at.
Sure. So I looked at all of the police records that were made available to me. I reviewed body camera footage that depicted Ms. Mericle on the night of the incident. I also reviewed text messages between the defendant and the deceased Mr. Barron. I reviewed jail medical records. I interviewed 2 of Ms. Mericle's sisters. I also conducted psychological testing.
Okay. And I want to ask you, I think I'm going to go into what psychological testing you actually gave to her and the types of tests, okay?
Yes.
So walk me through what tests you gave to her and what they mean and how they function.
I administered a series of psychological tests that basically breaks down into 2 categories. Category 1 is an assessment of whether or not the defendant is faking mental illness. Very important to consider in a legal context. The second category was a broader assessment of her psychological functioning. And based on the symptoms that she was reporting within that general assessment of psychological functioning, I also administered tests that specifically examined for symptoms consistent with post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD for short.
Okay, so in other words, you didn't come right in and just give a PTSD test right away.
No.
Okay. That was only after you did the general psychological functioning testing.
Correct. And
Just you wait, Mark.
as well.
Okay.
I think you might be
Talk to me about
surprised.
the first part. You said you did testing for what you call faking of symptoms or malingering is the medical term, right?
Yes.
Okay. How is it that you test to see if somebody is faking it or giving you correct answers or somehow, tricking you or trying to?
Absolutely. So one of the things that I do is simply administer a clinical interview. So I am just talking with the defendant, trying to learn more about her. And in that, I ask a lot of open-ended questions. So I'm not asking a ton of questions that are yes, no, but more questions that are asking things like, tell me about how you've been feeling. Tell me about your sleep. So I'm not asking really specific things. I'm just eliciting whatever Ms. Mericle had to tell me. And based on that, I can tell whether someone is reciting a textbook almost, like they've read somewhere what the symptoms of an illness are and they're just repeating them back to me, versus someone who is telling me, hey, these things are really going on with me. Here's examples of how these symptoms show up in my life. So if I'm asking about sleep, they might say, and Ms. Mericle said this actually, like on one hand, I really want to fall asleep. I really try to fall asleep. Then I'm right back up. And then there's no way I'm going back to sleep. And that isn't something you could pull out of a textbook. So already I'm getting a sense that she's responding honestly. But of course, we want to back that up with some scientific tests. So in this case, I administered 2. One was a test that specifically assessed malingering. And when we're looking at malingering, we're looking at a couple of things. When someone is faking mental illness, they will report every single symptom of mental illness that there is. So if I'm asking about all the symptoms of anxiety, for example, do you worry? Yes. Are you having trouble sleeping? Yes. Same with depression. I would say, do you feel sad? Yes. Do you have concentration problems? Yes. And it was all yeses. So that would be somebody who's faking it. The other thing that we look at is the distinction between what someone is reporting and what I can observe. So, or what I've read in medical records. So if someone is saying, I'm nervous and jumpy all the time, but they can sit through 9 hours of interview and just be as calm can be, then there's a difference between what someone is telling me and what they're showing me. And I think that's a really important piece too. The other thing that folks who are faking it will do is report symptoms that they think are mental health symptoms, but aren't really mental health symptoms. So the most common one is the experience of someone telling me that they see little green men. That's not a symptom of mental illness. That's not something that actually happens, but somewhere along the way,
never
it got
heard
into
anyone
the
say
believers
that.
of
Have you
lingering
guys?
that is something that you should say. So these tests really look at those things, the difference between reported and observed, whether somebody is just saying, yes, I have every single symptom, or I have every single symptom and it's really bad. And in this case, Miss Mericle was not malingering. So on 2 separate tests, she showed a pattern of responding honestly.
Are the tests that you give, these psychological tests, do they have any tests built into them, fail safes to catch people if people are trying to fake it, they're trying to pull the wool over your eyes?
Come on up.
I'd rather you not. 7, 22, 24, 26. Okay. Look at that. Don't forget to tip your
Again, lawyers
waitresses.
doing their job. Go ahead.
I think we were talking about the general psychological functioning testing that you conducted.
Yes.
And I asked you what fail safes are built into that psychological testing.
So I believe the test you're referring to is called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, or MMPI. This is a really old psychological test that's been revised a number of times to keep up with modern populations. It's a 335-item true-false test. The wonderful thing about this test, and the reason why it is the most frequently used in the scientific community, is because it has safeguards built into it. So we can know from this test whether or not someone is putting in a reasonable amount of effort, whether or not someone is responding randomly, whether or not someone is exaggerating their mental health symptoms, or whether someone is actually underreporting mental health symptoms. So we have all this extra information that we get about someone in addition to their mental health symptoms.
What were the results of this general psychological functioning that led you to go into step 3, which you testified about as the specific PTSD testing?
Yes. So based on this test, Miss Mericle endorsed clinically significant numbers of both health complaints, things like concentration issues, memory problems, pain, things like that, and clinically significant numbers of symptoms that are most frequently associated with PTSD.
And after you got those results back that had those markers, for lack of a term,
Yes.
Did you make a decision then to go on to further testing?
Yes, I thought that based on the results of this initial test, which is true-false, that I wanted more information about symptoms associated with post-traumatic stress.
Was there any other, we've talked about your interviews with Ms. Mericle, your face-to-faces.
Yes.
Were you pulling from any other documentary evidence to help you steer in that direction?
Besides my interviews and the MMPI, before I administered any other kind of testing?
Maybe you did that after, so tell me, I'm not sure.
So I had reviewed all of what's called the collateral data, so the body camera footage and the police reports and investigative interviews. I had reviewed all of that prior to meeting with Ms. Mericle, and then I interviewed her, and then the next step is to administer tests, the more general ones, the assessments of effort and of honesty, and then going into a more thorough assessment where I'm asking about PTSD.
Tell me and tell us what the PTSD testing, what it's called and what it consists of and what the results were.
Absolutely. And it's probably helpful before I do that, just to give you a little explanation of what PTSD is. That's a term that gets thrown around a lot in the self-help literature or on Instagram. And so I thought I'd just go back a little bit and maybe educate everyone about what PTSD is in the clinical sense.
I like that.
So in order to be diagnosed with PTSD, someone has to have experienced a trauma as defined by the psychiatric and psychological community. And the way that's defined is someone who has directly experienced a life-threatening event or a direct threat to their safety. The other way that someone might experience PTSD is if they've witnessed something like that. So they've witnessed someone else's life being in danger or a threat to that person's safety. But the point is that it has to be life-threatening or safety-threatening. It can't be my boss yelled at me at work. Yes.
Let me make sure I got this right.
Sure.
In order for a person to be diagnosed, meaning by the psychological community,
yes,
this person has PTSD, they have to have directly experienced a life-threatening event, or potentially they saw someone else have that.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
How is it that there's a way to tell that they meet the definition, basically?
So it kind of goes stepwise. So in order to diagnose PTSD, there has to be a trauma. And then from there, the symptoms fall into 4 categories. So what happens when someone experiences PTSD or when someone has a trauma, our fight or flight response kicks in. And the fight or flight response is what happens in every single animal, humans included, when we get scared or when we perceive a threat. What happens is our fight or flight mechanism goes on, and that is both a psychological response, so there's an emotional response, and there's a physical response. And it prepares us to respond to the threat, either by getting the heck out of there or by fighting back, and in some instances by freezing. And what happens with PTSD?
Say this again. say this again. You said one of them was freezing,
Correct.
meaning they don't move at all.
Correct.
And then one of them is fighting,
Yes.
and then the other one's flight,
Yes.
meaning run.
Yes.
Okay.
Escape.
Go.
Absolutely. So what happens when someone has post-traumatic stress disorder is that fight or flight switch stays on. And so the trauma does not recede into this person's memory, but rather the person who experiences trauma, it's like it's happening in real time over and over again. So what happens when someone's experiencing PTSD, they will have what's called re-experiencing symptoms, where they are reliving the trauma either through dreams or through memories that just kind of come into their head when they don't want them there, or through what's called flashbacks, where they actually believe that they are back in the situation, or there will be some trigger, whether that's a smell or a sound or the sight of a particular person, where they have that fight or flight response all over again. The second category of symptoms is avoidance. So when we feel bad, the thing we want to do is get away from it. We don't want to think about bad memories. We don't want to have them around. We don't want to talk about them. And so folks with PTSD will go to great lengths to avoid thinking about, talking about, feeling anything related to the traumatic experience. Sometimes these people,
Seems like,
yes.
what if the person is in a relationship with someone and the thing that's negative happened within that relationship? Is that something they're going to even avoid talking about in that relationship?
Yes.
That's part of the problem, basically.
Yes.
You said the switch stays on when,
Yes.
when you have this exposure to the life-threatening event.
That's correct.
And how does that play into a person's ability to sleep?
So that category of symptoms is called hyperarousal. So because this fight or flight switch is constantly on, someone thinks they're in danger 24/7. And of course, when we think we're in danger 24/7, you don't sleep well. You're kind of agitated and on edge all the time. You might startle to loud noises, so you're just kind of jumpy. Some folks can be what's called hypervigilant, where they're constantly looking over their shoulder or checking for the exits. I often had veterans who would say when they sat down in a restaurant, they had to know where all the exits were before they could be comfortable. Those are what's called hyperarousal
Can you guys
symptoms.
do that?
Would we see, let's say, examples of that person sending, late night texts past midnight, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., stuff like that?
Yes, it would be this chronic
Like
pattern of sleeplessness and just an agitated, like constant agitation.
So I didn't mean to interrupt you. You said re-experiencing, avoidance, hypervigilance.
And then the fourth category is that PTSD essentially changes how we think and how we feel. So when someone's been through trauma, they start to think that the world is a much more dangerous place, that people are dangerous, people are not to be trusted, that they, again, don't want to talk to anybody. They often blame themselves. Trauma is so nonsensical, and there often isn't a why. And so survivors of trauma will often blame themselves for any of the things that happen to them, because that's the only conclusion they can come up with. And of course, if someone is blaming themselves all the time, they feel pretty depressed.
If they're blaming themselves, if they're in this aspect of the, I guess, the disease, the mental disease they're living with, is that going to also be something you might see in some of their communications, taking blame for things that may not be their fault?
Yes.
You've got re-experiencing, there's avoidance, there's hypervigilance, and you titled the last one, I didn't get it, I'm sorry.
Negative changes in how we think and feel.
Okay. Would someone experiencing negative changes in how they think and feel, would that be something that people on the outside of them might notice, like friends, family, things like that?
Yes, they would notice things like maybe social withdrawal, that they're just not talking as much anymore, they're not socializing as much anymore, just seem more down.
Would they necessarily hear from that person about what the trauma was? Meaning, would they be told, what's actually going on?
No, because back to the avoidance piece, people who have experienced trauma do not want to talk about it.
Did you have experience at the Veterans Administration and in your work at Georgia Regional and in your education with intimate partner violence?
Yes.
How much, give me an idea of how many persons you've seen that have experienced intimate partner violence and treated and evaluated.
So if we say that, let's say, I would say maybe 35% of the evaluations I conducted at the VA were women who had been in the military. The incidence of intimate partner violence among female veterans is upwards of 85%.
That's
so I
wild
that almost
to me.
every woman who I interviewed in the context of the VA had experienced some sort of intimate partner violence.
Did sometimes those intimate partner violence matters also sort of coincide with a PTSD diagnosis or a PTSD case? Are they always there or not?
Meaning that somebody who has experienced intimate partner violence, do they necessarily get a diagnosis of PTSD?
Exactly.
No.
And tell me why they wouldn't automatically be PTSD. They've experienced some sort of trauma, perhaps.
That's
correct.
correct.
Not present to you, meaning they wouldn't test out as having PTSD.
Well, the most simple answer is that our brains are incredibly tough and our brains are incredibly resilient. So that most people who have experienced trauma over time, even with no treatment at all, will not go on to develop symptoms of PTSD. That the incidence of PTSD among combat veterans, for example, is about 10%.
Which I thought
So
would
we
be
don't know, in other
higher
words, why
than
some people end up with it
10%.
and some people don't, even though they've been exposed to the same sorts of
That's a really long answer and a really complicated one, and I don't want to bore the jury.
Sorry.
But there are some individual factors that play into it, historical factors, just kind of general psychological makeup. The research is very much active as to figuring out who's more vulnerable to PTSD than others.
I meant to ask you this earlier. Have you testified have you testified as an expert for the state?
Yes.
What percentage of the time that you've been called to court to testify as a forensic psychological expert, what percentage of the time have you been testifying for the government?
75% of the time.
Have you had cases where you've been testifying for the government against a defendant who's claiming that they have PTSD and you found that they didn't?
That's correct. Yes.
And,
Good.
Help us understand how you can discern this person doesn't have it and then Ms. Mericle does.
Sure. So in that was another case of intimate partner violence. The defendant was actually a man. He, in that particular case that I'm talking about, the only symptom that he ever came up with was, I have flashbacks. Couldn't describe flashbacks, couldn't tell me what happens, didn't spontaneously report any other symptoms of anxiety. I met with him on several occasions, and he too was calm, collected, but insisted that these flashbacks amounted to PTSD. It just wasn't the case.
In Ms. Mericle's case, did you, in your evaluations of her and testing of her, did you find anything to suggest that she was in any way faking to you that she has PTSD?
No.
And let's go ahead and finish up with the PTSD testing that you gave her in your results, okay?
Sure. So to follow up on all of the just kind of general interviewing that I did with Ms. Mericle,
Thanks, Scott.
I also
I appreciate
administered
it.
what's called a structured clinical interview. So that's essentially a script where I'm bound to ask very specific questions about PTSD symptoms, and then Ms. Mericle's responses are scored. This is a test that's put out by the National Center for PTSD. I had to get a lot of training on it to make sure that I was asking the questions correctly and scoring the responses correctly. So this test is called the CAPS, and it takes about an hour to administer, and we basically go one by one through all the different symptoms of PTSD, and I ask for a lot of detail. I would always save this kind of test for later on in my evaluation of a client because we're bringing up so much sensitive material that folks usually don't want to talk about.
And what were the results from Ms. Mericle's PTSD testing as well as her other tests that you conducted?
So her entire presentation was consistent with a clinical diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder.
Once you have gotten the results back from all the testing and you have concluded that she presents as PTSD, what does that tell us as far as the source or the potential source of the PTSD symptoms that she has?
So as part of the CAPS that I administer, the first thing that we do is go through a series of traumatic events. So just a general questionnaire. Has this happened to you? Has this happened to you? And you have the option to say, yes, this happened to me, or I witnessed it. After going through that questionnaire, I will ask the respondent, I will ask them, okay, now tell me, of all these things, what is the worst trauma you've ever experienced? And that's called an index trauma, or the most horrible memory that they have.
And in this case, the index trauma that was reported to you was what?
Was Mr. Barron pointing a gun in Ms. Mericle's face and telling her that she better not close her eyes tonight.
And that was reported to you as having occurred on the March 7th, March 8th event?
That's correct.
Is the index trauma when we call it index trauma, we're saying this is our likely source of PTSD, or this is just the most powerful reported source?
Both. I mean, it's the most likely source of her symptoms.
Did she report to you that she had any post-traumatic stress disorder symptoms that arose prior to March the 7th?
She did.
And what were those symptoms?
The symptoms that she was reporting prior to that night really had to do with a heightened state of anxiety, feeling nervous all the time, having some nightmares, and generally not sleeping well.
Did she recount to you the nature of the nightmares? What was, I guess the topic of the nightmares that she was having? So
the nightmares that she was having at the time I interviewed her, the nightmares involved the index trauma itself. So she was having nightmares in which Mr. Barron was coming after her with a gun.
Yay.
Did you review any collateral information where Ms. Mericle was reporting these symptoms prior to you ever having gone to see her? Specifically related to the other counseling sessions that she'd had?
Yes. So she had reported in to her jail counselors, both reported and jail staff observed mental health symptoms.
When someone is, I guess, faking mental health symptoms, is there generally something that they're wanting from that? Maybe,
yes.
Okay, what is that?
So the technical term is secondary gain. So in a criminal setting, that might be that if the person is incarcerated, they might want to fake mental health symptoms to move to different housing that they perceive as better. They might be doing it for the purpose of a lesser sentence or an acquittal. In the civil setting, someone might be faking mental illness for the purpose of money or not working or both.
Did you see any indication in the materials involving Ms. Mericle that she was
Which
using
weirdo?
these reported symptoms that happened before you ever got involved to try to do something with respect to medical?
No, to the contrary, she was showing so much distress at the jail that jail staff offered to move her to medical housing, and she declined the housing. She didn't want to go.
Is that
That's
consistent or inconsistent
crazy.
with malingering or faking?
So it's inconsistent with faking. It's consistent with honest mental health symptoms.
Did you review the body cameras of the initial responding officers?
Yes.
And is there anything on those body cameras specifically with respect to treatment from EMS or anything else that is consistent or inconsistent with malingering?
Yes. So on the night of the offense, on the body camera footage, EMS is concerned about Ms. Mericle having a panic attack. They're concerned about elevated heart rate, elevated blood pressure. They offer repeatedly, really, for her to go to the hospital. Hey, you should go get this checked out. And she declines repeatedly. And so that would be inconsistent with malingering, very consistent with honest reporting.
Did you notice anything else in the body cameras that would be suggestive of a consistent mental health issue outside of the home there on the body cameras?
Yes. So Ms. Mericle's behavior, as observed on the body camera footage, is incredibly consistent with what happens when somebody has just experienced a traumatic event. There was an inability to calm down. There was emotions going up and down, hyperventilating, throwing up at one point. All of these symptoms, again, if we're thinking about that fight or flight switch and it is on high alert and really hasn't come down yet, we are seeing the emotional and physical overload of that throughout the entire duration of the body camera footage.
Would her behavior on the body camera be consistent with an acute stress response to something very recently occurring?
Yes.
Did you notice anything? Well, let me ask you this. When you treat patients in your office who are people who have PTSD,
yes,
is there some physical responses, some physical manifestations that those patients will actually express and that you see, and that's consistent with what you see from Ms. Mericle?
Yes. So the treatment for PTSD is pretty intense, and it involves revisiting the traumatic experience over and over and over. So in the therapeutic setting, my clients who are diagnosed with PTSD, I'm having them in this structured setting repeat the trauma in real time over and over and over again. The point is to move the memory of that trauma back in its rightful place so that it doesn't feel like we're re-experiencing it in real time. And that is a really, really challenging process. And the clients who come get treatment for PTSD are incredibly brave because it's just so difficult. Because especially in the initial retellings of the traumatic event, we see those physiologic symptoms, those physical symptoms happening all over again. I often keep a bucket close to the chair because I will often have clients throw up. I will often have clients have panic attacks, that we see these symptoms and we just have to work to regulate through them in therapy. But it's a pretty tough process.
Did you notice in the interview with the police where Ms. Mericle keeps saying that it's hot and unzipping her, I guess it's a fleece or whatever? Did you notice that in the interview?
Yes, I did.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with a trauma response?
That is consistent. That's part of the physical reaction, is that anxiety and the threat response makes us super hot. We start sweating profusely.
It seemed to be on the body camera, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but that it was almost like she would say something in a certain state of mind and then go into a different state of mind and then get elevated and come back down. Did you notice that in the cameras?
I did.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with an acute trauma response?
That's consistent because what is so challenging when someone has just very recently been through trauma is that we're not regulating our emotions real well, that our brain is on overload. This life-threatening thing just happened, and the brain is working double time to try and regulate, but it's not going that well. So we'll see periods of calm and then periods of hyperventilating, and that's perfectly consistent with a stress response.
I think you used a term from me before. The word was labile.
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
Labile.
Labile means that emotions are up, down, all over the place. People who have really labile emotions basically go from 0 to 60 like that they're just very, very quick to get emotional and often just as quick to calm down. It's just up and down, up and down. It's exhausting for the person who's experiencing it.
Is that sort of up and down emotional swing, is that consistent or inconsistent with a acute stress response to trauma?
It's consistent.
Is someone who is, I guess, faking a trauma response, let's say, are they typically capable of keeping that going for a very long period of time?
No. Someone who is faking any kind of mental health condition, that's one of the ways that we know that they are faking a mental health condition because they can't keep up the act. That they'll try it for a few minutes, but then will inadvertently slip back into being themselves.
And you've reviewed the 3 hours or so of the body camera. Are you even familiar with somebody ever being able to do that for such a long period of time if it's not actually happening?
No, I've never seen that.
Have you ever heard of if someone doesn't close their eyes, that means they're faking a panic attack? Have you ever heard that before?
No.
Is that a medically correct conclusion?
Not at all. And in fact, quite the opposite. When someone's having a panic attack, they usually have their eyes wide open because it's a fear response.
I wanted to ask you about the elevated heart rate that the EMS folks found from Ms. Mericle when they were treating her outside of the, on the front porch there?
Yes,
Is that consistent or inconsistent with the trauma response?
consistent.
And again, if she is faking it and trying to get out of the situation, and they've offered her, hey, let's go to the hospital, would she be more or less likely to accept that offer?
If she were faking mental health symptoms, she would want to go to the hospital.
Is her declining that treatment consistent or inconsistent with faking it?
Inconsistent with faking it.
Have you reviewed the 4,000 pages of text messages that we sent you?
I absolutely have.
Yeah. And I mean the messages from Mr. Barron and Miss Mericle.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Is it consistent or inconsistent with intimate partner violence for the victim in an intimate partner violence relationship to be jealous?
Yes.
It is inconsistent for the victim to be jealous?
It's consistent for the victim to be jealous.
It seems, and you're going to have to help me out with that, because it seems like if I'm frightened of someone because they're violent with me, that I wouldn't dare ever mention something like, hey, you cheated on me, or how dare you do this with this woman, things like that. Help me understand that.
Absolutely. So the intimate partner violence is so complicated. Like any relationship is messy, but relationships that involve intimate partner violence are really messy because they involve power dynamics where one partner is coercing, meaning that they're getting the partner to do a bunch of things she doesn't want to do, and controlling the person in various ways. Sometimes that's through physical threats, sometimes that's through financial, sometimes that's through emotional abuse, like calling someone a name. But the purpose is to establish a power differential and prevent that person from thinking she has any other options but to be in that relationship. So what we see in intimate partner violent relationships that include intimate partner violence, is that we will see the survivors of those relationships sometimes behave erratically. So sometimes make efforts to really hang on to this person, sometimes get angry to sort of test the waters, or sometimes to get attention. But we don't see a consistent pattern of behavior all the time. So someone who is in a relationship where there is abuse and then finds out that that person is cheating might actually confront that person because that's a socially acceptable thing to do. That is not a person who is in the relationship. That's something where the survivor might not blame herself. She might think that that's something that the perpetrator is doing all on their own.
Did you see
It's
evidence
very loud
in
in
your
my
review
house.
of the
No,
text
it is
messages, the voluminous text messages of coercion and control?
Yes.
Can you talk to me about what evidence you saw and that you noted?
So in the early stages of the relationship, I think I also want to point out that abusive relationships don't usually start out abusive. They start out with charm, with love, with lust, that there's usually the excitement at the beginning of the relationship. And slowly but surely, the perpetrator is taking more and more steps to control this person. And what I saw early on in the text messages as the relationship was in its maybe third or fourth month is a lot more argument about finances. Mr. Barron was wanting Ms. Mericle to sell her practice, and she was feeling very on the fence about it. She talks a lot about how she's always been independent. She's always worked. She's always made her own money. And it seemed like there was a lot of pressure for her to sell that practice, to have more money kind of in the pot. And that's something that she talked about in her interviews too, is that one of the things that she and Mr. Barron fought about frequently was money, that him wanting her to use her money in ways that she didn't feel comfortable with.
Is getting into a large mortgage with someone part of, or can it be part of, a tactic of coercion and control?
Absolutely.
Can other, you've already talked about emotional abuse that would just be sort of like insults and things like that.
Calling bad names, degrading, yeah.
What about flirting with somebody in front of the other partner openly?
Yes, to make the partner feel less than.
Is it consistent or inconsistent with coercion and control and intimate partner violence for, at the beginning, the perpetrator is very, very kind, very, very nice, seems to be a Prince Charming. The relationship moves very, very fast.
That is completely consistent. Again, these relationships don't usually start out bad. They usually start out exciting.
Talk to me about how it is that it can change, right, and what it is that starts to change things in a typical coercion and control intimate partner violence situation.
Well, it typically doesn't start with physical violence. It starts with more of the degradation, name calling, pulling the person away from their network. So more isolation, more situations to create a sense of dependency so that the survivor is dependent on the perpetrator.
Can you walk us through the prior, I guess, the violence that was reported to you and that you laid out in your report with respect to Mr. Barron and Ms. Mericle?
Yes. So in terms of when the physical violence started, Ms. Mericle reports it was maybe around September or October of 2024. In terms of collateral data to support that, there are some text messages that match up with Ms. Mericle's report, but it isn't like we have text messages, and I wouldn't expect to see text messages where it's like, oh my God, you hit me.
Let me
yes.
ask you about that.
Sure.
Is it common that in a violent relationship that they don't openly communicate about the violence in text messages? Is that a common thing?
That's the most common, yes.
That's more common than actually, hey, I beat you up, you beat me up, you hurt me.
That's correct.
I knew when I was leaving
And did you find
today,
in
the
4,000
questions they
pages
were
or so,
asking me, I
any,
knew that it was bad.
open statements by either of the parties? You hurt me, you did this to me, anything really express?
Yes, and that was much later in the relationship. So
Jump ahead, sorry.
yeah, so that was much later. Ms. Mericle suggested that the violence really escalated around late December of 2024. That was the time at which she inadvertently found out about the other woman.
That was late December.
Late December 2024.
28, 24, sound right?
That's correct.
Go ahead.
And that was the first fight, per her report, that was the first fight that involved weapons, where guns were brandished.
Okay. And to be super, super clear, the earlier September thing was not weapons, but it involved
some sort of violence. Ms. Mericle is reporting hair pulling, calling her a whore, slamming her against a wall.
Well, check and I want to make sure we get this right. The earlier September, October violence was physical violence.
Sexual violence.
And sexual violence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now we go forward to, I think you said December.
Correct.
Tell us about that one.
Correct. So Ms. Mericle reports at that time that there was an escalation, and there was really an escalation around the fact that there was this other woman to whom Mr. Barron was sending money. And that was the first time that the fighting escalated to where he brandished a gun.
And is this the one where she's in the closet and makes a phone call to, I think, Mr. Barron's son?
To Mr. Barron's son, that's correct.
Now, what was the next one as far as you have in your notes?
So the next time there was any incident of what I would consider violent behavior was in January of 2025. And that was an incident, again, where there was an escalation in fighting around this other woman, and Mr. Barron chucks Ms. Mericle's purse out the window, which is an act of aggression, in my opinion.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with intimate partner violence, that behavior of throwing a cherished personal item away or throwing it out the window?
That's consistent with intimate partner violence.
And first of all, was that incident also confirmed by collateral material in the text?
Yes, that one was confirmed by text messages in which Ms. Mericle tells Mr. Barron, hey, my phone was in there, my hearing aid charger was in there, my ID was in there, my money was in there, and he had just thrown it out the window.
Okay, and then moving on from there?
Moving on from there, the next incident was an incident in early February when Mr. Barron reportedly came to visit Ms. Mericle on St. Simon's Island so they could talk things out about this other woman.
And is this the incident that involved the police?
Correct.
Okay. Did you watch the body cameras from the St. Simon's incident where the police appeared?
Yes, I did.
Did you see anything on the body cameras that is a hallmark or very consistent with intimate partner violence?
Yes. The thing that was readily apparent to me on the body camera footage was when Ms. Mericle is shown stepping outside of these talking to police, and the police officer asks her something to the effect of, did he hurt you? And what Ms. Mericle does is, without saying a word, she takes the police officer's hand and she places it on the back of her head. So she's trying to tell the police officer without telling the police officer, hey, something's going on here.
In other words, verbally she's saying nothing, but she's demonstrating it.
Correct.
And is that something that is consistent with intimate partner violence?
It absolutely is, and especially because Mr. Barron was essentially right there.
Moving on to the beyond that St. Simon's incident, what was the next incident? What was the next incident that was reported to you?
So the next incident that was reported to me was in mid-January, shortly after Valentine's Day, mid-January of 2025.
Mid-February.
February of 2025, where Ms. Mericle and Mr. Barron reportedly got into a fight, some combination of money. She reported to me that there was a fight around money and how she was going to use money from selling her practice. And also, again, this third woman, or this other woman, second woman, was also involved. And that was another big fight in which there was a gun. Ms. Mericle reported that Mr. Barron was tapping her foot with a gun, that he beat her up, that he was hitting her around her chest. She said she looked like an MMA fighter, but all of the bruising she reports was around her torso.
Meaning not on a visible part of her body.
Correct.
Tell me if that is consistent or inconsistent with intimate partner violence for a perpetrator to select a portion of the victim's body that is not openly viewable by other folks.
That's correct. That's consistent with intimate partner violence.
Did Ms. Mericle relate to you the incident from the March 7th? Obviously, the matter in which she's charged as well.
Yes.
Okay. Did she relate to you a suicide attempt after after the unfortunate death of Mr. Barron.
Yes, she said she thought about taking her own life.
You said before that persons who are having a trauma response are going to have some sort of, maybe this is related to the intimate partner violence, but the sort of the shame or the guilt or the self-blame.
Yes.
Is that related to a PTSD? Is that a PTSD response? Is it an intimate partner violence response, or is it both?
It's both. It's both. It is part of what keeps a survivor of intimate partner violence in the abusive relationship, is that they think they're at fault. And in Ms. Mericle's case, she was reporting over and over again in her interviews with me that she just felt like she wasn't doing enough. She wasn't doing enough to make him love her. And why didn't he love her? And if she had just tried harder, if she had just done things differently, I mean, she really weathered the blame for their relationship not going well. And that is largely why she stayed in it.
But it seems like she would be stating in the texts, something about his violence, doesn't it? Doesn't that? Why are the texts all about Lilia Bocan, right? Why are they all about this and trying to get his attention? Like, why would you want the attention of someone who's violent with you?
It goes back to the power dynamic. I mean, in terms of the text with Lilia, that wasn't just an easier way to fight with him. I guess I would say that it is easier to fight about a third party than it is that, hey, this traumatic thing is actually happening to me. Because again, like we talked about, someone who has experienced trauma doesn't want to talk about it and won't typically bring it up to their abuser that's happening. So this felt like a safer thing. It's also, quite frankly, a perfectly reasonable thing to be angry about if you're in a committed relationship.
Yeah, which I've been saying all along.
$1.59 million house with a man, and he didn't have the mortgage 1 month, then all of a sudden you find out he's giving money to somebody else. You're saying that's not necessarily unreasonable to be upset about that.
Correct.
Would someone who is wanting this attention, more of the attention from the abuser, would they be willing to sort of make up stuff and tell that person anything for more attention?
Absolutely.
Like, I'm hurt, or I'm going to the doctor, or I've got a medical condition that I may not have.
Absolutely. And we see this a lot in intimate partner violent relationships, and also with parent and children relationships where the parent is abusive or neglectful, that the survivor, the victim of the abuse, often comes to believe, well, any attention is better than no attention at all. And so they sometimes act in ways that are not in their own best interest to solicit that attention.
Talk to me about if someone's been the victim of sexual violence. Okay, have you worked with sexual violence survivors?
Yes.
And have you worked with them in the context of intimate partner violence?
Yes.
And also in PTSD?
Yes.
Okay. If someone has had an act of sexual violence visited upon them, what are the potential responses that they might have after that event with respect to sex?
So it usually goes one of two ways. Either the victim of intimate partner violence will avoid sex altogether, go to great lengths to avoid sex, or alternatively, become very solicitous of sex. And that really comes down to that women who have been sexually assaulted or men who have been sexually assaulted come to believe that their sexuality is what makes them worthwhile. That's what makes them lovable. And so they really lean into that, even in ways that are not in their best interest.
Did you find evidence of that in the communications with Ms. Mericle and this other individual, Mr. English?
Yes, with Ms. Mericle and with
It's
Mr. English.
pretty
and also with Ms. Mericle and
salacious
Mr.
what they're
Barron.
talking about.
Would it be inconsistent for someone who has been a victim of sexual violence to have consensual sex with the person who has previously perpetrated an act of sexual violence?
That would be perfectly, I would expect that, even in a relationship that's abusive.
Would it be inconsistent with someone who's been a victim of sexual violence to want to sext or talk on the phone in a sexual way with the perpetrator of the prior sexual violence?
So someone who is the victim may be solicitous of that. Again, believing that that's where their worth lies, is in that solicitation of sex.
I wanted to talk to you now about the DUI arrest. Okay.
Yes.
And specifically, talk to you about defendants. State's exhibit. Did you examine the notes that Ms. Mericle has? The note that Ms. Mericle has about what occurred on the DUI arrest night?
Yes, it was a note from her phone.
Yes. Is that note consistent with intimate partner violence, in your opinion?
In my opinion, it is consistent with intimate partner violence because the note appears as if she is rehearsing a version of events in which the perpetrator is not at all involved.
In other words, do victims of violence, whether it be sexual or whatever, do they try to create a script that they will stick to in order to not mention or not expose the perpetrator?
That's correct.
Did you examine text messages related to the St. Simon's incident between Ms. Barron, Mr. Barron, and Ms. Mericle?
I did.
Did you find evidence of a rehearsal in those messages as well?
Yes, I did.
And is that rehearsal, again, consistent with intimate partner violence and behavior by victims?
It is. The way that Ms. Mericle is rehearsing in those text messages is repeatedly saying, I fell and hit my head, you did nothing wrong. And there's a repetition of that.
Okay.
I want to talk to you now about the the symptoms that we might expect someone who is suffering an acute stress response to exhibit.
Sure.
Okay? If someone has experienced an incredibly traumatic event and they're having an acute stress response, what physical manifestations would we expect to find?
So in an acute stress response, what we think about is what happens when we get scared. When we get scared physically, our heart starts racing faster. We start breathing much more rapidly. We start sweating, shaking. Sometimes we get a nervous stomach, and sometimes we get so sick that we want to throw up. But think about, so this isn't just being scared. This is way the next level. This is traumatized. So it's all those symptoms that we've all experienced when we've been scared times a million.
So in other words, if I'm scared, I might normally be a little bit jumpy or a little shaky, but this is going to be well elevated beyond that.
Extreme, yes.
Is a person who's experiencing an acute stress response, might their hand shake?
Yes.
Are they going to be capable of, would you say, taking a very good aim at a target with a pistol?
I can't imagine they would be.
Now talk to me about specifically post-traumatic stress disorder, okay? If someone is suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, how, if at all, does it affect their threat perception?
So when someone is in any elevated state of stress, including being diagnosed with PTSD, in their minds, they're in a constant state of threat.
And if they're, in other words, if someone is not immediately charging down on them with a weapon, right? Normal folks would be frightened in that instance, I would assume, correct?
Yes.
If someone is not having that immediate threat, but they have a stress disorder, what might they perceive about the imminence of a threat that's different from a normal folk?
So if someone has been previously threatened with a weapon and then aren't currently being threatened with the weapon, that doesn't mean that they still don't believe that they're being threatened. The threat still feels incredibly imminent.
Okay. Meaning if someone was to assault someone else with a firearm and then retreat behind a door, the person who's outside might still be feeling that that is an imminent threat, even though it may not be in that very moment.
That's absolutely correct.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Okay. This gets really thank God, Scott, that you found out about that. I mean, I'm guessing it was just painful.
How much were you paid by defense? How much were you paid to be retained by defense?
I charge $400 an hour.
And so
This is
what's
such a
that total
BS
until you had to
argument.
come into court to testify? What was that total?
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't have the total right in front of me. I apologize.
So $400 an hour. So that's 9 hours of interviewing the defendant,
Make them
correct?
look
Yes.
bad
So 400 per hour of that, correct?
Yes.
because they are paid.
Because I'm terrible with
experts.
math.
I don't like this
Let me get a
argument at
calculator.
all.
400 times 9. So that's $3,600 just for your interviews with the defendant, correct?
Yes.
And then besides interviewing with the defendant, you spoke with Dana Gardner for about an hour, correct?
That's correct.
So that would be 4,000. You interviewed Leslie, who's also her sister, correct?
That's correct.
So that was an hour and 25 minutes. How do we do that billing?
Sorry?
Is it like $400 plus like the, like if you do an hour and 25 minutes, what would you bill for that?
Whatever a quarter of 400 is. So 100.
So we'll do $500 for that. As far as your, so the body cam, that was 3 hours it took you to review, correct?
That's correct.
So that would be another $1,200. So now we're at $5,700. How long did it take you to review the indictment and the incident report?
Probably about an hour.
So another 400. How about, do you remember how much you billed to review like the other evidence in the case that you were given about how long that took you to review?
Another 4 hours.
So
Good for you, Nikki.
$7,700 is the math. Is there anything else that, like, how about the psychological testing? Is that all included in the 9 hours that you met with the defendant?
That's correct.
Is there anything else I'm missing prior to like showing up today? Like, did you have to review notes or anything like that that you billed for?
So the other piece of it, and this is where it gets a little complicated, is that when I am retained by the defense, I say, I'll go take a look. I can't guarantee you're going to like what I have to say. So after that initial stage that you just mentioned, the next thing I do is I come back to the defense and say, here's what I found. I'm going to go ahead and write this report.
Okay. So I would imagine it probably took you a little bit to write your report for this case, correct?
That's correct.
So about how long do you think that you probably billed for writing the report?
8 hours.
Do you expect her to do it for free? Are you saying that her time
So
and
now we're
her
at
education and her
$10,900.
knowledge is not worth
How about
anything?
talking with
Like,
Mr. Willis? Did you bill for your
I don't
time
like
to
this.
speak with the defense attorney about your findings?
Yes,
How many hours did you spend doing that?
about 4 total.
So now we're at $12,500. Am I missing anything else?
I don't think so.
So now we're talking, so that's about $12,500 prior to your
Exactly,
testimony.
Nikki.
Yes.
So do you start billing for your testimony from the time you get, like, driving to the courthouse, waiting to testify, and then also testifying?
That's correct.
So what are we at as of where we sit right now? It's 5:24. How many hours are you going to bill for today so far?
Starting at 10:30 this morning.
Oh, goodness. 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30. About 7 hours?
That's correct.
Okay, so another 7 hours. So now we're at $15,300
Okay,
and counting, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. So maybe Mr. Willis is hoping I talk fast so the clock stops at some point soon. So I want to talk to you about some of the things that you reviewed, aside from your interviews with, actually, I'm sorry, I have another quick question. Talking about all the hours you spent on this case, I actually also called you to try and speak with you about your report, correct?
Yes,
And you would not speak with me, correct?
that's correct.
And you basically told me that you were hired by defense, and so you weren't going to speak with me about your
Yes.
report, correct?
My
That is
concern about
normal.
The questions that you were asking me is that I felt that you were starting to ask me questions to try and get me to give you testimony over the phone. Now, it's very clear from my report and the report that you had, it's very clear that my opinion is consistent with what the defense is asserting. And so I didn't think it was appropriate to give you testimony when I know that the prosecution is adverse to anything I have to say. So I didn't want any behind the closed doors gotchas. I wanted any testimony that you asked me to be asked in front of the jury in open court.
And I said,
He is a
so I wanted to talk
brilliant
to you about your
woman.
report, and your response to me was, I'm not going to talk to you about my report,
That
correct?
is not what I said. I only started to say that when you were asking me questions about what do I do when I assess for malingering. That is the point at which I said I'm not comfortable answering any substantive questions about my testimony.
And so a question as far as what do you do to assess for malingering is a gotcha moment?
It could be. I don't know. I don't know what your agenda is.
And I actually told you in my
I
journals,
don't
right?
know
I told
what
you I
your
just wanted to
agenda
understand
is.
your report and get to the truth. I actually told you that, correct?
Correct.
And your response to me was, if you have questions about my report, you can ask me in court when I testify, correct?
Correct. And that you could read my report.
Oh, yes, of course. I just can't ask you about your report, correct?
Correct.
And then I asked you if you spoke with Mr. Willis, and you said yes, correct?
Correct.
And your response to that was basically that that was because you were retained by Mr. Willis, so that's why you spoke with him,
Correct. I have a contract.
And then I asked you, so Mr. Willis paid you, so you'll speak with him, but because I didn't pay you, you won't speak with me. And your response was verbatim, they paid me for my opinion, correct?
Correct. And I misspoke because the reality of that is that I was not paid for my opinion. I'm paid for my time.
That's not what you told me over the phone,
That's
correct?
correct, but it was a complete misspeak.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about your opinion they paid you for. In your report, you list out the things that you reviewed aside from speaking with the defendant as part of the case file. I know we talked about some of them. For example, you read the police reports.
That's correct.
Do you know if you were given the entirety of the Hall County Police report?
What I have is about 50 pages.
So if there's a report that has more pages, you wouldn't have that?
Correct.
And then you also indicated that you watched 3 hours of body cam, right?
That's correct.
And in your report, and I genuinely don't know the answer to this, you said that you reviewed video footage and written transcript of interview, and that only took you 1 hour, correct?
That it seemed like it was an hour of footage.
Did you watch the entirety of the 3 hour interview with the defendant and Investigator Mefford?
I did not think it was 3 hours. I thought it was 1.
So when you hit start on the interview, and the interview runs for 3 hours, at what point did you just stop watching the interview?
Well, I watched it. I don't know if I looked at the timestamps incorrectly. I also read the entirety of the transcript, so I don't think I missed anything.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
did you, because I was genuinely confused about that, because the interview was 3 hours long. So did you sit down and watch from start to finish the
Transcript.
interview that the defendant had with Investigator Mefford?
I thought I had
Where
because
it's
I
at.
thought it started when Miss Mericle walks into the room and concludes with him saying she didn't make it. Or he didn't make it, I'm sorry.
Okay, so that interview was about 3 hours long. And you think that it only took you an hour to watch?
I suppose I misread the timestamps.
Okay. And then you also reviewed Hall County Jail medical and mental health records, right?
That's correct.
And text messages between the 4,000 pages of text messages between the defendant and the victim, correct?
That's correct.
you guys, the fact that the Hull County Jail wanted to move her to a mental health facility, and she was the one that was like, I don't want to go. I don't want to go. I think that gives us like a good idea of what's going on here. Like, she is in a really bad place. She's 62 years old now. She went from being a very wealthy, prestigious doctor in the area to not being able to get out on bail because she's a risk to hurting herself. I mean, even the people in the jail knew that she didn't belong there. It's really unfortunate. Everything in this is unfortunate.
Correct.
Did you ever, and I know you interviewed the defendant's two sisters, did you ever interview anybody else who knew the defendant?
No,
Did you ever interview anyone from Mr. Barron's family?
no.
Actually, I want to ask you this. I know that part of your qualification, you talked a lot about conducting forensic examinations, like for people who are claiming not guilty by reason of insanity, correct?
That's correct.
And I'm very familiar with those evaluations. And so one of the things that I know is very important in those evaluations is basically when you're trying to determine whether or not someone is not guilty by reason of insanity, it's important to look at the objective facts about the case, not just what that individual is self-reporting to you, correct?
That's correct.
Because, of course, that individual, not talking about lying about symptoms, but lying about like stories of the experience could potentially lie, correct?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, so when I say lying, I don't mean lying about symptoms that they're having. I mean lying about, like, if they said I walked my dog yesterday, like they could lie about that, correct?
So in those kinds of cases, we're looking at mental state at the time of the offense.
Mm-hmm.
So the collateral data that we're looking at is anything that would be going on at that exact time.
Sure, and that's why like the objective facts are so important to figure out what was going on at that exact time, just because anybody can say, at that time I saw a ghost walking across the street who told me to kill this person. They can say that, but then you want to look at the objective facts to see what makes sense with what they're saying, correct?
Correct.
And that it's important not to just rely on self-report. You want to also be looking at like the objective evidence, the objective facts that can't be lied about.
Correct.
So in this case, did you call Investigator Mefford and speak with him to get an understanding about this case?
No.
Did you call Sergeant Cameron Durham to get a better understanding about the crime scene in this case?
No.
Did you
Who would be giving away the defense's case if
get
you
medical
did that?
records pertaining to Miss Mericle to validate any of the things she was telling you about her medical past?
Whatever was available, I had.
So, for example, like Miss Mericle talked about surgeries and different hospitalizations she had had. Did you pull any of those medical records to confirm that those things did in fact happen?
No, but her sisters corroborated that those things occurred.
Her two sisters did.
Correct.
What about Miss Mericle told you that she had seen a bunch of different therapists in her past?
Yes.
Correct. She even gave you like the specific name of at least one that I know of, correct?
Yes.
Did you reach out to any of them, get any other prior mental health records?
I tried. I couldn't track them down.
Even though she gave you the name of the actual therapist?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't get any prior mental health records of the defendant, correct?
Correct.
The only mental health records you had were mental health records from the jail, correct?
That's correct.
And that would be after Miss Mericle had killed Mr. Barron, correct?
That's correct.
So we have no mental health records from what Miss Mericle's mental health was like prior to meeting Mr. Barron, correct?
That's correct.
To be able to compare whether or not these symptoms of PTSD potentially existed prior to even knowing Mr. Barron, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't think that would be an important thing for you to get would be prior mental health records to make sure that these symptoms of PTSD did not exist prior to her knowing Mr. Barron?
So the symptoms of PTSD that she reported to me were directly related to the trauma that involved Mr. Barron.
According to her, correct?
According to her, but it's the kind of thing that she couldn't have made up.
Why is that?
Because so much of what she said was spontaneous. It wasn't like I asked her specifically, are you having nightmares about this thing? I said, how's your sleep? And she spontaneously said that. And that's not something that someone would typically make up.
And she reported to you that the most severe, I forget exactly what you called it, like the most severe thing that she was having a trauma response to was the night of March 7th where he put the gun to her mouth, correct?
That's correct.
And that is entirely self-report, correct?
Yes, but she says it a lot of times, and she says it before she's even asked about it.
And she's being evaluated by you for her criminal case where she's being charged with murdering Mr. Barron, correct?
Correct.
What kind of question is that?
Did you look at any photographs from the crime scene?
No.
Did you look at the defendant's phone for any other text messages between her and anybody else in her phone to corroborate some of the things that she was telling you?
There were text messages between her and Mr. English that came up.
Okay. Anybody else?
No.
Okay.
I want to hear from Mr. English.
So, when you met with Ms. Mericle, one of the very first things you did was basically told her, our relationship is not confidential. Whatever you tell me, basically is likely or could be used in court, right?
That's correct.
And so when you went into that interview, you knew that all of these interviews that you were having with the defendant could potentially be talked about in court.
That's correct.
Did you record any of the meetings you had with the defendant?
That's not allowed.
It's not allowed?
No.
So I've had psychological evaluations before with criminal defendants who have been recorded in interviews by evaluators.
Objection to counsel testifying.
And so
Objection to counsel.
I haven't gotten to my question yet.
I'm still objecting to the form of the question.
Okay. Let's hear the question.
Is your testimony that evaluators are never allowed to record an interview that they conduct with the defendant?
Well, if it's in an outpatient setting, but this was in a jail, and I don't bring my phone into a jail.
did you ask the jail if you could record your interviews with the defendant for the purposes of court?
No.
So Ms. Mericle told you that Mr. Barron had been drinking Jack Daniels and beer the night of March 7th, correct?
Yes.
And that she reported to you that both of them had been drinking, but no one was drinking. Both of them pretty much stopped drinking around 10:30, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I want to ask you this before I forget. You mentioned that Ms. Mericle told you that she had thoughts or had attempted suicide the night of March 7th.
She said she thought about it.
She thought about committing suicide.
Mhm.
Can you point to me where you note that in your report?
Did I not put it in?
I don't see it. I don't want to say you didn't put it in because I could have just missed it. So if you don't mind reviewing your report and showing me where you put in your report that she thought about committing suicide.
Jeez, one thing in your entire credibility is just like thrown out the window if you don't put down one thing.
I'm not sure that I put it in.
You don't think that would have been an important thing to note in your report that on the night where Miss Mericle killed her boyfriend that she had a thought about committing suicide?
It wasn't really significant to a PTSD diagnosis, so I must have omitted it.
You don't think it's significant that the defendant told you that on the night that she killed her boyfriend, she had thought about committing suicide?
I think it's significant. I don't think it's consistent with the diagnosis of PTSD.
Okay. Did she go into detail about how did she actually attempt to commit suicide or just that she thought about it?
Just that she thought about it.
Did she ever tell you that she actually attempted suicide?
No.
Did she tell you that she actually attempted suicide 5 different times?
No.
In your report, you note that I think it's your very first meeting with her, she told you that the very first time Mr. Barron pointed a gun at her was the night of March 7th. And then you later on in your report talk about other times where Mr. Barron pointed a gun at her. Do you remember that in your report?
It wasn't that he pointed a gun at her. That was the first time that he took a gun and pointed it in her face. That's not the first time that there was a gun involved in the argument.
Okay. So like, for example, the night where she got the DUI, the night of December 28th when she found out about Lilia and there was a gun involved. Did she explain to you how the gun was involved that night?
Just that he was brandishing it.
Well, did she say what she meant by brandishing?
Like, had it out.
Okay. But did she ever specifically say whether he did or didn't point it at her?
No.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about the text messages. About 4,000 pages, right?
Yes.
Lots of pages of text messages
Oof.
between the two of them. So did you see in that 4,000 pages a text where Mr. Barron is calling Ms. Mericle a bad name?
I would need to go back through all the text messages.
If you had noted where Mr. Barron was calling the defendant a bad name, would that not have been something important to note in your report as far as abusive behavior?
Yes, it would.
And so if it's not noted in your report, is it safe to say that there likely is not any bad names being called in those 4,000 pages of notes by Mr. Barron to the defendant?
I would need to go back through all the text messages to answer this question properly.
Well, but again, you said that if there had been any evidence of name calling in those text messages, it would have been important for you to note in your report, correct?
Correct.
And is there any note in your report of Mr. Barron calling the defendant any bad names in your report?
Not by a text message.
Okay. So what about, you mentioned the evidence of physical violence in text messages. I know that one of the examples you gave was when he threw her purse out the window of the car, correct?
Correct.
And the other example I think you gave in your report, you might have also testified to it, was when Mr. Barron asks, is your head okay, after the St. Simon's incident, correct?
Correct.
Can you think of any other examples of the two of them talking about physical abuse in any way in those text messages?
No.
You testified that Miss Mericle wanting to, of course, we see all the time where, people can be sexually abused by their husbands, their boyfriends, correct?
Correct.
And they can still be in a later on consensual relationship with them. That doesn't mean that they haven't been previously sexually abused by them, correct?
That's correct.
And so you talked about how someone who's been sexually abused by a significant other basically can show one of two things. Do you remember talking about this?
I do.
That either they basically avoid sex at all costs or over-sexualized.
Yes.
And that either one of those could be consistent with someone being sexually abused by a domestic partner.
That's correct.
Someone wanting to sext their boyfriend does not mean that they were sexually abused by that individual automatically, correct?
Not automatically. exactly, but it's inconclusive, right?
Sure. So basically, when you see an individual sexting the person that they're in a relationship with, it's not an automatic, they must have been sexually abused by them. It could also just be because they want to have a sexual texting conversation with their significant other, correct?
That's correct.
Did that really
Same
need
with, for
pointed
example, the
out?
note about the DUI on her phone that you testified about. And you said, oh, that could be consistent with a domestic violence victim basically writing out a script so that they remember it, correct?
That's correct.
Could that not also be consistent with somebody writing out what happened to them so they don't forget to tell their attorney?
Yeah, I mean, that's entirely possible. It's not my opinion, but it's entirely possible.
But it's entirely possible.
Yes.
Especially if she has a pending DUI arrest. It would not be out of the realm of possibility that she wrote down what happened to her so that she could remember to have that conversation with her DUI attorney, correct?
It's possible. It remains my opinion that was a rehearsal.
Sure. And then the other example that you gave that I wrote down was when she texted Mr. Barron and said, I fell on my head, you did nothing wrong. And you gave that as another example of something that would be consistent with basically a rehearsed response, correct?
That's correct.
And I understand that's going to remain your opinion, but couldn't it also be possible that that's just actually what happened?
Not in this case. Not in this case. Not based on what I saw on the body camera footage. I mean, she was clearly signaling to the police that something bad had happened by using no words and putting the police officer's hand on her head without saying anything. It's so clear that something happened.
Okay, guys. I have been live since 2, so I am going to call it a night, but I'm going to be back tomorrow, and we are going to plow through the testimony that occurred today, and I would expect to see me go live around 4 o'clock Eastern. If you are interested, make sure to turn on your notifications where you subscribed. Turn the little bell on and select all. And that way you get a notification when I hit the live button. But like I said, every Tuesday through Friday around 4 o'clock. We're doing some A/B testing on different times right now. So it might be a little before, it might be a little after. If you haven't done so already, please remember to hit that thumbs up button. That helps push this video out to as many eyes as we can get it in front of. And if you haven't done so already, subscribe, please. We hit 2,000 subs tonight. So that's a very exciting accomplishment, I guess. I don't know another word for it. I want to say thank you to everyone who donated, sent jewels, and just sent good vibes. I appreciate you so much. Those of you who were in the chat with me, I really enjoyed the conversation. And absolute huge thanks to my mods for helping me run this channel. Milestone. Yeah, it's not an accomplishment. It's a milestone. So thank you. And I will plan on seeing you guys tomorrow. Okay? Okay. Have a great night. And bye. See you like at 4 p.m. tomorrow. Maybe sooner. Turn on